Did you know that more than 90% of the Fortune 500 companies leverage Tableau to transform data into actionable insights? Welcome back to my channel. My name is Satyajit Pattnaik and I have over a decade of experience into the field of data and AI. And in this video, I'm going to teach you Tableau from scratch. Whether you are a data analytics enthusiast or a BI enthusiast or even an experienced professional who wants to transition into the field of data analytics or BI, then this entire video is going to be for you. If you are a complete beginner, you have no idea about Tableau and you want to explore Tableau from scratch, then this is it. Apart from this, in case you want to explore other topics related to Power BI, statistics, SQL, machine learning, generative AI, you know where to go. Go to my channel, check out the playlists, and you will be amazed with the content that we have on our channel. In case you love our contents, in case you love this video, please like, share, and subscribe the channel. See you in the video. Hi, welcome to this amazing course on Tableau, and today's topic is going to be on data visualization. Now, what is data visualization? Data visualization is nothing but the visual representation of data. As simple as we already know that data is of two types. One is going to be your categorical data and one is going to be your numerical data. Again, in categorical data, there are some other types as well, nominal and all those things. When it comes to your numerical data, it could be discrete and continuous. Now, how do we visualize the data? What are the right visuals? What are the right charts? And what exactly is data visualization? We will be also discussing about the scope of visual analytics and what are the different areas where data visualization is used. Of course, the answer to this question will be quite obvious that data visualization is vastly used in any industries. So let's get started. We'll talk about what exactly is data visualization. As you can see in the screen, these are some of the screenshots of some of the types of visualizations. You can see a bar chart, a pie chart, another you can see a bar chart, right? Apart from that, there are histograms, line chart, area chart. So there are a lot of charts through which we can visually represent the data. It all depends upon the type of data which you are dealing with. Of course, during this course, during this program, we will be teaching you end to end with a detailed manner on which charts to use in which scenario. But for the time being, let's get started with the basic concepts. Now, data visualization. This is nothing but representing your data in a pictorial format. It may be in the form of a graph, bar diagrams, or different kind of charts. Visualization allows us visual access to huge amounts of data in easily digestible ways. That means you can get more insights quickly by visualizing the data. You can see the data is following a normal distribution or not. You can see where the maximum distribution is going towards. In pie charts, you can easily identify which is having the highest number of data. Well designated and designed data graphics are usually the simplest and at the same time the most powerful. Now, we'll take a small example and we will explain you what is the power of data visualization. Now, if your manager gives you an Excel sheet, and this is what the Excel sheet looks like, it has date and it has the sales value. Now, without visually representing the data, it's very difficult to say what the pattern of the data is. However, you can still predict that, oh, after a certain point of time, I can see a steady increase. But this is again an example. And of course, in this example, it's quite evident that after 4th January or 3rd January, I can see an increase. So once we visually represent the data, and these are just 10 records, in real scenarios, you could have millions of records. So it's not actually possible to identify or get some insights just by looking at the data. And that's where your data visualization come into picture. Data visualization is very powerful and you can see the right chart, of course, which has been created in Excel, not in Tableau, but at least it gives you an idea about the benefits of data visualization. You can see there is a drop on 3rd of Jan, and then there is an increase. So the trend is increasing after 3rd Jan, but 3rd Jan there is a drop. Similarly, if you see a similar drops in your future data as well, you can identify that the reason could be something else. It could be because of market trends. It could be because of some external factors. We don't know. Now, this slide will tell you the importance of visual analytics. Now, when it comes to visual analytics, there are three major steps. So, and what are these steps? The three major steps are integrate, analyze, and visualize. What is integrate? Okay, that's an English word and it's a fairly easy word to understand, right? Integrate basically means where two applications or two entities are integrating and communicating with each other, right? So integrating basically means before visualizing data, it is necessary to integrate, identify, and prepare the data. So after you integrate, after you get the data from your data source could be a single file, as simple as that. It could be a combination of files. It could be a combination of tables from a database. It could be anything. So you have to integrate. Your sources could also vary. Some source could be from a file, some source could be from a SQL database, some source could be from a REST API call. It could be anything, and then you integrate, punch, and then get your data to your Tableau or else any BI tool. And this is a visual analysis, so it's not restricted to Tableau. And then once you have the data in your BI tool, be it a Tableau, Power BI, Alteryx, ClickSense, any tool, integration and then analyzing. After integrating data, the next step is analyzing the data which is collected to visualize it. Analysis is as simple as exploratory data analysis, performing some data cleaning activities, replacing some null values, dropping some random irrelevant columns and irrelevant rows. So all these techniques are coming under your analyzing phase, where you analyze, do some sort of analysis, get some insights. Once you get some insights, then you finalize which visualization type should I use, how to make your data look beautiful, how to make your dashboard look beautiful, right? So after analyzing the data, next step is to create visuals to interpret data. Of course, these are all theoretical concepts. Everybody knows that. But once we jump into Tableau, that's where the fun will begin. Okay, now our next slide is nothing but another slide related to visual analysis. You can see visual analytics is essentially the marriage of data analytics and visualization. So data analytics and visualization is nothing but visual analytics. Acquire, that means acquiring the data, filtering the data, which data to use, which data to discard, which data to deal with, and then enhance. That means enhancing your analysis capabilities and visualizing capabilities. And then after your enhance is done, tune, fine tune the models, fine tune the reports, make it automated so that you don't have to refresh it again and again and again. And then once your fine tuning is done, deliver the product. So this is a entire BI process or a business analytics process or a data analytics process in a nutshell. Acquire, filter, enhance, tune, and delivery. Trust me, you don't have to memorize all these jargons, all these words. If you just remember the flow, it is as simple as getting the data, analyzing it, and then visualizing it, and then productionizing it, as in delivering the product. Simple. Now, our next topic is going to be scope of visual analytics. What is the different scope of visual analytics? Now, without looking at the slides, I can blindly tell that visual analytics is widely used in any kind of industry, very similar to data science, data analytics, and especially visual analytics is used in each and every domain, be it insurance, banking, geospatial, anything, knowledge discovery, presentation, whatever you want to do in any industry, visual analytics has a lot of scope. Okay, so scientific analytics, knowledge discovery, knowledge representation, there are many, many, many more use cases of visual analytics. Decision making and sense of risk. So these are some of the attributes while designing a visual analytics project. Decision making and sense of risk. You as a business analyst should be responsible enough to take a decision and understand the risks of the project. Customer relationship. We as a business analyst or a data analyst, we are building a product, and our product has to be delivered to our higher management or to some customers or could be anybody. So a relationship is very much required. You need to understand what you are delivering, what is asked, key strategic initiative, and then financial performance. All these are very much important when you are designing and creating a visual analytics project. How does data visualization work? It is very simple. I have already explained that first part is going to be importing the data set. Your data set could be anything. It could be a simple Excel sheet. It could be a text file, .txt. It could be a CSV file. It could be a JSON file. It could be a SQL developer, SQL database, MySQL database, AWS, anything. Mostly all the BI tools, they have a lot of data sources which are accepted. At least in Power BI, I know that there are 80 plus data sources that are accepted by Power BI. In Tableau also, there are many data sources. Even Tableau has more data sources acceptance as compared to Power BI. Power BI being a Microsoft product, they don't have a data source named AWS or Google Cloud, probably. I'm not pretty sure about it, but I can guarantee you that in Tableau, it's even wider. The scope is even wider. You can have a lot of access to the data. Any kind of databases can be accepted by Tableau. So importing data set, analyzing the data, and then represent what you have analyzed. So further, the BI processes will be explained in the next class. I hope you understood the basics and the initial flavor of data visualization. Of course, it was completely theoretical, little bit of boring as well, but I'm pretty much sure in the next classes, we will have lots and lots of practical codings and practical, not codings, practical sessions where we learn and understand better. So thank you. Hi. In this video, we shall be learning about the general BI process. Now, BI, what is BI? We all know that BI is business intelligence. And there are various BI products in the market, including Tableau, Power BI, Alteryx, ClickSense, and many, many more. When it comes to MSBI, Oracle BI, there are many BI tools, right? But when it comes to the BI processes, almost every tool has a similar functionality and the concept remains the same. So in this video, we shall be learning about the various BI processes, irrespective of the fact that we are learning Tableau or not. The BI processes are going to be same for all the tools. Let's get started. This is a very general BI process flow. It all starts with get data. Now, what is get data? That means what is your data source using which you are extracting the data and using in your tool. Simple. Your data could be a simple Excel file. It could be a simple text file with .txt extension. It could be a JSON object. It could be a CSV file. It could be from an Oracle database, from MySQL database, from Azure Data Lakes. So your data source could be from anywhere. Okay. But doesn't really matter where your data comes from, because most of the BI tools in the market, they accept a lot of data sources. And once you use those connections, then you establish a connection and then try to get the data to the BI tool. So data, get data is nothing but easily connect, clean and mash up data. After your data connection, your connection is built, or else if you are have already used the flat file, then comes your analyze. What is analyze? Building powerful models and flexible measures. What is measure? So when it comes to Tableau, when it comes to Power BI especially, we have concepts like calculated fields and measures. When it comes to Tableau, there might be creating parameters and calculated fields, right? So analyzing basically means to analyze the data. As we already know that data are of two types, categorical data and numerical data. So first analyzing phase is there where we transform the data, replace null values, check the column profile, column quality, create any calculated fields. Whatever data pre-processing techniques we perform, we usually do it in this particular phase, which is called as analyze. And then once your clean data is ready, once your data is cleaned, then you start performing your EDA. That means analyzing multiple columns. Let's say you are not performing an activity on a data science project or a data analytics project, you are simply building some Tableau reports. In that case, you might not be able to do a end-to-end analyzing. Simple analyzing is okay. Once your analyzing phase is done, that means you have analyzed the data. Then your immediate step is going to be create a visualization out of it. So when it comes to Tableau, as we are learning Tableau in this particular course, in Tableau, it always starts with worksheets. So in worksheets, you can create individual dashboards, individual visualizations. And then once your worksheets are ready, you can combine multiple worksheets and create a dashboard out of it. So everything falls under your visualizing step, which is creating stunning interactive reports. So once your visualization step is done, that means most of your work is done. Once your visualization is done, our next step is going to be publishing the report. That means sharing insights with others, right? That means you have to send it to your manager, to your friends, colleagues, so that they can give you some inputs, give you some feedbacks. Hey, you're not doing this right. Your KPIs are not correct. Your cards are not placed properly. Can you add that filter? Can you add that slicer? So a lot of questions will be there in their mind. So this is where you get insights from them, suggestions from them, tips from them to improvise. And then comes your collaboration. Collaboration is nothing but empowering your organization with self-service analytics. So once you have done building all these steps, our next step is to present that to your end client or your customers or your higher management. And then they see their product. If they're happy, they give you some good feedbacks as well to improvise, or else the process is iterative. That means your manager is happy with what you have done, or else your customer is happy, and then they give you some other inputs. Can we do this? Can we do that? Can we add all these features as well? Can you expand the dashboard? Can you create a good layout? So based on your suggestions, not your suggestions, based on your customer suggestions or your stakeholder suggestions, then you again rebuild those things. So this is an entire BI journey, or you can call it as a data analytics or a business analytics journey with respect to BI. So this is a simple BI process. I hope you understood. As I have already told, it has nothing to do with Tableau. This is a very general concept, which is a normal BI process. I hope you understood about the general BI process. In the next video, we will be starting talking about Tableau and what is its architecture. And further, going forward, there are lots and lots of advanced topics as well. Thank you. Hi, welcome to this series on Tableau. In this video, we shall be talking about the different features of Tableau. In the previous video, we talked about Tableau. What exactly is Tableau? What is the importance of Tableau, right? In this video, we will be discussing more about the features. What makes Tableau unique as compared to other BI tools? Now, the most significant features are as follows. The first thing is easy implementation. Now, especially in this particular slide, I'm not comparing Tableau to anyone. I'm just talking Tableau in general. Well, I do have a comparison video as well where we will be comparing Power BI and Tableau, and I will also tell you which tool is best. So stay tuned for that. But for the time being, let's learn what are the different features. Tableau is very easy to implement. Honestly speaking, if you go through this entire Tableau series, by the end of this course, you will definitely understand that it is very easy to use. Plug and play, drag and drop, and then you keep practicing more and more things and you keep learning. Quality customer support. Yes, Tableau has a very good, tremendous customer support, which means the community of Tableau is super strong and the support is super strong as well. And Tableau is a very old tool. If I am not wrong, probably Tableau was introduced way back in 2003. I might be wrong 1 or 2 years here and there, but in short, Tableau is a very old product, and that is one of the reasons it has so many users. And as you have more users, better community, better support. Amazing data visualization. No doubt, Tableau is a visualization tool, so it has to do amazing data visualization as well. Data source integration. That means, let's say you are building a dashboard. On top of what you are building? You are building on top of an existing data set. It could be a SQL data server, it could be an Excel data sheet, it could be a JSON file, whatever it is, based on a data source, you are working on Tableau. So, data source integration is also available in Tableau. Mobile support, yes, Tableau is mobile friendly. Well, there is a concept in the future in this particular series on device manager. So in the device manager, I will also be talking about how it is mobile friendly, because Tableau gives us a feature of creating a dashboard in whichever format you want to build it. Let's say your website's aspect ratio is 16 is to 9. Yes, you can create a dashboard, completely okay. If you want to show the same dashboard in a 9 is to 16 format, that is also possible. You just have to convert it into a mobile layout and publish it. And definitely, as I told, that the community is super strong because Tableau is not new to the market. It's a very old BI tool. So feature wise, it's very you know having a rich online community. Why Tableau? Yes, flexibility, intuitive platform, interactive visuals, and quick prediction time are some of the features why do we use Tableau. So that's all about the basics of Tableau. I'll not try to bore you with my theoretical lectures. In the next video, we shall be talking about the differences between Power BI and Tableau, which is one of the most important questions being asked in interviews as well. So I'll give you a brief idea on the differences, and I will also give you some brief ideas on how to showcase this particular answer if you are being asked that Power BI versus Tableau, what's your stake on that? We will be covering that in the next video. See you. Hi, welcome to this course on Tableau, and in this particular series, in this particular chapter, we shall be talking about Tableau and its architecture. So let's get started with the first topic in this particular series. What exactly is Tableau? Once we learn about Tableau, in the next video, we shall be talking about various features of Tableau, why do we need to use Tableau, why it is considered as one of the most important BI tools, and the follow-up videos will be on the differences between Tableau and Power BI, and then we'll be discussing about the Tableau architecture. So what exactly is Tableau? In short, in simple terms, in layman terms, Tableau is nothing but a data visualization tool. Fancy terms, it is called as a business intelligence tool. Tableau is a BI tool. Tableau is a powerful and fastest growing data visualization tool used in the BI space, which is the business intelligence space. Tableau helps the world's largest organization unleash the power of their most valuable assets, their data and their people. Allows the customers to spend more time on data analysis and less on data wrangling. It helps in simplifying raw data in a very easily understandable format. Tableau helps create the data that can be understood by the professionals at any level in an organization. It also allows non-technical users to create dashboards. So in short, Tableau is nothing but an UI tool or a data visualization tool where you show your different visualizations, or this is how things work. This is a BI tool and it can be used by each and every individual in your organization. You don't have to know Tableau in order to check the dashboards, in order to check the outputs. But yes, in case you want to build the dashboards, of course, you would need Tableau for that. So that's all about Tableau. In the next video, we shall be talking about the features of Tableau and why do we use Tableau. Hi, welcome to the series on Tableau, and in this video we shall be talking about the Tableau installation part, and then I will also show you how to use Tableau. Well, talking about installation, honestly speaking, we just have to go to Google and just start searching for Tableau public download. Now, Tableau Public, as I already told you, is the free version of Tableau, which does not need any kind of payment. So you can simply download the app and start exploring. But in case you are a student, there are some possibilities to get Tableau Desktop for free as well, only for students. But if you are not a student, probably you need to buy Tableau Desktop. But as I told you, if you are buying Tableau Desktop, you can go ahead and download your Tableau Desktop, and then it will be asking you for your product keys and all those things. Apply that and your Tableau Desktop will be ready. But as I told you that there is no such blocker, there is no such requirement that you need Tableau Desktop to go through this particular course. You can simply download Tableau Public and get started with it. In my case, I already have Tableau, so I will be opening Tableau. I'm using a little bit older version of Tableau, which is 2021.3. And if I click on this, my Tableau window gets opened up. So this is my Tableau desktop, which will be opening in just few seconds. And you can see professional edition. That means I'm using a paid version, and this is the Tableau window. Now, what do you mean by this particular concept? How do we use Tableau and how to connect to data? Simply, when you open your Tableau desktop, whether it is public or it is normal desktop, this is how the window looks like. On the front home screen in this particular area, you will see nothing because you have just installed Tableau for the first time. As I have already worked on multiple projects, multiple dashboards, it is showing me all the open windows, all the open reports that I'm currently last active reports. That's it. You can see here some sample workbooks. In case you want to go through it, you can simply click on it and you will be able to go through those sample workbooks. You can see these are some sample workbooks. Now, let's say I'll quit it. You have your time. You can simply go through all these sample workbooks and you can try to understand. But let me just explain you the overall screens. Everything is fine. On the right hand panel, there are some suggestions. On the left hand panel, you can see there are some connecting options. That means what is your data source? From where do you want to get the data from? Do you want to connect to Tableau server? If else, if you have a Tableau server, if you are working in a company, you will probably have your company's server details. You can pass it. Else, if you want to find, if you want to use a flat files, let's say my Excel file or a text file, you can simply use this option and select your Excel files and you can get the data to Tableau desktop. If you want to connect to a server, you can click on any of the servers or click on more. Let's say here AWS, okay, Amazon. There are options like Amazon Athena, Amazon Aurora. In case you want Azure, Azure Data Lakes, you want MySQL, MySQL is there, Alibaba SQL is there, Alibaba Aurora, Alibaba Analytic DB is there, Oracle is there, Microsoft Power Pivot, Microsoft SQL Server. So, as I told you that integration wise, data source integration in Tableau, there are so many options. You might not find these options in Power BI. In Power BI, there are there are options, but not like Tableau. So let me just quickly open Power BI as well in parallel. So this is how my Power BI looks like. For Power BI, I do have a separate course for that, so don't worry about it. Power BI, sorry, MySQL, Oracle SQL, Azure. But do we have Amazon? We do have Amazon Athena as well, which is in a beta version. So all these things are getting integrated slowly. Do we have anything in Google? Google BigQuery is there, Google Analytics is there. So Power BI is also on in the race right now. They are fighting hard with Tableau and pretty much sure that they will overcome and surpass Tableau as well in terms of the number of users. So this is how overall your Tableau looks like. Now, just for an example, I will quickly use an Excel sheet to get started probably. And let's say I will use a text file. And here you go. My first data set has been imported and this is how my data set looks like. I will definitely be talking about these things, what is a sheet, what is dashboards and all those things. But in short, your data is there on Tableau and then you can quickly start with your dashboard building. So let's say you want to build something on the gender and you want to build something on the gender as well. Let's say here you want to give count and you want to give gender a label, or you want to give gender count a label. That is also possible. All these things are possible. You can see how easy it is, right? If I drag gender on label, I can see gender on the label, female and male. I don't want label as the categorical variable. I want the label as the sum of the count. You can do count, right? So this is all about your Tableau desktop, which will definitely be learning with the due course of time. And there are various Tableau data types: byte, short, int, long, float, double. These are some basic data type concepts which you might be already knowing. Integer, majorly you have to learn integer. Integers are nothing but your numbers: 5, 9, 10, 15. 5.1, 9.1, all these are your float values, right? Double, character, boolean, all these things are different data types. So that's all about this particular video. In the next series, I shall be talking about more about Tableau Desktop and some of its different features. Hi, in this video, we shall be talking about Tableau architecture. Now, generally speaking, if I talk about the normal BI space, there are 5 different steps in BI. First is your get data, analyze, visualize, publish, and collaborate. Similarly, in Tableau, if you see this architecture, you can see these are nothing but different data sources. So different data sources, you are extracting the data. Tableau Desktop, here you are getting the data and you are working on your data sets, or you are working on your visualization, your dashboard. So this is the data source part. Here you are working on your dashboards. Okay, and then the third part is visualization. That means you're publishing it and making it public for your end users. As simple as that. This architecture is very crystal clear, and this is all about Tableau. Now, installation part we will probably be talking about in the next video. What are the different Tableau product lines that we have that are available in Tableau? We have Tableau server, where all your things are maintained. Everybody knows what a server is, right? One is Tableau Online, Tableau Public Server, Tableau Desktop, Tableau Public Desktop. Well, I will give you an example here. What is the difference between Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public Desktop? Tableau Public Desktop does not need a license, does not need any kind of payment. It's free of cost, easily available. Download it, start working on it. Definitely, there are some options that are not available on Tableau Public. In case you want end-to-end features, everything, you have to install Tableau Desktop, which is costly because you have to take the license and that does not come for free. We also have Tableau Reader, Tableau Mobile, Tableau Prep Builder. This is also a very important topic. Tableau Prep Builder. Most of the companies does not use them, but there are some companies who use them in order to perform the ETL part, the transformation part. So that's all about the different Tableau product lines. Advantages of Tableau, I think we already covered this on a very high scale, but high performance, mobile friendly, extensive customer resources, easy to upgrade, ease of use, quality customer service, and low cost. However, I don't uh, I'm not satisfied with this particular point, but maybe we are comparing it with some other BI tools which are even more costly. Let's not compare Power BI. Power BI is super cheap, but comparing to other BI tools, probably Tableau is low cost. So how do we use Tableau and how to connect Tableau, and the installation part will be covered in the next video. See you. Hi, welcome to this course on Tableau, and we are getting started with Tableau right now. What exactly is Tableau Desktop? In some of my previous videos, I also talked about how to install Tableau. Well, I didn't show you exact steps which you can figure out easily. I'm pretty much sure about that. But let's get started with what exactly is Tableau Desktop. Now, Tableau Desktop is simply nothing but the developer tool that we install on our local systems and then start working on our dashboards, right? So the steps wise, everything is clear. The first step is getting the data to Tableau, creating the analyzing the data and then creating the visualizations and then publish it, right? So Tableau Desktop is nothing but this particular tool where you get the data, analyze, visualize, and then publish it. Okay, so you have to install Tableau Desktop, and this is how your Tableau Desktop window looks like. If you want, I can also quickly open the Tableau part. So this is how a Tableau Desktop looks like. I have all these options. I have the graph and I have tables. I have marks, filters, pages, columns, rows, all these things. So the first one is your workbook name, which is this one. You can see the workbook's name is book 1. If I save it, let's say I want to save it as XYZ, you can see the name has changed to XYZ, right? This is your data window where your data is visible. If you have multiple files or multiple queries or multiple tables, there will be multiple sections like here, tables. This is your view cards page, marks page, filters page, and your visualization page. These are all your different toolbar options. This is your view window, and these are some workspace controls. Theoretically speaking, like, you don't need to memorize all these things, and nobody will ask you what are the different, how does your desktop looks like. So it's just for your reference that you need to know where and how to use it. Okay, the first concept that we are going to learn is going to be dimensions and measures. Before that, I would also like to build some of the visualization. Now, for example, you want to find the total count of customer ID. You can see the total count is 7043. If you want it as a text, go here and change it to text. Okay. If you want to do some formatting, right click on the graph and go to formatting options. And here you can easily format your records. Let's say you want to build some dashboard, let's say churn, and how many have churned, you want to do that. So 5,000 people are still active, 1,800 people have churned. If you want to change it to a pie chart, this is how a pie chart looks like. You want to change the view, this is how your view looks like. If you want to add the count of churn as a label, you simply have to add it here and change it to count of churn. That's it. You can see. If you want to just add churn as a label, yes, no, all these things are possible. Once you create your sheets, our next step is to create a dashboard or a story and then drag and drop. Okay, very simple. You can see a number and this particular graph. So this is how your Tableau desktop looks like. And a few more things I would like to cover is dimensions and measures. Now, what are dimensions and what are measures? Again, fancy terms. In simple terms, dimensions are nothing but your categorical features, and measures are nothing but your numerical features. Examples of measures: sales, profit, expenditure, age, tenure, all these are different numbers. Examples of dimensions: category, subcategory, region, city, state, all these things are your different measures. Now, when you by default take a data to Tableau, before, what used to happen is you used to see two different topics. One is dimensions and one is measures. Multiple dimensions will be shown in the dimensions window, measures will be shown in the measures window. Now the orientation has changed. Now what happens is, if you have two different tables, earlier what used to happen, it used to look like this: dimensions and then measures. Now if you are having two tables, so it will show you table 1, then dimensions, then measures, table 2, and then dimensions and measures. Okay, and dimensions are and measures are separated by a line. Like this one, in this case I'm using just one table, right? You can see all these are dimensions. Churn till these all are dimensions, and then there is a small line, and after that all these hash hash hash, which is nothing but your numerical feature, sum or something. All these are your different measures. So that's all about measures and your dimensions, which we will be understanding in depth. Dimensions typically contain qualitative data such as name, dates, geographical data, and measures typically contain things you can measure, like numeric and quantitative values. Dimension is a field that is independent variable. Measure is a field that is dependent variable, but there is a more important conceptual difference. Dimensions split up the data set into different categories and reveal different levels of detail in the data. And the next one is show me window. What is show me window? Once you get your columns and rows and do all these things, by default there will be a graph that is generated. If you don't like it, you want to change the graph, you can click on show me. It will show you all the highlighted graphs that are eligible for the type of data that you have selected. For example, here, let's say I don't want to use this, I want to use payment method as a column and churn as a row. I will convert it into count. Okay, and this is how your graph looks like. If you want to change it, you simply have to go to show me, change it to pie chart, change it to this, change it to this, change it to this. So all these things are possible. You just have just few clicks away of doing all this analysis. So that's all about the basic Tableau desktop features. In our next videos, we shall be talking about functions, joins, relationships, sets, groups, lots and lots of topic to cover. See you in the next video. Hi, welcome to this course on Tableau. In this video, we shall be talking about the differences between Tableau and Power BI. Why? Before getting into the why part and the what part, I will just give you a brief recap on the previous session. In the previous classes, we talked about Tableau, we talked about the different features of Tableau. But now we are comparing Tableau with another BI tool, which is Power BI. And Power BI is by Microsoft. Now, talking about the market right now. Well, Tableau has a better market as compared to Power BI, but I can guarantee you, if you are looking at a 2 years down the line, probably Power BI is going to surpass. Why? Because of multiple reasons. Power BI is a Microsoft product, and anybody who uses Microsoft cloud services like the Azure cloud services, then Power BI comes as a package as well, and it's very easily integratable to Azure services, so it's very easy. Now, what are the differences between Power BI and Tableau without considering the fact that Power BI comes from the Microsoft family? Well, we will be discussing that. The first and foremost difference is the cost part. Now, Power BI has multiple flavors. One is the free flavor, one is the pro flavor, and one is the premium flavor, right? The I'm talking about pro. Now, pro is $10 per user per month, around 700 Indian rupees, around 70 Hong Kong dollars. Now, Tableau starts at $500 per user per year. Now, what does this mean? This means almost around $40 per month. So, around 4 to 5 times of Power BI's cost. Ease of use, personally, as I have already worked on both these tools, Power BI, Tableau, Data Studio, I've also worked on Looker. So, personal experience is, if I talk about Power BI and Tableau, Power BI is super simple. I can almost write down an agreement that if you go through my Power BI classes within 10 hours, you will be done and dusted. Like, you will have a good understanding on Power BI. That's how simple it is, that's how easy it is to implement. Tableau, somehow it's not that easy as compared to Power BI, but it's not that difficult as well. Coming on to the implementation part, well, Tableau has a better edge here. Apart from the implementation part, I will also like to talk about something called as a Tableau prep builder. Now, in Power BI, we usually do our data transformation in the Power Query editor. In Tableau, these things are possible in Tableau, but it makes Tableau computationally little bit weak. So Tableau already has a feature or a tool called as Tableau Prep Builder, preparation builder, which is basically used like the raw data, prep builder, and then your final dashboard or your final Tableau. So raw data comes to prep builder does your manipulation transformation, it creates a hyperfile, sends it to the Tableau, and then you can use it in Tableau. So that makes Tableau a little bit unique and little bit easier to use, because when you do everything on the tool, it becomes slow. So from the implementation point of view, I will give Tableau a better score. Customization, well, both are on a very similar scale, but Power BI has a little bit of customization options. Integration, trust me, Tableau has a lot of options with respect to the data source integration part. Lot of data source options are available on Tableau. Some of them are not available in Power BI, and that makes Power BI a little bit weak. But if you already have sorted out that you are using Azure data lakes, and then you are figuring out Tableau or Power BI, that makes your life simple. Azure is a part of Microsoft. You can easily integrate it with Power BI, and I think Power BI should be the right option for that. So it all depends from case to case, and these are the different options. Support and community wise, Power BI is fine, but Tableau has a better scores. Features and add-ons, Power BI has a better score. Overall, Tableau is a winner with respect to Power BI. Of course, it has to be. Come on, Tableau was launched long back, 20 years back. Power BI was launched. Official launch of Power BI was 2011, but I came to know in 2015. So I'm sure Power BI was not existing in the market, at least in the early 2013s or 2014s. That's where it gained some publicity. So it's way younger as compared to Tableau, which completely makes sense about this scoring part. Now, that's all about the differences between Tableau and Power BI. In case you are asked this question in interviews, you cannot memorize all these things, but some easy points to memorize will be: first is the cost part. Power BI is $10 per month per user, Tableau is 500 per user per year. Second one is ease of use. Power BI is super easy, Tableau is not that. Third one, Tableau Prep Builder gives you the power of converting data into transform data and then feeding it to the Tableau, which is not the case in Power BI. In Power BI, we use Power Query Editor. Fourth one is the community support. Tableau has tremendous community support. Another thing is Tableau's customer support is also great. Power BI is also great, but yeah, you can just talk about few points, and that is all about this particular topic. In the next video, we shall be talking about the Tableau architecture. Hi, in this video, we shall be talking about functions in Tableau. And our first topic is going to be relationship, joins, and unions. We will be talking each one of them theoretically, and then I will show you some of the practical applications on how do we create relationship, how do we create joins, and how do we create unions in Tableau. Now, I'm not sure if you know this or not, relationship was not an add-on feature in Tableau before 2020. This is one of the newest addition, one of the newest features in Tableau, which has been launched just few months back. And the concept of relationship is basically it tells you how your data points, how your data is related to each other. Now, for an example, you upload two data sheets or two Excel files. One is having your customer data and one is having your orders data. So we already know that customer data will have unique customer IDs and your orders data will have multiple customer IDs because your customer IDs will be repeated because one customer can buy one product, he can buy multiple products as well, right? So your orders table will have multiple records of customer IDs. Now we know that customer and orders are linked with each other, but how will the Tableau know? How will the data understand when we upload two files? If we are able to build a relationship, then it makes our life easier. So relationship is one of the newest additions to Tableau. People who already know Power BI, they must be knowing that in Power BI, we have a feature of manage relationships. Similarly, Tableau has also launched this feature so that you don't have to create a new join statement or create a unique statement and create another query. You can on the go create a relationship, and that will help you. Apart from that, we will also be learning about joins. Now, what is a join? If you don't know about SQL joins, I will definitely recommend you to pause this video, go back to the SQL classes, learn, and then come back to this class. But in case you don't want to go, I will also give you a sneak peek or some sort of important pointers to understand the concepts of join. So join, as you can see in the screen, there are majorly four types of join: inner join, left join, outer join, and right join. Okay, inner join, as you can see, the area in the blue color, that means table 1 and table 2. Only the common attributes come as part of your inner join. That means, for an example, your table 1 has customer ID 1, 2, 3. Table 2 has 2, 4, 6. What is the common elements? 2. So your inner join will only return 2. That means just one record. Similarly, left join is all the records from the left table and the matching elements from the right. Same goes with the right join, and outer join is nothing but all the data 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 6. So it will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. right? So these are some different types of joins, and we can easily create joins in Tableau and make use of it. And the next step is going to be union. Union again is a concept which we might have studied during probabilities, during statistics. Joining is nothing but appending, stacking table 1 and table 2. You are making a union out of it. That means your two tables must be having a similar structure, and it will just stack the records. That means, just an example, you have 100 customers in one file, another 100 customers in another file. So you are stacking them. Union means you are stacking them. So all these things are possible in Tableau. And now we will get started with the practical part. So I'll quickly jump into my Tableau book. So this is my Tableau book, my Tableau Desktop. I hope everybody has already installed Tableau Desktop. In case you haven't, please go ahead, install it. And once you open your Tableau, let's say you have to search Tableau, and this is what it is. I'm using 2021.3, and it is always recommended that you should use 2021.x. Don't use the older versions of Tableau, because there is a lot of changes from the older versions till the newer versions. Now, as we already know, this is the panel where we connect our data source, right? So here for this exercise, I will be using one of the data sets, which is Bookshop. Let me just show you how Bookshop looks like. Bookshop table or the Excel sheet has multiple sheets. So book, author, info, award, checkouts, edition, publisher, ratings. So all this data we already have. Okay, now moving back to Tableau, we are just using this data and we will be extracting all the tables, all the sheets. Now you can see for this selection of table, for this bookshop, I already have so many tables, or Excel sheets. So each sheet acts as a table. If I click on author, and this is how the data looks like for author. If I click on award, this is how the data looks like. So, okay, I'll explain you this feature. When I clicked on award, why it didn't show me anything, and on author it showed me. So what I need to do is I can remove it and then click on book. This is how my book looks like. If I want to see the award, this is how my award looks like. So you can see, if you want to do a quick sneak peek of your data, you can definitely just double click on this data and you will be able to see the data information. Sales data, ISBN, discount, item ID, and order ID. If you want to view another table, you remove it and then view it. Okay, now we will talk about relationships. Now, in order to build relationships, first thing what we need to do is we need to drag my first table, which is author table. And here I'm seeing that these are the columns: author ID, first name, last name, birthday, country of residence, and hours writing per day. These are the columns. Now, what is book? Let's see what is book. So book is having book ID, title, and author ID. So let's keep book as my base table, and based on book, I will be adding the relationship with author. So once I drag it, you can see once I am dragging my author table, I can already see some relationship. You can already see some line. So let's say I'm placing my author here, and you can see once I hover my mouse, it says the relationship to book to author is many to many. That means many records in book and many records in author. And the related fields are auth ID equals to auth ID. So they both are merged based on auth ID. Now, if you want to change the relationship, for an example, you think that this relationship is not correct. So what you need to do is double click this. So here you can see the relationships. How do relationships differ from joins? Sometimes I get confused with Power BI and Tableau. That was the reason I told Let's double click on this, but relationships are visible here. In Power BI, we have to double click. I'm sorry for that. So here in this panel, you will be able to see the relationship. How do relationship differ from joins? Probably I will explain that. And book, operator, and author. So which column do you want to merge? And based on that, you create your relationship. Now, let's say I want to create some other relationships. Award, so upon dragging award, I can see that award has also some connections with book. Let's see the connection. The relationship is with title. So it's again a many to many relationship. Okay. So let's do one more thing. Info, again, dragging info. I'm able to see. Okay. So this is where the catch is. For author and for award, Tableau automatically identifies the relationship. But when I dragged info, I'm not able to get the relationship. I can see some error, not an error, but uh, some sort of information that something is wrong, right? You can see relationship to book to info. Cardinality could be a many to many, but there is no relationship. So what I'll do is I'll click on this, and here I'll start looking at the columns. Now my book table has book ID, auth ID, and title, and info has book ID 1 and book ID 2. So what I need to do is I need to look at the data. So info, book ID is book ID 2 is 424. That means, and what about in the book table? Book table. Okay, book table is a combination of book ID 1 and book ID 2. Okay, so here's the catch. I need to combine book with info based on book ID, and okay, I got it. So in info, there are two columns, A and B, and the merger is present in book. Now what I need to do is, first thing, I need to combine. So here, click on this, select a field, create relationship calculation. Okay. And here what I will do is I will select book ID 1 plus book ID 2 and then apply. Okay. And here in the book, I will select book ID. Now you can see my book ID and the combination of book ID plus book ID 1 plus book ID 2 from info table, we are able to create a relationship. Simple. Now, let's say I want to drag my sales column. Upon dragging my sales column, okay. Okay, let's do it here. And here also we are not able to build a relationship. Award name, title, year one. Okay, not with this one. Let's say edition. We'll have edition. Let's just delete this one. We'll add edition. Okay, edition is also having a relationship with book. Okay, so the relationship is built based on book ID. Now edition, how many columns does edition has? Format, ISBN, and pub ID. Let's try to drag sales. Okay, so sales is able to, you can see sales is able to make a relationship with edition based on ISBN number, ISBN or LSBN, I don't know, but should be ISBN. So this is how you create your relationships. Now, what is the difference between relationship and joins? The simple difference is that you don't have to create a new query for joins. And again, joins have restrictions that there are certain types of joins like inner join, left join, right join, and outer join. But in case there are certain instances which we will be talking about in the future classes, there are n number of instances where relationships are the next go-to tool. I always recommend people to go for relationships rather than creating joins, because you don't have to create a new query. You already have your relationships, you already have your cardinality. It saves memory usage time as well and computational time, and it is efficient as well. And that is one of the reasons why relationships are introduced, right? Now, this is how you can see the relationships are built. Now, what I will do is I will start talking about, let me just save it. I'll start talking about joins. Relationships. Okay, now I'll start a uh, new book, new Tableau book. And I will again take the same data source. I will be collecting to the same bookshop. And here I will show you how to perform unions and joins. Of course, we could have used the same file, but I don't want to. I want to keep everything separate so that you understand different topics separately. Now, let's say we'll start with book. And then I want to do some join. So I'll click on this one. And then here, so what I've done is I have double clicked on book, and then let's say I want to add addition. So upon selecting addition, I am able to see some relationship here, not relationship, but join relationships. So by default, it is identifying the relationship as inner join. Upon clicking on that, these are some of the Venn diagrams. And you can see when I'm hovering my mouse, it basically explains to you what each one of the join means. Inner join includes only values with matches in both tables. Left join includes all values in left table and all matches from right table. Members without matches will show up as nulls on the right. And right join is includes all values in the right table and matches from the left table. Members without matches will show up nulls on the left. And full outer join is basically combining all the values from both the tables based on your combinational column. And here book and addition, and you can see a inner join is created. And this is how you define your join type. And you can see based on my selection, my data is changing. Inner join. If I just click on left, you can notice that the data is changing here in this box. Right join, full join. So definitely there will be some records where you will be seeing null values, and there will be some changes in data when you are dealing with inner, left, or right, or outer join. And this is how you create your joins. And once you have created your joins, then probably you can start using them. Okay. And when you are creating joins, book is made of two tables. So basically now your book becomes a hybrid table which has two tables. That means book and inner joined with addition. Sorry, here we have done outer join, but inner join with addition. Book is made of two tables. Two physical tables define the logical table book. Okay. Now if you go back to sheet, you will be able to see the book table and addition table here. Now again, there is a small change in Tableau. You can see the output here in this field as table per table. Before 2020, it was like dimensions and measures. So this is also one of the changes. And this is how you create your joins. Now we'll talk about unions. So let's say I want to have a union on award. You can see if I directly drag it to here, it will automatically create some relationship. I mean, create some joins. It will identify it as some type of join and it will do it. So if I remove this, let's say I want to make a union. So of course, this is not the right example. So what I'll do is I'll remove this. I'll also remove this. Instead of this, okay, let's remove this and then hmm, Let's go back to this sheet. So here, let's say sales Q1. Now sales Q1 and sales Q2 are having a similar structure, right? Because sales Q1 will have the same attribute, the same table data, and sales Q2 will also have the same type of data. So you can easily union them. Now, how do we create relationships? How do we create joins? We know. Now, in order to create a union, to understand union, we will be again going back to the first slide or the first book here. Now, union, as I have already explained, that union works in a similar fashion like stacking, right? Let's say you have two tables with same structure. You can easily stack them based on union. Let's say table 1 has column ABC and column ABC is like 1, 2, 3. And table 2 has also column ABC, but 4, 5, 6. You can just stack them. Two data frames with same structure. One is having 1,000 records, one is having another 1,000 records. You can use union operation to make it 2,000, right? So Q1, sales Q1 and Q2, I will be adding them as union operations. What I will do is I'll just drag it here. Now, upon I move my mouse towards sales Q1, I will be able to see a union operation. You can see I'm able to see a union operation. So if I release my mouse, so you can see the symbol has changed here. And now if I am hovering my mouse, it says the logical table is sales Q1 and the union table is sales Q1, comma sales Q2. Double click this logical table to see its physical tables. If you want to open it, you can open it. But if you want to edit it, you can also edit it. And you can also add these sales Q3 and Q4 here. Let's say you want to add Q3, you can also drag and drop like this. Or else, if you want to add in this way, you can drag and drop and place it under your sales Q1 and your union will happen. If you just want to validate it, go to edit union and you can see that sales Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 are unioned. So these are all your joins, unions, and relationships in Tableau. In our next classes, we'll be learning about future things as well. Thank you. Hi. In the last video, we learned about the basics of joins, relationships, and unions. And in this video, we will be learning about sets. Now, what are Tableau sets? So let's get started. I have one of the documentation from Tableau. Of course, Tableau itself has a lot of documentations very similar to Power BI. Like Power BI has a lot of documentation in their official Microsoft website. Similarly, in Tableau also, there is a lot of help section, help.tableau.com, where you can get information about all these topics. Now, what are sets? You can use sets to compare and ask questions about a subset of data. Sets are custom fields that define a subset of data based on some conditions. For an example, you are dealing with some sort of customer data. Now you want to find the top 10 customers based on usage. Now you can easily create a set out of it. Let's say you want to mark those top 10 customers in a separate color, or else the bottom 5 customers in a separate column, and you want to create a subset of it. So to create a subset of data, we usually use sets in Tableau. You can definitely go through this documentation to read and understand more about sets. I'll just quickly give you a sneak peek and then we'll jump into the practicals. So you can make sets more dynamic and interactive by using them in set actions. Set actions let your audience interact directly with the visualization or dashboard to control aspects of their analysis. When someone selects marks in the view, set actions can change the values in a set. So there are ways how you can define your own way of sets. You can define it based on the visualization. You can drag and drop and create a own set, or else you can manually create your own set from your left panel. I'll talk about both these aspects in this video. Let's try to get started with the practicals part. So similarly, for the practicals, we are using the same bookshop data, which we had done in the previous class, I had shown you how we create relationships, right? So in this sheet, what I'm doing simply is, let me just do it from scratch. Now I'm moving from the data source to the sheet. Okay. If you want, you can name your sheet anything. Let's say I'll name it as sets. Okay. That means we are doing this set exercise. So I'm naming it as set. So I want to combine book table and, let's say I want to combine sales table. Now, how book and sales are related to each other? Book has a direct interaction with addition based on book ID, and addition has a direct relationship with sales based on ISBN. So definitely there is an indirect relationship between book and sales. Will Tableau be able to capture that relationship? Of course, the relationship is already built. So you can easily call any of these objects and your relationship will be built. I hope everybody knows about this show me section, which is on the right side of the screen, which basically shows you the recommended charts based on the data you have selected. Now I'll start with book. So from book, I will have book ID in my columns, and I will have sales Q1 count in my rows. Now I'm by default, I'm able to see a bar chart. And let's say you want to create a set out of the top 5 and the bottom 5. There are two ways to do it. Now, how can we do it? The first way is directly using the visualization to create a new set. So what I will do is I will just sort the values. So you can see in this section, the count of cells Q1, there is a small graph, right? If I click on that, then the values will be sorted. If I click on this, you can see it has sorted descending by count of sales Q1 within book ID. If I click again, then it will be sorted ascendingly, like small to big. And if I click again, then it will come back to the original, how it was looking. That means it is sorted based on your book ID from A, B, C, D. You can see this, right? Now, let's say I don't care about the book IDs. What I care about is which book IDs has the highest sales or which book IDs has the lowest sales. And so that I can create a set and then I can mark a color to it. So I'll click on this. Now my data points are sorted. What I will do is I will see what are my 5 different, let's say 10 records from the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What I will do is I will simply select it. Once I select it, in couple of seconds, a screen will be visible, a tooltip will be visible. So it was visible, but when I moved my mouse, now it is gone. Okay. So I will do the steps again. You can see what I'm doing is I'm just creating, I'm just clicking the mouse and, dragging the record. So it's not visible. Let's try to do it again. Once you do it, that's weird. Let me just do it on a larger data points. Let's say like this. Okay, now you can see. So similarly, we'll do it for the last 10 records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I just select this, and you can see there is a screen here, right? Here you can select this create set and then start creating a set. Upon selection of this, you can see my name by default is book ID set. Members 10 total. If you want to exclude it, you can exclude it, but it's okay. I will just name it as set 1 and click on OK. Now my set 1 is created. Similarly, I will do it for my top 10 records. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do it for the top 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Sorry, my bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then once you hover, you can see create set. Now this is asking, do you want to add it to set 1 or do you want to add it to do you want to create a new set? So I'll create a new set. I will name it as set 2. Actually, instead of naming set 1 and set 2, if I name it as bottom 5 and top 5, that makes sense. So always name your attributes, name your measures or dimensions in a way that it is understandable by you at least, right? Now my bottom 5 and top 5 is done. Now I need to add colors to it. So what I will do is I will drag my top 5 to the colors. You can see what I'm doing is I'm dragging my top 5 to colors. Once I'm doing that, my top 5 is in blue colors. Now if I want to change it, let's say I want to change the colors, you can simply select on edit colors, and then for in maybe you want it in green. Done. And let's say you want to add your bottom 5, again bottom 5 to your colors, then edit it. So top 5 and bottom 5. Can we add top 5 and bottom 5 both? Top 5 and bottom 5. I want to add both. This also I want to do in colors. This is also possible, but there is a small catch. In, out. So you have to change your data here. Let's say you want to change your color labels, or else in data, let's say out in, let's say like this, out, let's say like this. Or else let's make it a little bit more visible. In, out will be this, and this one, let us keep it as normal gray. Okay, now you can see that this is my top data, which is gray, blue. If you want to change it, you can simply change it here. Click on in and out and change it to green. Simple. So your in and out, that means your top 5 is basically green in color, and your bottom few records or bottom 10 records, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are in red, and your other records are in gray. So this is one of the ways. Another way is, I will just delete it, delete, bottom 5, delete. Okay, let it be. Another way is to create a measure here. Create a set here. So click on your book ID, create a set. I repeat, hover your mouse on book ID, click on this arrow, go to create, go to set, and then you can see the name. Let's say I want to give it as top 5 new. Okay. On what condition do you want? I want it on a field which is sales Q1. So I'll select by field, sales Q1, count. Let's say, okay, top. So for top 5, I'll go to top. I'll go to top by field, top 10, sales count. Or else I want 5. So I'll do like this. So my top 5 new is created. Now I drag and drop to my colors. And you can see if I edit my colors. Oh, something is wrong. Let's see if I edit it, edit set. Okay, top 5 by sales Q1 count. Okay, in condition there is by field, so it is not selecting, so I'll go to none. So there is no condition. I don't want to put any condition, only top 5 I need. Apply, okay, and then drag and drop to your colors, and this is how it is. Sorry, my bad. Drag and drop to your colors. Okay, and then go to your colors, edit it. Let's say you want it in green, done. Simple. I'll repeat my steps. If you want top 5 or top 10 or top 20, go to the top section. If you are enabling the top section, then you have to disable your condition. Initially, my records were not coming because here by field was also turned on. So if you want to just have top records, go to top. Don't mess with the condition. And let's say you want to have some sets based on condition. Let's create that as well. I'll create a set based on a condition. So condition, what is the condition? Where sales Q1 count is greater than, let's say greater than 300. So I want a color or a set based on 300. So I'll delete my old set and I'll create it. I'll change it to color, and you can see I'll edit my color in as green. You can see anything beyond 300 is basically captured as a green color. And this is one of the advantage, or this is one of the areas where you can start getting created in, start creating your sets and start making your visualization more appealing and more informative. That's what I wanted to say. So this is all about sets. I hope you had a wonderful session on sets and talking about joins and relationships as well. I hope you understood in the last class. In the next class, we'll be talking about some advanced topics as well. Thank you. Hi, welcome to this class on groups. We will be discussing about what is a group and how to create Tableau groups. Now, before getting into the Tableau part, let me ask you a simple question. What is a group? We all know what is a group. It's a very simple English term, right? Let's say you're going for a party and you form groups with your friends. So that is called as a group. So group is nothing but a combination of multiple members or who might be similar in nature or might not be similar in nature. Doesn't really matter. Now, when it comes to a real use case, how can we define a group? What exactly is a group? For an example, I'll take a real life industrial experience example. Now just imagine you are analyzing a geographical location. Now you have cities like Mumbai, Kolkata, Hyderabad, Delhi, Jaipur, Bhubaneswar. A lot of cities are there. Now, when you started analyzing the pattern, you were getting confused because, oh my God, there are so many values, there are so many cities. So what we need to do is, let's say you have finalized that I will take only the top 5 cities. Simple. That means, let's say I have the top 4 cities, which is Mumbai, Kolkata, Delhi, and something else. And the fifth top, there is no fifth top. Instead of that, what you're doing is you're grouping all the entities and keeping it in the others category. That means you have Mumbai, Kolkata, Hyderabad, Chennai, and then you have others category. That means others is a group having all the other city values. As simple as that. So how can we create groups in Tableau? It's going to be super simple. So there are multiple ways to create groups. One is through headers. So through headers, just by dragging and dropping, you will be able to create a group. The second technique is going to be through data window. The third technique is going to be understanding hierarchies and how hierarchies can be used as a group and vice versa. And the fourth technique is going to be visually, how can we create a group? So let's not waste time and let's get started from the practicals point of view. So for the practicals, I have the same sample superstore dataset. So I'll quickly head on to Tableau, but before heading on, let's go through the bookish definition of group. A Tableau group is a set of multiple members combined in a single dimension to create a higher category of the dimension. Tableau allows the grouping of single dimensional members and automatically creates a new dimension, adding the group at the end of the name. So when you create a group, let's say you are creating a group out of location. Let's take the same example, location. Now you have multiple valid values. Mumbai, Kolkata, Jaipur, blah, 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 blah. The column name is location. Let's say you are creating a group out of it. So top 4 remains the same. From 5th rank till the last rank, all are grouped in one category, which is the others category. So Kolkata something, 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 and then we have others. So when you create groups in Tableau, your location, the original column name gets converted, not converted, it creates another dimension, which is going to be location group. So let's start with the practicals part without wasting much time. So I have the same the superstore data. So by header, let's get started with the header part. So I will be first using region as my rows, and I will add sales as my column. Simple. Let me just increase the graph a little bit so that it is evidently visible. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create groups from the headers. So this is my header. You can see what I'm doing is I'm selecting central. Control, I'm clicking control, I'm pressing control and clicking on south. Upon doing that, you can see I have an option called as plus. Sorry, we'll go to this one, which is your group members. You can select. Upon selecting, automatically the region is getting converted to region group. I will do a undo and do it again so that you are aware of it. Control click, and then upon clicking on this region will get changed to group. And here in the data window, we will see a new dimension, which is region group. If I click on this, you can see region group is created. Automatically the region group is selected here. And now you can see central and south is having a sales of 892, 962. East is having a sales of 678 something, and west is having a sales of 725 something. Let's say you want to see the data. Simply what I can do is I will simply have rows, and then I will just drag my sales in the column. You can see automatically you will be able to see the results. Now, if I want to see for only for region, let's say I want to see it for region. So this is how things looks for region. I'll just remove the region group, and for region, you can see central is 500K and south is 390K. So overall, it's around 892K, around that. So if we drag group, you can see 892K, right? So this is how you create a group, and you can see on the data window, I'm able to see the new group that has been created. Simply, if you want to create another group, let's say east and west, simply you can click on east and west and create. So another group is created here. Okay. So central and south and east and west. So this is one way of creating groups. So let me just store it here. Groups. Okay. Now the second technique is going to be by data window. So data window, what exactly is data window? This is your data window, right? The left panel is going to be your data window. So from data window, let's say I'm going to create a new group out of subcategories. So I'll click on this arrow mark, create, and then go to group. Just keep an eye on this. Click on arrow mark, create group. So once you do that, automatically a window pops up. So this window is asking you for multiple options. The first option is going to be field name. Which name are you going to provide? Let's say I'm going to give subcategory group. Subcategory group. If you want to name it as something else, you can name it. And here you can see what are the groups are you going to form. Let's say randomly, if you want to select accessories and art in one group, you can do like this: control, click, 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 and then automatically you can do this. Let's say you want these four to be in one group, just randomly speaking. So click on these elements, click on group. So automatically group is created. Let's say I will name it as group 1. Okay. Similarly, all these items, I will create another group. I will name it as group 2. And similarly, I will just minimize group 1 and group 2, and I will create another group, which is group 3. Now, this particular exercise has no meaning, but I'm just explaining how to create groups. Simple. How you can create groups based on your domain knowledge. You can identify that accessories and bookcases are small items. So you can create a group called as small items, medium items, large items, up to you. right? Now, just imagine by mistake, one of the attributes, let's say paper. Paper is a part of group 3. By mistakenly, it has come to group 3. If you want to drag it to group 1, how can we do that? Simply click on paper and drag it. Automatically, the values will be dragged. Okay, so this is how you create your groups. Now, once you do that, you can simply click on OK and apply. So subcategory group is created. Now, if you want to check, you can create a graph and check it. You can see group 1, group 2, and group 3. So this is also how you create groups. And groups are very much important because definitely there are some scenarios, some data where we have to group data, or else it will be very difficult for us to analyze. Let's say one quick example will be the same location. Let's say you start analyzing the sales for all the locations: Kolkata, Mumbai, Delhi, Bhubaneswar, Pune, something. So if there are multiple valid points, multiple data points, it will be very difficult to understand the pattern, right? What is the pattern? So it's better if we differentiate, if we create groups, let's say metropolitan cities, non-metropolitan cities, or else north cities, south cities, east cities, and west cities, something like that. So these make sense. Okay, now we'll move on to hierarchies. How to create hierarchies? I hope everybody must be knowing it. If not, you can just move on to the hierarchies class and learn that and then come back. As you can see in the latest Tableau versions, hierarchies are already created. Okay, you can see product is the main category. We have category. So this is what a hierarchy is. Once I'm dragging my product, the first element goes into the row and I can actually go into deep and deep levels. So these are my hierarchies that has been created. Let's say you want to add one newly created group in the hierarchy. How to do that? Let's say, let me just remove it from the hierarchy, remove from hierarchy, remove from hierarchy. Let's say we will be removing this from hierarchy, subcategory and category. Now we already have subcategory group that has been created, right? We had created subcategory group. What is this? This is nothing but group 1, group 2, group 3. Now just imagine you want to add this subcategory group into the hierarchy. So simply you want to take it and drag it here. Simple. So this is how you drag your categories or your groups into hierarchies. Now, if you add category, you can actually go one step deep, furniture to subcategories, and then to subcategory groups. And you can see bookcases is group 1, chairs is group 2, furnishings is group 3, group 2, something like that. So this is how you work with groups. Now, one more thing will be, let's say we want to analyze, let's say I will have profit and sales. Okay, so here I will click on scatter plot 0 or more dimensions, 2 to 4 measures. Let's say I want to add profit and sales. Why there is just one? Okay, because it's doing a sum operation. Okay. So that's it about groups. In the next video, we shall be learning about some other topics. Thank you. Hi, welcome to this class on hierarchies in Tableau. Now, Before getting into how to create hierarchies in Tableau, let's try to understand what is a hierarchy. Now, simply, hierarchy is nothing but an arrangement where entities are presented at various levels. For an example, hierarchies in your company. Now, you are a junior developer, for an example, or a senior developer. Above you, you have a team leader. Then you have a manager. Then we have a VP or a senior manager. Then we have a maybe associate VP. Then we have VP. Then we have some other stakeholders, and then we have CEO. So this is basically a hierarchy. That means we have different levels of roles. Similarly, we also have hierarchies in Tableau. We can define the hierarchies in Tableau by ourselves based on our own analysis. Now, the hierarchy in Tableau is an arrangement where entities are presented at various levels. So there is an entity or dimension under which there are further entities present at levels. In Tableau, we can create hierarchies by bringing one dimension as a level under the principal dimension. Now, talking about a very old version of Tableau, which is probably 2020.3, I think, yes, 2020.3, where we didn't had default hierarchies. So when we were using some sort of existing files, or when we were using existing data sources, then hierarchies were not built. But now with the latest update, with the latest Tableau version, hierarchies are automatically created. Now, talking about the use case, talking about the data set which we already have. Now, in this data set, you can see the left panel is our data window. Everybody knows that. So in the data window, you can see, you can easily identify what are your tables, right? Orders, you have people, you have returns, and there must be some other tables as well. Okay, that's it. And within your orders itself, the first portion beyond this line, like above this line, is basically your dimensions, and then you have the measures, right? But here you can see in some of the dimensions, you can see an arrow mark. What does that mean? If you click on this arrow mark, you can see that within your location, country region, then we have region, then we have state, then we have city, then we have postal code. So it seems like a hierarchy. Let's see what exactly is this location. If I'm dragging location, you will see that the first visible entity will be country/region. Why? Because that's an hierarchy. So Tableau has by default created this hierarchy. What exactly is hierarchy? The hierarchy is nothing but you can go one level deep. That means you can go further granularity level. So you can further go first category, then the subcategories, then subcategories, then subcategories. That's how it is. Plus, 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 plus. Right? Now, let's say we didn't had a hierarchy. Let's say product hierarchy. We already have category, subcategory, manufacturer, and product name. Just in case there was no hierarchy, let's remove the hierarchy, which has been by default created by Tableau. I will remove it one by one. Product name, manufacturer, subcategory, and something like that. Now, how do we create a hierarchy? So if you remember, we had category, we have subcategory, we had manufacturer, and we had product name. Simple. So let's say I'm going to create my hierarchy. What we need to do is there are two ways to create a hierarchy. One way is if you drag your subcategory towards category, automatically a create hierarchy pop-up is getting opened up. And it is asking what should be the name. Is it category, comma, subcategory? Or you can give your own name. Let's say I'm going to give the name as products. Click on OK. And you can see the products hierarchy is created. Now, if you drag products, by default, the first element will be visible, which is nothing but categories. Simple. Okay. Now, let's say we want to append a few more items in this. What else can we do? Simply drag my manufacturer. You can see while I'm dragging, there is a black line. That means where do you want to place this in your products hierarchy? If you know that after manager comes team lead, then your senior engineer, then you know that senior manager should always be below your team leader. You cannot keep it after your manager, right? Doesn't make sense. That's not how a hierarchy is created. So you know, as a developer, as an analyst, as a BI analyst who is working on this particular Tableau tool, you know that after category and subcategory, there has to be manufacturer name. Then probably you can drag it here. And then the last item probably is product name. Simple. Now let's say I'm going to drag my products and I want to have sales. You can see this is my category. Now let's say I want to go one level further. Click, you can see category, and then I have the subcategory. And of course, the bar charts are also changing. Similarly, if I click on this, manufacturer, if I click on this, product name. So you are going hierarchy by hierarchy. So you have created a hierarchy, right? And you can imagine when you don't have a hierarchy, let's say customer name, or else let's say segment. Segment is not a part of any hierarchy. If I'm dragging segment, I don't see a plus or minus symbol here. That means it's not a part of hierarchy. Simple. If you want to add this to be a part of hierarchy, you can simply drag and drop it in some hierarchy. Once you do that, you can simply go to category, subcategory, manufacturer, product name, and then you have segment. Simple. So this is how your hierarchies are created. Another way of creating hierarchy is going to be from the data window. Let's say I want to create hierarchies here. Let me remove this hierarchy so that we can recreate it. Let's say I'm removing all the hierarchies. I mean, all the product hierarchies. Now we don't have any hierarchy. Let's say I want to start creating a hierarchy. What we can do is you can go to right click, hierarchy, add to hierarchy. No, I don't want to add it to any existing hierarchy. I want to create a hierarchy. Now, what is the hierarchy name? It's asking for products. Simply, if you click on it, you are able to see that the products hierarchy is created. If you are seeing that there is no option here of adding elements, can we add anything here? No, we cannot add. So you can simply drag and drop and put your entities or put your columns into the hierarchies. Simple. So it's a very simple technique how to add hierarchies. And I hope everybody understood how to create hierarchies. Visually how to create hierarchies. Can we create a hierarchy visually? Not pretty sure about it. Let's say I have my, let's say I will just remove these things. Hierarchy remove, hierarchy remove, hierarchy remove. Category, let's say I want to create a category out here, sales. Can we create a hierarchy here? No, there is no option of creating a hierarchy apart from the data window. At least I don't know that. If in case there is an option, probably I'm not pretty sure about it. So okay, I think that is all about hierarchies, and I hope you understood about hierarchies, how to create hierarchies. So try to play around with data. By default, you might not be having most of the data which you take to Tableau, which you import. They would already be created with hierarchies, but in case you don't have the hierarchies, you know the hierarchies, then probably you can add it so that you can create it something like that, and you can go into the deeper level of analysis, and you can go further down categories by like categories by subcategories by manufacturer by product names. So that's it about the hierarchies. In the next classes we'll be talking about some other topics. I think that's it for this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video we shall be learning about the different types of filters in Tableau. Now, what is a filter? Filter in terms of data analytics is basically meant for filtering out the records. Let's say you have all your customers' data, probably 10,000 records, and somebody asks you, can you tell me how many records do we have for male customers and how many for female customers? So when it comes to SQL, we simply use a where clause where gender equals to male and then do a count operation on the entire records. This is where we filter out the records. We are filtering out male records and filtering out female records. Similarly, we might have to filter multiple other options. Now, when it comes to Tableau, there are multiple types of filters. There is a quick filter, which means you can randomly add a filter and do some filter operations. There is a context filter. There is a data source filter, which is done at the data source level. That means when you are selecting the data, you can do a filter on the data source level. For an example, you don't want to use the entire data source. You can filter out on the first page itself so that the filtered data goes into the sheets. And in the sheets, if you want to do some other filter operations, you can do it, but that operation will be done on the filtered data. Just imagine this way, you have 10,000 customers data and somebody asked you to do some analysis on male customers. So on data source level, you can do a male filtering. That means filter where gender equals to male and then get the filtered data. And on the filtered data, let's say you're performing another filter, for an example, age greater than 50. That means age greater than 50 will be applied on male customers only because male customers are filtered away from the data source. So data source filters, and then we have measure filters, extract filters, and dimension filters. Now measure filters and dimension filters. Everybody knows about what is a measure and what is a dimension, right? Measure is nothing but a continuous numerical variable and dimension is nothing but a categorical variable. For example, your categories, job classification, country, state, these are all dimensions. So if you apply a filter on a dimensional level, that becomes a dimension filter. And if you apply a filter on measures, that becomes a measure filter. Let's say this is all about the theoretical part. Now, without wasting our time, let's quickly go back to the data sets. So we have this Tableau. I have already created the Tableau sheet, which is called as filters. And I'm using the same sample superstore data. So we'll jump into our first sheet. Now in the first sheet, let's try to create some visualization and then I'll show you how to do the quick filters. Okay, before quick filters, we'll try to do some filters, filter level operations on the data source itself. Now this is the data source page. It's very simple how to create a connection. If you want, I can create a connection from scratch. If you open a new Tableau file, this is a new Tableau file and you can connect to any of the data sources. And then let's say you select this and you come to this page, right? And on this page, you can also add a filter. This is basically a data source level filter. So I'm closing it. We will be using this option. So click on add. Now edit data source filters. This is basically your data source filtering. That means any kind of filtering on the data source level. So add, and then it is asking for which type of filter do you want to add. So let's say you are adding it on a country. Okay, country, we just have one data, which is United States. So let's go ahead and do a filter on category. Let's say we'll do it on category. And you don't want technology data, or else you don't want office supplies data. You just want to select furniture and technology. So you can do that. Once you click on OK, then your data source data will be changed. Simple. And this becomes your final data source. And you can then go ahead and do your sheets and dashboards. So this type of filter is basically called as a data source level filters. Now, if you look at this filter pane, you can also see multiple other options. So we will be talking about these options in just few minutes, but this is overall is basically a data source filter. Now I'm closing it out. We will quickly jump into the sheets and I will let you know how to create a quick filter. Now, let's say we will start with category. We'll have subcategory and then we have sales. And this is how my data looks like. Let me just rename it to sales uh, per per subcategory. Okay, done. And if you want to give all these kind of formatting options, we don't care about because we are learning filters. Now, this is a very generic visualization that has been created, and by default Tableau identifies that a bar chart is most applicable for the data selected. Subcategory is nothing but a dimension and sales is a measure, right? How did we find that? You can see subcategory is a measure, is a dimension, and sales is basically a measure. Okay. Now, before 2020, before 2020.3 version in Tableau, we were able to see dimensions and measures separately, but now things have changed. We see table by table data. And for each table data, let's say orders, the first section is basically the dimensions, and there is a divider row, and this discount profit quantity is nothing but your measures. If you think Tableau is doing a wrong job, some of your operations like product is considered as dimension, it should be a measure. You can simply go ahead and change it. That is also possible. Okay. So now let's apply a quick filter. So we'll apply a quick filter on category. I will simply drag and drop into the filters panel. Upon dragging, I am by default seeing this filter category, general. So if you select based on this, the data points will be updated. Okay, let's say I just want furniture and technology. So you can just look at the graph will change. If I click on OK, the graph has changed. Simple. Now, if you want to see how does your sheet looks like, this is how your sheet looks like. Okay. Now, if you want to add this category as a filter, so you can just do right click and do show filter. Now your filter is available here. If you want, you can just drag it to this side, to here, wherever you want to, as per your convenience. Okay, so let's just keep it this way. So this is my category, and now this is my view, and the user can actually change it on the go. And if you are hiding it, simply if you are hiding it, my bad, if you are, let's say you want all, and you are hiding it. Okay, the filter is gone. That means when a user sees this graph, they will not be able to interact with it. Let's say they want to interact based on category. So they will be adding that filter and then making it as show filter. Once we have show filter, a user can actually interact with it, right? If you just hide your show filter, then your filter will be gone. That means your filter is still applied, but user cannot interact. So this is a quick filter which we have added. And let's say we'll do a small color coding on subcategory, and this is how things looks like. So this is basically a quick filter, and this quick filter is applied on category, and category is a dimension. So this is also called as a dimension filter. Okay, now we will try to apply the same concept. We will try to apply a measure filter. So I'll just quickly close this, and then subcategory is there. I'll just quickly, hide this card, and then let's just remove it. Let's just remove it. And then what I will do is I will start applying a measure filter. So measure filter, you just select your measure and then drag and drop. So once you drag and drop, the options available in measure filter is different than in dimensions. I will show you the dimensions filter again. See, upon dragging, you will see a window will open up. Okay. And this window is, this basically knows that this is a dimension. So these are the valid values. If you want to select, you can select any of them and those filter will be applied. But if you are doing it on a measure, measure is a continuous variable, right? So this is how your measures are shown. All values, sum, average. That means, do you want to filter based on the total sum of sales or average of sales or something like that? So based on that, once you click on sum, you can see there are multiple options. Range of values is at least, at most, special conditions. Range of values means, let's say you want to specify a range, this to this. So let's say instead of 3000, which is the lowest sum, I will make it as 10,000. And if I click on apply and OK, you can see the graph will change. Apply, OK, and the graph changed. Let's say you want to edit it further. You want to make it 55,000. Apply, OK, graph is changing, right? So based on the total sum of sales, the graph is changing. Instead of sum, if you want to change it to something else, you can quickly go to, just click on this arrow mark, go to this measure. Let's say you have done some mistake. By mistake, you wanted to do average and you did sum. Then quickly you can go to this panel and change it. So average, let's say you increase your average to this. Sorry, my bad. I just canceled it out. Let's say I will go back to the original thing. This is what it was. You had applied a sum filter and then you are changing it to average. So average, and then let's say you want to specify some values, click on OK, then the graph is updated. Simple. And again, the concept remains same. If you want to show the filter, you can right click and show it. Up to you. But yeah, I mean, it's up to you. If you want to show a filter, and your filter will be like this, interactive enough, right? So let me just turn off the filter and delete it, and I will show you some of the options here. Category. Now talking about the different options in your categorical feature or your dimensions. Okay, you can see general. General has three options: select from list, custom value list, and use all. So use all basically means everything, right? If you have three valid values, that means use all. If you want to select a specific value, you can select. And apart from the general, there are also some wildcard, condition, and top operations. What each one of them means, I will explain that. So just see, upon changing the values, you will be able to see that how the filters will be changing. Let me just click on apply OK. And again, I will double click it. And then I will do wildcard. So let's say I'm not using general, I will use wildcard. Contents. That means it should contain F. And then if I click on apply OK, you can see that only furniture is applied because others don't have F. Something like that. Starts with, let's say your value starts with. This is nothing but when it comes to SQL, what you were doing is you were doing select star from table name where category like F percentage. That means category should start with F, ends with, that means percentage F, right? That means any category that ends with F exactly matches. That means category equals to something, furniture. Simple. If you apply F here and do apply, of course the data will vanish because there is no data. There is no data with category F. Even if you select this, your wildcard is saying that exactly matches this. Starts with F, so only furniture is applied. Ends with F, nothing is there because none of the category ends with F, right? So these are all your wildcard operations. You can simply ignore them. If you want to use it, you can use it. We'll move on to conditions. Condition means none, means there is no condition. By field and by formula. So by formula is some advanced topics which for the time being I will not be covering. By field will be, let's say I want to have region or else sales, sum of sales greater than 10,000. Click on apply. Okay. And then let's say I will change it to 50,000. Apply. Okay. So this is how you apply your conditions, right? Similarly, if you do top, that means by how many top records do you want? Top, let's say I want top 4 records based on sales. Click on apply. Okay. Okay. Because of the first operation, let's say I want to deselect it and only I want to give top operation. Okay. There is something problematic. By field top sales sum should be working. Why it is not working? Use all wildcard contains condition top. Okay. Subcategory, let's say subcategory. Okay, let's do it from scratch. I want to add category. I want to have the top 5 category. Okay. Okay. I got it. Why the category is not applied for this top? Subcategories will be applied. If I go to subcategory, I want top 5 subcategories based on sales. Now this will work. Because category is not present in this particular section. That is the reason category was not working. But other things apart from top will work. So here we were applying a filter on column X, but column X was not a part of it. So that's not possible. So if you want to apply top operation, then you have to use that column which is present in part of your screen. Okay. Now this is all about your basics. Now I'll talk about some other concepts, like let's say I have a filter on category. Sorry, I have to use category, and then I also add a subcategory. You can see I will add show filters. Let me just drag it this side, and then I want to add another subcategory. Okay, another filter which is subcategory. So I have category and subcategory. Upon taking subcategory, you can see that by default all the values are selected. If I do click apply OK and do show filter and then drag it to this side, so this is how my data looks like. But does each one of them, let's say I want to select only furniture, office supplies, technology, by default you can see all values in hierarchy. Okay, which means if I have to select, if I am selecting furniture, you can see how dynamic it is in nature. It is by default selecting the subcategories which are present under your furniture. Okay, if I select office, then it is selecting the subcategories that is under your category. And if I'm doing technology, it's doing the same thing. But in some of your old Tableau versions, what happens is even if you deselect one of your category data, which is your superset, because under category comes your subcategory. What happens is when I, let's say here subcategory, how many data we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 valid points, valid values in subcategory. So before 2 or 3 versions of Tableau, right now I'm using the latest version. Before 2, 3 versions of Tableau, what was happening is when I deselect any of these values, I can still see the 17 subcategories. But right now it's getting updated because of this feature, all values in hierarchy. What was happening before, it was like this. So this is a new addition to Tableau, all values in hierarchy. In some of your Tableau versions, you might not be able to see this value. So by default, this value was getting selected in the older versions of Tableau. So you can see when I am selecting office supplies or not selecting, the subcategory is not changing. You can see office supplies, furniture. Let's say I will reduce furniture. You can see when I'm removing furniture, tables are getting reduced. Tables, look at the tables, and when I'm deleting it, tables are gone. But tables are still selected here. Now you can see I will deselect it. There will be no change in the graph. Deselect, select, no change. So if you have a lower version of Tableau and if you are facing this problem, you can simply go to the underlined filter, let's say subcategory, click on only relevant values or all values in hierarchy. In older versions, you will not see this. You can select your only relevant values. That means if I am deselecting a category, that means under furniture, whatever subcategories are there, that will be gone. If I'm doing this, something like that. So these are all about your filters and different levels of filters and different ways of applying filters. You can also do a mix and match. If you want to add another filter on a measure, that is also possible. Apply, okay. So these all things are possible. Multiple filters are applicable and multiple other things are also possible, right? As simple as SQL also multiple features, multiple filters are possible, right? Where category equals to furniture. In SQL also all the filters are possible, right? When category equals to furniture and subcategory equals to something, and sum of sales is greater than this. Of course, you will have to do group by operation, but anyways, multiple filters are possible, right? So similarly in Tableau, multiple filters are possible. So this is all about filters. It's up to you how you apply filters and how to get rid of it. Now let's try to create a dashboard. Let's say I want to add filter as a category, use all, apply, okay, right click, show filter, and then I will drag my filters here. Then let's say I'll go to my dashboard and drag my sheet, and you can see this is how it looks like. Let's say you want to add subcategories as well. Okay, and subcategory also show filter. You go to dashboard, just drag and drop. That's it. Simple, right? These all things are possible. And this is just a random dashboard. I have just used one worksheet, and all these things are possible. If you want to change the way your filter looks on a dashboard, that is also possible. It might not be like this. It might be some other techniques. All these things are possible. Okay. Let's say you want to have a slider, or else, okay, slider is not a valid value here because it's categories data. Let's say you want to have single value list. All these things are possible. Okay. So multiple options are there. If you just go to this arrow and you can choose multiple options. Let's say you want to have a measure, you can add sales, next, okay, and then show filter. I will just drag and drop sales here, and you can see by default your slider is applicable. If you want, you can also change to at least, at most. All these things are possible. Okay, so this is all about filters, and I hope you understood filters and you learned filters, because it's one of the most important thing to understand. That is all about filters. In next video, we will be talking about some other topics. Till then, thank you. Hi, welcome to this class on highlighting. In this video, I shall be helping you in understanding how to highlight. What exactly is highlighting? I'll give you a simple example which will help you understand in where to apply highlighting. Okay, so one good scenario is, let's say you are doing some sales analysis. That means you have your x-axis, that is your date, and you have your y-axis where you have your sales, and then probably you are doing a bar chart. Okay, now if your manager asks, hey, can you do a highlighting on a particular quarter? That means if I select quarter one, all the quarter ones will be highlighted in all the years. Is it possible? Well, the answer to this is yes, it is possible. So there are multiple options in highlighting, and in this video, we shall be talking about each and everything. Let's talk about the basics, the theoretical concepts, and then we'll jump into the practicals. Now, highlight actions will allow you to call attention to marks of interest by coloring specific marks and dimming all others. You can highlight marks in the view using a variety of tools. For example, you can manually select the marks you want to highlight, use the legend to select the related marks, use the highlighter to search for marks in context, or create an advanced highlight section. So let's move on to the practicals part. I'm using the same, not the same. I'm using my by default store data. So I'm using the sample superstore data, which is readily available. When you quickly open your Tableau, you will be able to see this data. Let's say I'm opening a new session of Tableau, and here I'm using this data, sample superstore data. So you can use this data. It is quite flexible. It has a lot of features and a lot of things to go with. So that is the reason I'm using this data. And we'll quickly jump into sheets. And then let me quickly add some of the columns and rows that will help me better to explain you how to deal with the highlighters. Okay, so we'll be talking about, let's say we'll have segments, and we'll have sales, segment and sales. What else? Let's have product in the product, and let's also have segment, not segment. Let's say we'll have okay, category and ship mode. Let's say ship mode. Okay, let's just change it. Okay, so now we have segment, we have sales in my rows, we have ship mode, and we have category. Now, as you can see, by default, I'm getting this visualization, which is one of the recommended visualization. And what exactly it is, you can see, this is my segment. So my segments are multiple values. Let's say, yeah, now it is visible. So I have consumer, I have corporate, and I have home office. This is my segments. So each row is my segment. And in my columns, I have multiple things, which is ship mode and category. So ship mode is basically having first class ship mode, same day, second class, and standard class. And category, we have furniture, office, and all these things. Let me just zoom in like this: furniture, office supply, and technology. Let's say we want to highlight. So one is a row level highlight and one is a item level highlight. I'll talk about that as well. So let's say I want to highlight this, which says technology, consumer, standard class, and the sales value is 247103. So in order to enable your highlighting, click on this attribute, go to this pen symbol, click on here, and click on category. So you can see now the categories are highlighted, which basically states that this is nothing but a technology. And you can see across all the graphs, the technology is highlighted. If you want to change it, instead of category, let's say you want something else, let's say ship mode, you can see the ship mode is highlighted, that is standard class. So let's say you want to create your own highlighter. Let's say you want to create a highlighter based on category. Right click, show highlighter. You can see a highlighter is here. Let's say you want to have furniture, or else you want to have office supply. So these are two different ways how you can deal with your highlighter. Let me just add segment in the color as well, so that not segment, we'll add ship mode in the color. Okay, now it looks good, right? Let's say I want to have a highlighter on furniture. You can see this is how my furniture looks like. Across all the graphs, my furniture is highlighted. So these are different ways how you can deal with highlighting. I hope you understood it. In case you want to try out other things, I have few more topics to cover as well. Let's say we are dealing with a time series data. I'll talk about the second scenario, which is going to be on, let me just plot it and then explain. So let's say I have shipping date and I have sales, and I want to change it to a bar chart. Okay, so sum of sales, and let's say we'll have shipping date, something like this. Okay, I'll just remove everything. So I have multiple years and I have the sum of sales. Now, let's say I want to add, so in this particular data, your manager asks, can you show me the bifurcation based on quarters? So what we can do is we can simply add shipping date as a color, and here change it to quarter, and then change it to quarter like this. Okay, so quarter of shipping date is done. Now, if I am highlighting on a particular Q, let's say Q3, Q3 of 2018, if I am selecting it, you can see that particular piece is selected. If I'm selecting this, that particular piece is selected. So what if your manager asks, hey, can you do something like, if I select Q3 across all the years, the Q3 will be selected. How can we do that? Simply, we have to do some minor changes. I will be creating a highlighter based on quarter. Now my highlighter is created based on quarter. So what I did was simply I went to this highlight section and selected my quarter of shipping date. Simple. Now you can see if I click on this Q3, then all the data Q3 will be selected. You can see. Now this is one of the advantages of highlighting. That means you can highlight your data as per your needs, as per your needs, or as per your customer needs, right? So this is how you do it. If you disable it, and then this is gone, right? And let's say you want to convert it into some time series data, and you want to add some sort of, okay, some different Q3, Q4. Okay, this is not a right example because your x-axis is not being Q1, QT, it's not being in a regular interval. So let's say I'll select the editing colors. Should be okay. Okay, okay. Okay, everything is done here. I did some mistakes. Okay, everything is done. Let's say I change it to quarter. Okay. Okay, now it's not working. If I just add my highlighter, it's working. So, I mean, yeah, this is it. I just wanted to convert it into some area charts or line charts. and show you, but this is not the right example to show you. Probably one, if I have some examples like this, probably I can show you how highlighter works in an area, in a line chart as well. Let me think of some ways. I think at the moment I don't have an example, but yeah, I hope you got it. So it's going to be very simple. You just have a highlighter section, click on it, or else you can just click on this one. Let's say you want to have an highlight on here, click on this and show highlighter. It's up to you, right? All these things are possible. If you want to change it to 2020. The 2020 will be highlighted, right? So these are the different ways how you can add your highlighting options. In our next topics, we will be talking about some other topics. So that's it. Thank you. Hi. I hope everybody is aware that different people have different devices. And when we are creating some data visualization report or some sort of dashboards, or whenever we create something for our website, or let's say anything, so we have to create that visualization in such a way that it could be visually appealing for all the users, be it a tablet user, be it a mobile user, be it an Android, iPhone, or be it a laptop user or a desktop user, right? So there are multiple devices based on which the visualization changes. Sometimes what happens is when we start creating websites, we might create a very good website which looks really amazing and stunning on desktop, but on mobile devices, it might not look that great. That means the way it has been designed, it's not compatible with mobile layouts, right? Similarly, when it comes to Tableau, can we create our dashboards or reports which could be visually appealing for all the device types? Well, if that's the question, then the answer is going to be yes. With the help of device designer, we're going to understand and see how can we create different types of dashboards using different device layouts. Now, with this device designer feature, you can create specific curated experiences for each device. Here's how to use device designer to make your visualization shine on any device. Device designer letting you build different views for different devices. Now, the main point is because ultimately we are using business intelligence tool as part of showcasing our data, showcasing what the data is giving us to the higher management or to our customers or to our users, right? And it has to be visually appealing. And you cannot guarantee that everybody will be using a laptop or a desktop to see your final output. Somebody might be using a mobile. And if your device layout is not done correctly, there might be multiple issues. Okay, so in this session, we will be learning about device designer. How can we create it? How can we embed it? Everything we will be seeing. Let's get started. So for this exercise, I have taken the same data source. I hope everybody is aware of this data source. It's sample superstore data source. If you are finding difficulties in getting this data set, it's completely okay. You can do it on another data set, as simple as that, because I'm going to explain you concepts which can be applicable for each and every type of data, right? So I'm going to use this sample superstore data. And as you can see, there are multiple data points or columns: order ID, order date, shipping date, ship mode, customer name. A lot of features are there, right? And we are concerned about creating dashboards. So before creating dashboard, I'm going to create some sheets that can be used as a dashboard. Okay, so we'll start with something. Let's say order date, and I'll have total sales. And then instead of order date, I will simply make it as an attribute. No, not an attribute. Let's say continuous, and then let's say we change it to this. Okay, something like this. Okay, so okay, before this, when I choose this, when I have selected this visualization and I have selected this visualization, it was coming like this. How do we change the like vertical to horizontal and horizontal to vertical in Tableau, Control W is the shortcut. So I'm using Control W. And let's say this is how my data looks like. And let's say I will be adding few more things. I'll make it, oh, sorry, I will make it quarter, and then I will add it to colors. I think that should be okay. And if you want, you can change the color patterns as well. Let's say orangey look. Okay. Oh, it's not applicable. Orange. Okay, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, something like that, and apply. Okay. Okay. So this is how my data looks like. Now, we'll create another sheet where we will show you some other data. Let's say I have, we'll show the same sales and probably order date. Let's do that, order date. And here, instead of this, I will have this, I'll have this, and then I will add some sort of segments, maybe. Okay, looks good. Okay, we'll have this. And we'll also have a label on segments. These are my segments, consumer, corporate, and home office. These are my two different sheets. If you want to rename your sheets, you can rename it. Let's say sales per year. And this one is something like that, sales per year based on segments, something like that. And then my two sheets are ready. Everything is ready. Then what you need to do is you need to create a dashboard. Okay. So in Tableau, you can hover your mouse around here. There are three different things. One is creating a new worksheet, which is something like this. And one is creating a dashboard, and one is creating stories. For stories, I will cover it in next class or in some of the future classes. I will be clicking on the second element, which is new dashboard. I'll click on this. My dashboard is ready. I will name it as some sales dashboard. Simple. Now, what I will do is I will first start with a text. Let's say I want to name it as a sales dashboard. And here are the formatting options. These are very basic things. I don't have to cover all these things. Let me just do it this way. Tableau bold looks okay. Okay, and then I will start dragging my sales per year and okay, something like that. And this one, okay, let's not have the the title. It's okay. I think we can. Okay, I think this should be enough. Now this is my layout. This is my dashboard. You can add your text as a like topic heading of your dashboard and all those things. Let's just focus about today's topic, this video's topic, which is going to be device. What was the topic? Device designer. My bad. So first of all, if it is okay for you, this particular layout, if you're not able to view something, then you can probably go ahead to this size and change it to automatic, which basically fits the entire screen. And then this is the default value. Okay, and you can see there is an option called as phone. If you click on phone, it will show you how it looks on phone. Just in case you are not that aware, you can see. Okay, when I clicked on phone, the layout was basically logged. And when I double clicked on this link, it is asking me, do you want to turn off the auto generated layout? Because you can see the default layout is, it's like this in this style. I'm not able to see my second graph properly. I'm only able to see my first graph. That means my layout is not properly done, right? So in case you miss this out and you finalize this dashboard, which is as per the default dashboard, and publish it, somebody who sees on mobile, because mobile layout is a portrait layout, right? So if somebody sees on the mobile, they will only be seeing the sales per year and 50% of the sales per year based on segments graph. That's it, which is going to be difficult for them to understand, right? So we'll go to edit this layout, click on yes. And then here, what I will do is I don't need this. Probably I want to shorten it, and that's it. I will close it. Done. Now this is my new layout. And you can see if you want to change all these things, let's say you want to change this uh, title, let's say sales versus segment, just some random names I'm giving, sales dashboard, sales versus segments. If you want to make it center, just click on this, go to center, click on OK. Dashboard, similarly, we'll go to this sheet, go to sheet, click on this, click on the center. All these are part of your formatting options, which is very simple. Now you can see this is your mobile layout. Okay. And if I go back to my default layout, this is my default layout. Simple. So all the layouts are finally done, but are we done with it? Because when it comes to phone, there could be multiple types of phone, right? There could be Apple i7, there could be a Huawei Pro, there could be something else, and each and every dimensions of the phones are different, right? So what we need to do is you need to go to device preview, click on this. You can see it's asking for what is the device type. Let's say phone, model. What are the models available? You can see a lot of models are already available. The mostly used models are available: iPhone X, XS, 11, 11 Pro, XR, XS Max, 11 Pro Max. You can see 375 cross 812. This is what the dimensions of each screen is. iPhone 11 Pro is basically 375 in width and 812 in height. If you are designing a device layout for Google Pixel series, if you click on this, this is how it looks like, right? Let's say you want to change the layout for tablet. This is a generic tablet. And if you want to change anything, let's say you want to change this and you want to keep this, something like that. So this is what you need for tablet. Let's say you want to bring a little bit down. Okay, let's do this. And let's bring this down. Okay, we are not able to bring it. Okay, like this. Let's say this is your tablet layout, and if you want to finish it, you can just add this tablet layout, add tablet layout, and you can see there are three different layouts that we have created. One is your default layout for your desktops and monitors. One is your tablet layout. So anybody who views on a tablet, he will be seeing like this. And anybody who sees on a phone, it's a compact look. We don't have to show all these legends and all these things, and different layouts are there. So this is one of the advantages and benefits of Tableau over other BI tools as compared to Power BI. Power BI also has a mobile layout, but the only drawback is that, well, we'll talk about the drawbacks in some other videos. But yeah, this is one of the features of Tableau, which I don't think any other BI tool has. So this is all about device manager. You can definitely go to device previews and check it out, how it looks like. And yeah, that's what it is all about. You can also set, let's say you have multiple sheets, let's say 10 sheets. For a default setup, you can have all the 10 sheets on your screen, but for mobile users, you want to restrict them to only 2 sheets. That's also possible, right? Let's say in your mobile layout, you don't want to show this. I'll simply close this. Something like this. It's possible. So in your default layout, everything is visible. In your tablet layout, this is what it is. And in your phone layout, you're only seeing the sales versus segments. So this is all about device designer. I hope you understood everything about device designers. And once this is done, uh, I think that's all about the functions in Tableau. Here we are ending up the functions. So far, you have already covered topics like union, joins, and then we talked about device managers. Then we talked about highlighting all these things. So that's it for this particular video. In the next class, we'll be talking about some advanced topics. Thank you. Hi. In this video, we shall be learning about parameters. Now, what is a parameter? Now, parameter is a workbook variable such as a number, date, or string that can replace a constant value in a calculation, filter, or reference line. Parameters in Tableau enable users to add some advanced calculations and calculated fields. Parameters provide adding a non-existing variable to the entire work and simplify the needs and requirements to analyze and visualize the data. So here is one of the documentation in help.tableau.com. As I have told you a couple of times, the community of Tableau is very strong. Whatever topics you have doubts in, you just have to search in those keywords and add Tableau to it, and you will definitely be redirected to Tableau's official documentation. So this particular piece of work, piece of blog, will help you understand more about parameters. Once we know the theoretical part, we will quickly jump into the practicals and see how do we create parameters with filters and parameters with sets. As I told you, a parameter is a workbook variable, which is such as a number, date, or string that can replace a constant value in a calculation filter or reference line. For example, you may create a calculated field that returns true if sales is greater than 500K and otherwise return false. So you can even create a dynamic parameter that's set to automatically refresh its current value to the result of a single value, view independent calculation, list of values, or range of values. So creating a parameter is super simple. There are few steps which is mentioned in this blog, but I will definitely be explaining you the exact steps step by step. So we'll quickly jump into the Tableau Desktop book. Here I have an open session. That was the reason it was showing. We will quickly start with our sample superstore data source. Here we go. And then we will just name our sheets as parameters with filters. And I'll also show you how to work with parameters with sets. Simple. So creating a parameter is super simple. You can either create it through filters. You can directly create by right clicking on those dimensions and measures as well. Now, just imagine why are we using parameters? For an example, your manager asks you, hey, can I find the top 10 customers based on salary or top 10 clients based on their expenditure or income? And of course, you can do it. You can do it by a simple filter. You can just add a filter, go to the top operation and perform a top operation, top 10. But what if that number keeps changing? Today it is 10. Tomorrow your manager might ask top 5, then top 20. So you again have to go to your filters, change it manually again and again and again. What if we can create a parameter which is kind of a slicer, and by dragging and dropping or changing the values, your graphs will be changed. That makes our life easier, right? So we'll start with the same concept. We will start with adding the subcategory and sales. Very simple concepts. My sales is in columns, so sales is a measure, so that has become sum of sales, and my subcategory is in my rows. First thing is I will sort it out. So now my data is sorted out. How many records do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, something like that. 18 or 19 records are there. 18 or 19 subcategory values are there. Now, your manager asks you, hey, can you do a filtering on top 10? I just want top 10 records, top 10 subcategories based on sales. So this is super simple. You can simply drag your subcategory to filters, and of course we know about this widget. There are multiple options like general, wildcard, condition, and top. Here we need top, so I'm clicking on top, and I will be doing top by field, top 10 by sales sum. That means by sum of sales, I'm doing a top 10 operation here. Simple. Now, what I will do is I will click on apply and OK, and you can see the graph has changed automatically. Now, as I told you that your manager might again ask you, hey, can you do it for top 5? So you can simply double click on this filter and then directly go to 5, or else you can just right click and or else click here and then go to edit filter and then change your values here. So 5, 7, 3, whatever it is, you are changing manually. That means there is no parameter right now, and it's a tedious task. So we will give more flexibility to the user on the front end part so that the user can interact and change the values. Now, if I present it, this is how it looks like. Simple. Now what I will do is I'll click on edit filter. Same, go to top, by field, top. Instead of 3, 10, 5 or any number, I will give n. Right? How can we do that? I'll have to click on this arrow and then do create a new parameter. Once I create a new parameter, click on it, then a widget opens up, which is a create parameter widget. Now, what is this create parameter? I will be creating the parameter top n. Simple. Once I create this top n, you can see left hand side, my parameters is not having any values. At least with sub, there is no parameters. But whatever it is, your new parameter will be shown in that parameter section. Okay. Top n, current value is 3. Let's change it to 5. Let it be 3. Let it be 3. And then range of values. I want minimum 1 to 10. I want to give a flexibility of top 10. User can select top 5, top 3, top 2, top 1, whatever it is. And I click on OK, click on apply and click on OK. So my parameter is ready. If I have to see, you can see my top n parameter is ready. Now, how can we add it to the worksheet? Simply right click and then show parameter. Okay. Right click and show parameter. Now, if I have to drag it this side, so you can see the flexibility is changed, like it's so flexible, right? You can simply drag and drop and change your values. Let's say you want or your users want without having the sliders. Can I just type in something and then find the output? Well, this is possible as well. Click on this arrow mark, go to type in. Once your type in is done, user has to apply, like press, like type in and then press enter. So your data points will be changing, your graph will be changing. So this is where your, okay, this is a mistake, guys. I'm doing the changes in, okay, fill. Okay, so I will just rename it with sets. I was doing the parameters with filter, but by mistake, I was doing it with the parameters with sets sheet. Okay. Anyways, that's a very minor mistake. I think you are already aware of it, that here we are using parameters with filters, right? This is how you create parameters with filters. I'll repeat again. You are adding filters and then going to edit filter, go to top, by field. Instead of a value, you are creating a new parameter, right? And here you're passing your current values, you're passing your range of values and clicking OK. And once your parameter is ready, I'm just right clicking it and doing show parameter so that my parameter is seen on the screen. Now, if you look at it, this is how it looks like. This is how interactive it is, right? If you want to change it to slider, you can change it to slider as well. So this is how you work parameters with filters. Our next topic is going to be parameters with sets. Similarly, I will draw the same piece of columns. Right? Sum of sales and subcategory. And now I will sort it. Now how to work with parameters with sets. With filters, everybody is clear right now. With sets, how is it possible? Let's say you want to create a set. I'll click on this, right click, create a set. That means I will name it as my set. Okay, I'll name it as my set. Here, I'm not doing the general. I will not do the condition. I will be using top. Top by field, top 10, 5, 3, what? We will be using the parameter top n because our parameter is already created. Top n cell sum. Click on OK. So my new, you can see where is the my set, my set is created. Simple. Now I will be adding top n show parameter, and then I will be dragging my top parameter top n here. See, nothing is changing. Simple, nothing is changing. Why it is not changing? Because we are not using it as a filter. Now, whatever set we have created, my set, we have to either use it as a filter or as a color. So I will drag my newly created set to the color. And now you can see with the change of my selection top n, my values are getting filtered out. So top threes are blue and rest are gray. Simply top 5, top 4, top 5. And this is how you work parameters with sets. Apart from that, there are several other ways as well. If you want to create a parameter, you can directly create a parameter using this approach. Create parameter. Subcategory, create parameter. And then you can also choose your data types, choose your current values, and choose your these things. Values display as. So this is again something which you want to explore, and I will recommend you to explore it by yourself. This is it. I hope you understood how to create parameters with sets, parameters with filters. I hope it was an enjoyable session, and I really hope that you understood something out of it. In the next class, we will be coming up with the future classes, future topics. That's it for parameters. Thank you. Hi. In this video, we shall be learning about data blending. Now, in some of our previous videos, we have already talked about different types of joins. We have already talked about union functions, and we have also talked about relationships. Now, what exactly is data blending? To be very honest, relationships in Tableau is something which came very recently in Tableau. I hope, I'm not pretty much sure, but at least after 2020.3, relationships came into picture. Before relationships was a part of Tableau, we used to do data blending. What exactly is data blending, and why am I talking about it if it is not used these days? Because you never know, this might come into your interview questions as well. So let's try to learn and understand what are the differences between blending, joining, and relationships. And then I will talk a little bit about data blending, and then I'll talk how relationships came into the rescue and why relationships are mostly used these days. So if you look at this particular graph, you can see the differences between blending, joining, and relationship. So when it comes to data sources, data blending needs at least 2 data sources. You can still do joins with one data source. That means with one query, you can still do a join operation. You can do a self join. You can do an inner join. So that is possible. Relationships also, you can do it using one data source as well. Number of connections, at least one per data source is required for data blending. For join can be multiple, and for relationships can be multiple as well. Structure, return original table. In join, create a new combined form. And in relationships, return original table. So I hope everybody knows about relationships. Now, what exactly happens in Tableau or in any BI tool, at least in Power BI as well? When we create our queries, when we add the data sources, add the queries, automatically Tableau and the Power BI understands the relationships based on multiple column names. Let's say you have table 1 and table 2 and you have order ID common. It will automatically create a relationship because it knows that this order ID could be similar to this order ID. Of course, if it is not able to create a relationship because of multiple reasons, let's say here you have order ID and here you have ORD ID. So you know ORD is nothing but order ID, but Tableau or Power BI might not be able to understand. So in that case, you can create your relationships by your own, by yourself, right? So relationships always retain the original tables. How tables are combined? Data blending, it's always separate queries, linking field. Based on the linking field, you create separate queries. Join is nothing but a physical join, be it inner join, left join, right join, or outer join. Relationships are always logical. There will be logical relationships with cardinality, one to many, many to one to one, or many to many. And it is also context specific. How numbers are aggregated? In blending, based on primary. In join, based on join level granularity. And relationships, it's always smart, context specific. Very simple. Now, this is how we used to create data blends. We used to do blending in Tableau before a couple of months. Now, data blending is nothing but it's a very powerful feature in Tableau used when there is related data in multiple data sources, which you want to analyze together in a single view. As an example, sales data is present in a relational database and sales target data is present in an Excel spreadsheet. You can create multiple data sources, do a data blending, and then combine the data. And with the current relationships coming into Tableau, it's very simple. You just create your connections, get the queries, and then build your relationships. Simple. You will be achieving the same concept. What is data joining? I hope everybody is aware of this diagram. This diagram is nothing but an inner join. We have already seen how to create joins in Tableau, so I will not be repeating it. So just theoretical concepts, data joining is a very common requirement in any data analysis. You may need to join data from multiple sources or join data from different tables in a single data source. Tableau provides the feature to join the table by using the data pane available under Edit Data Source in Data Menu. I'll give you a very simple example so that your data joining concepts will be completely clear. So we'll first talk about, let's say there are two tables. One is going to be customer table. Let me just expand my notepad a little bit. And let's say there is another table called as orders. So in customer table, let's say I have cust ID, I have cust name, I have gender, location, salary, or something else, age. And in your orders table, you have cust ID, you have order ID, you have order date, and you have order amount. Simple. Let's say you have multiple customers. One, I'm not giving the details. Two, again, not giving the details. 3, 4, 5. There are 5 customers. And in orders, just imagine customer 1 has done some order. Let's say order ID 901. Customer 1 again has done some order with 902. Customer 1 again has another order with 903. And customer 3 has an order with 991. And that's it. So we have 5 customers, but in the orders, we just have 4 orders. So 2 customers have done the orders. Now, if somebody asks you simply, will you be able to join this table? Your first question is going to be, what is the column which is common in both the data sources? We already know that the common column is cust ID. Is join possible? Yes, joins are possible because we have cust ID as a common column. Simple. Now, what if I want to do inner join? So inner join. In SQL, it's very simple. Let's say you want cust ID and cust name and their respective order amount, or else order ID, order date, and order amount. These things you need. From which tables? From customer table, inner join, orders table, on cust ID equals to cust ID. That's it. Simple. So here let's say we will give all the aliases c dot. Here I will give o dot o dot o dot customer C and orders O. Simple. This is how an inner join works in SQL, right? In Tableau, it's going to be drag and drop. You just take your table one customer and then drag your another customer and you will be able to define. What will be the output of this? Looking at this graph, looking at this table data, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 1, 1, 1, 3. So the output will be 4 records, 1, 1, 1 and 3. This will be the output of inner join. So what will be the output of left join? All the records from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but 3 records from 1. So there will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, another one, another one. There will be 7 records. If you don't think so, probably you can go ahead, check out this example on SQL or MySQL databases, or else perform this activity on Tableau and you will be able to understand the different types of joins. Okay, moving back to our slides, we'll talk about analysis. What exactly is analysis? Now, this is a very, very basic concept, right? We are reading business analytics and data analytics. We already know what exactly is analysis. Analysis, Tableau is an end-to-end data analytics platform that allows you to prep, that means prepare, analyze, collaborate, and share your big data insights. Tableau excels in self-service visual analytics, allowing people to ask new questions of governed big data and easily share those insights across the organization. Moving back to the next slide, which is going to be on mark and size. Now, what exactly is mark and size? We'll be talking about transparency in the next video. So mark and size. In Tableau, there is an option called as marks. What exactly is this marks? If you open marks, you will be able to see this drop down. It will have automatic, bar, line, area, square, circle, shape, text, map, pie, Gantt charts, polygon, density. A lot of options will be available in a drop down. So you can easily select and easily change your type of marks. And under size on the dashboard pane, we also have some concepts like fixed size, automatic size. That means when you're creating a dashboard, you might not be creating the right height and width. Either you do one thing, you can define your width and height based on your visualizations, or else simple, make it automatic and let Tableau handle it. Let me show you these things on Tableau. Let's say we'll be opening Tableau and we will be using the same Superstore data. And first of all, I'll show you this marks. You can see there are so many options in marks. Let's say I want to quickly do something. Let's say this is a region. If I double click on this region, you can see in columns and in rows, there will be some latitude and longitude. These are nothing but generated fields, which we will be studying in some of our future classes. You can see automatically what exactly is region. If I have to show you the region, you can see, okay, by default, it is taking the graphical representation, but you can see in my region, there are multiple options like central, east, south, and west. Okay, so these are my region. So here, upon clicking on region, you can see some sort of a map format, but it is still, the marks is still automatic. Let's say I want to beautify a little bit. I will add region as color and I will add state as a label. Now you can see we have the colors and we have the labels as well. You can see slightly cyan color is basically your west region, blue is your central region, red is your south region, and orange is your east region. Quickly have a note here right now. If I have to change this to a map, I can go to marks and change it to map, and you can see how beautifully it has been converted. Similarly, any type of graph can be changed using this marks panel. Now, what exactly is what exactly is size? Let me just save this. Let's say geomap for a geomap, simple geomap. We'll keep it simple. Let's say I want creating a dashboard. Okay, I'll create a dashboard, random dashboard, simple. I want to add this geomap as a tiled object, and you can see here there is an option of size. By default, it is desktop browser with 1000 x 800 pixels format. That means the width is 1000 pixels and the height is 800 pixels. If you change it, you can see how the format, how the orientation of the graph will change. Let's say I'm changing it to, you can see upon changing this, the size is decreasing, right? So it's up to you. What do you want? So let's say I'm going to use geomap. Now let's say if you don't like this, first of all, if you don't like this, you can simply go ahead, click on this fixed size and make it automatic. That means automatically it is fit to a size, to any screen. Okay, so these are the things which are done. And if you want fixed size, you can just change it and accordingly it will be changed. Okay, all these things are possible. So this is all about marks and size, and we have also talked about the basics of data blending. However, just repeating again, that data blending is not at all used at the current version of Tableau, but you should be aware of the concepts because you never know, your organization where you're applying for jobs, they might not be having the latest Tableau version. They might ask you what is data blending. So it is always important to understand the concepts, right? That's it for this particular topic. In the next topic, we will be talking about transparency. Hi, welcome to this class on transparency, and in this video we shall be learning about how to have transparent dashboards, or else how to have the visualizations or the worksheets on dashboard with a transparent background. In short, we will be learning the basics of formatting in this video. I will be letting you understand about transparency, how to have transparency in the dashboards. And in this video, even though we have a long curriculum to cover, but still we will be creating a very basic dashboard in this particular video. I will be creating two formats of the dashboard, and you can definitely have a look on which dashboard is actually looking good. So let's get started on transparency. So transparency is nothing but the ability to set fully transparent background to worksheets and dashboards. Step one, right click and select format, select shading, and then select none. So these are some of the steps which we follow to make a transparent background. So I will be doing this step by step. So let's get started directly with the Tableau part. I will be using the same Europe sample store or sample superstore data. So let me just load it. And the main activity is to show you transparency. Okay, so in order to show you transparency, what I can do is I'll simply create 3 or 4 worksheets, and then we'll quickly create a dashboard. Okay, so let's get started. I'll quickly create some, let's say I'll add some. Okay, so this is my subcategory and sales. Let's say I will just simply add it as subcategory versus sales, and then I'll just make it ascending order. I'll just save it to some name, transparency. Similarly, I'll create some other sheets. Let's say we'll create some area charts, maybe. So what I will be doing is I'll have a order date, and then I will be having maybe sales. We'll be adding sales. And here I will be adding an area chart instead of year. I'll convert it into day. Oh no, day looks a little bit odd. So I'll have it month. And then, okay, so I hope everybody knows that when I initially dragged my order date to the columns, it was shown as blue, but now it is shown as green. Let me just do it once again. Let's say order date. Order date is nothing but a dimension. Okay, because it is in blue. So I'll click on this. Now order date is taking the year value. That is the reason in the x-axis you are seeing the year values. If I just click on this, you can see this section is basically for the dimensions. This section is basically for the continuous variable or measures. So if you change from this to this, you can see this is how it looks like. And simply going from year to month, you can see this is how the month looks like. Okay, so just imagine that this is fine. So what I can do is I'll just quickly add category to colors so that we can have some, we'll add category to label as well. Okay, let's not add it to label. I think that's fine. Tooltip, we have everything. Category we have. Let's save it to sales analysis. Okay, something like that. And then we'll have another graph. Probably we'll add a pie chart. So what we will do is we will add segment and then sales, and then we'll create a pie chart out of it. So pie chart is created, and you can see when you create a pie chart, so normally it is of like this, like it is very small, right? So even if you increase the size, you can see the size is not increasing, like the size is increasing, but it's becoming a square or something like that. So it's not right. So what you can do is you can go to this standard view and change it to entire view. And now you can simply drag and drop and change your sizes. Okay. Let's say this size is quite good. Now you have segments. I will also add segment as a label. So now I have everything. And I will also add sales as a label. Okay. Now you can see everything is there. We'll quickly, let's say this is segment versus sales, and I'll quickly do some minor formatting. I will be, so this is in dollars, so I'll just add dollars to it. I'll go to format and go to numbers and go to currency, and here I'll just change it to English United States. Now you can see it's in dollars. I'll quickly change the font as well from book to bold. Okay, why it is not changing? Okay, maybe. Okay, we'll figure it out. That must be some problem, but it's okay. That's not the major concept right now. So we have three different visuals. We have subcategory versus sales. We have a sales analysis. If you want, we can make it a little bit beautiful as well. Subcategory, we'll add it as a color if required. Not required, it's not looking good. Let's say segment, maybe. Looks kind of okay. Okay, so we have subcategory versus sales, and now we have sales analysis, and we have segment and sales. So I'll just quickly do some minor changes. I want to give a pattern to my graphs, so I will be giving so this is my personal choice. So I'll be giving a bluish pattern. So I'll click on OK. It's not happening. So I'll give a bluish. Okay. Consumer is this, corporate is this, and home office is this. Let's just apply. That looks good. So in sales analysis also, I'll do the same thing. I will be giving a bluish kind of concept. Office, I will be doing this. Technology, I'll be doing this. Apply. Okay, looks good. Literally looks good. And here also, it's already in this format. So everything is cool. You can see subcategory, and then everything is done. I'll start creating my dashboard. Okay. And in this dashboard, the first technique is just having a white background and adding the sheets. So let's just use the tiled format, double click, and you can see when I have double clicked, automatically this graph has taken the entire Tableau dashboard's, you know, position. Like it has entirely taken the view. Now, if you want to add sales analysis, when you are using a tiled option, tiled means you can add it horizontally, you can add it vertically. It has to be in certain format. So, okay. So let's say I'm using sales analysis. Once I drag, you can see right now it is showing, do you want in this panel? Do you want in this panel? Do you want in this panel? Or do you want in this panel? Let's say I will be adding it in this panel. Oh no, I don't want it on the this panel. I will add the pie chart in the this panel. Okay. Now I'll add sales analysis. You can see this, or else down. Okay, down, I'm not getting an option. Good. Let's change it a little bit. Okay, I'm getting now. And okay, now this is working. Okay, now this is working. And here I will be, I don't need this category. I don't need this. I just need category. So what I will be doing is I will just add my category. You can see when I'm dragging. Okay, now this looks a little bit better. And I will just quickly add a text. And here I will do sales dashboard. Simple. I'll make it bold. I'll make it 36. I'll make the color as blue, probably. Okay, looks good. Now I will just drag it to this side. Everything is good. Okay. So looks good. Everything is good. Now this is why my basic Tableau dashboard. You can do your formatting options as well. Let's say you want to add it in the center. You want this in the center. These are your basic formatting. Go to center. So finally, this is my dashboard one. Okay. If you want, you can do this. This is a kind of a light background, which looks good. But we are deviating from the topic. Our topic was transparency, right? So let's get started to create a dashboard having a background image. And then we will see how to make these sheets transparent. Okay. So I'll create a dashboard again, dashboard 2. I will be adding an image. Choose. I already have some images in my system. I'll be using fit image and click on OK. Well, automatic. Okay. Now you can see everything is done. So I have an image, sales analysis image is already created, right? And I'm using it as a background. Now I cannot use these sheets as a tiled object. Why? Because one of the tiles has already been used. My background image has taken the entire tile. You can see if I'm checking on tile and if I am dropping it, it is asking where do you want to place it. Let's say you want to place it here. Now you can see the graph is changing entirely, right? So let's say I want to use this as a background image and I want to use these sheets as a layout, a visualization which will be on top of my background image. So I will be using a floating object and then simply I will add this. So there are some benefits in, let me just keep it that side. There are some benefits in floating objects as well, because you can actually format and keep it as per your wish. Let's say we'll do this. Okay, I don't need an automatic image. I need a fixed one. And in the fixed one, I think this is pretty much good. I think, okay. I think it's okay. We'll use automatic. Okay, I'll just close this. I don't need sales. Let's say I will keep it like this, and I will just expand this. I will just expand this a little bit. Now everything is good. And then I will add my sales analysis. And then let me close it. Okay. Let me just save it because I don't remember. Okay, we were using category, right? So I will just remove the segment. Okay, we'll be using category. And then I will just expand this graph. Da, 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 da. Done. Now everything is done. What is the problem here? The problem is the background images, the dashboards, the worksheets that has been used has a white background. How can we change it? There is a simple technique. If you want to change the white background to a transparent background for some of your worksheets, you can quickly select that worksheet. Let's say I want to do changes here. I will be selecting it first. Once you select, you can go to format and you can go to shading. Make sure you select the worksheet first, because if you don't select it, let's say I have not selected any worksheet right now. If I go to format, you can see all the options are disabled. I don't see any option. So if you want to change it here, click on this visualization, then your shading will be activated. There are various other options here itself: font, alignment, borders, lines. You can self-explore all these items. It's going to be super simple. I will be showing you how to use shading. So go to shading, and there is a default option, and you can see worksheet, and you can see a color white. Simply select on none. Done. Now here also you select on none. Simple. Here also you select on none. Okay. Now let's say you want to give a very hazy background tile color and make it transparent. Let me just show you what I'm trying to tell. If I close it, if I go to layout, I go to background, what I'll repeat it again. I have selected this visualization. I have gone to the layout, background. I'm adding a gray color, and here I will change the opacity to, let's say, 50%. Now you can see there is a tile format. Maybe I need a little bit more opacity. Something like this. Okay. Similarly, I will do it for pie charts as well. This one, and then 70%. Do it for this as well. This one and 70%. And you can see this is your new graph. You can just do it like this. Okay. And then just move it a little bit upper. This one also just little bit upper. And this one also little bit down, and like this. Now it looks really good. I will just do some simple changes here. Category is done. Let me just place it here. Category is done. And here I will just add a text. Sales dashboard. 26, and just change it to something like this. And this becomes your dashboard. Okay. Of course, this is not the greatest dashboards which we have created so far. I can do a lot of modifications in terms of the background image. So what we usually do is when we create a dashboard like this, we usually create the background images in some photo editing softwares. So I personally use Canva. You can also use snapper.com. You can also use Photoshop or Photoscape, anything you can use. So what we usually do is we create these background images, and we also make it a little bit transparent, not like this, which I have used. This I have directly copy pasted it from the Google and I have directly used it. But usually we don't do that. We change colors of our background images, and we create it in such a way that the dashboards will be even better. But you can definitely see and tell that, of course, this is one format. You can choose to select this format, but it is kind of blunt. It's good in a way, it's good, but I personally like dashboards like this where we have background images. But yeah, let's not deviate from the topic. I was talking about transparency. I hope everybody understood about transparency, how to create transparency. In short, I will repeat once again that we have to select the visual, select the sheet, go to format and go to shading, and then change our worksheet to none. That's it, what we do. So you can also check all other formatting options as well, like font. Let's say you don't like the black font, you want to have white font, you can simply go ahead and change all these things. Okay, format, shadings, and all those things. So this is all about format. This is all about formatting. At least we got to know how to work on transparency. And the good thing is that we have also learned how to create the basic dashboard, right? So in the next topics, we will be covering some advanced topics. That's it for this particular class. Thank you. Hi, today we shall be talking about one of the major topics in Tableau, which is going to be date aggregation. Now, in date aggregation, before talking about the concepts, just imagine you are working on a time series data. So you have date column and then you have, let's say, sales on your axis. So you are presenting the data in form of a line chart or an area chart. And what if your client asks you to create a dynamic field where you can give the access to the users and the users will be able to change the patterns. For example, the user wants daily data. They can see the daily data. The user wants monthly data. They can create, they can just select that parameter and they will be able to see the monthly data. All these things, how is it possible? So everything is possible when it comes to data aggregations, and in this video we shall be learning about data aggregations. Now, before getting into data aggregation, let me show you the Tableau. Let me show you what the problem I'm talking about. So I'll be quickly using sample superstore data. I have order date. You can see this is nothing but a dimension part of the orders table. So I will be taking order date in columns and I will be taking sales in my rows. Simply, what exactly is this? My order date is shown as year of order date and it is a discrete value. And sales, of course, sales is a measure. So I'm seeing it as sum of sales. Now, for an example, let me just first change it to a continuous variable. Now, for an example, you want to change it to month. How can we do that? You can do this. You can do this. You can do this. You can do this, right? So you can basically change it to year or change it to quarter or change it to month, something like that, right? Now, what if we have a requirement from the users that can we give that option to the users where the user will be able to select this as a parameter or as a filter or as a slicer and the graph will change accordingly? Well, this is possible using date aggregations and we shall be seeing how exactly to create a date aggregation technique. So first of all, what I will be doing is I will be creating a dynamic parameter. And here I will be naming it as a dynamic date param. Simple. This is just a name. Data type will be string. And then I will change it to list. That means I want to take a list of values. So let's say I have year. I will display it as year. Week, I will display it as week. Month, I will display it as month. Day, I will display it as day. Year, month, week, quarters. And I will have quarter, I will display it as quarter. Simply, you can see a very simple parameter has been created. My date, the data type is string, and the current value is year. So because the first value is year, so you can probably change it as per your wish. And then the value when the workbook opens, choose the current values. And this is a list of values that I am providing. Okay. Now click on OK. So my parameter is created. Let me go back to the slides. So the first step is going to be creating a parameter with all date aggregations. That means I have provided day, month, week, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Next step is to create a calculated field, and we will be creating a calculated field using date trunk. And here we will be passing our own parameter and then the date. So date trunk is super simple. Let me create a calculated field. I will give the name as flexible order date. Simple. Or else flexi order date. Okay, instead of order date, I'm using flexi order date. So here I will be using date trunk. Now, just imagine you don't know what exactly is date trunk. You can probably go to this section and search for date trunk. You will be able to see this information. The date trunk basically truncates the specified date to the accuracy specified by the date part and returns the new date. If start of week is omitted, the week start date is determined by the start date configured for the data source. And you can also see an example how it is used. So it always starts with the date part and then the original date. So here I will just use date trunk, and you can see when I'm selecting that particular DAX function, I'm able to get the suggestion that the first part has to be date part, and then you have to provide the date. Just imagine I want to use the date part as day. That means I want to select the daily data. On what? On my order date. Simple. Close brackets. You can see the calculation is valid. So just make a note of it. We have created date trunk using day. Okay. So here I'll click on OK. Now, instead of this method, I will simply be using flexi order date. I will just close this. Flexi order date. Instead of the year, I will just choose exact date. Now, by default, I'm able to see the day, like the day representation. If you just want to see flexi order date, and here let me show you the same graph with the day format. Let's say order date as day and then sales. I'll just make it as a continuous variable. Now this is day of order date and this is your flexi date. So both are same, right? Both are same. Now, if you change your flexible date as instead of day, I want week. I'll click on OK. You can see automatically the graph is changing to the weekly version. Here, let's say how to get that same graph. Simply click on week. You can see this sheet and this sheet is same. This sheet and this sheet is same, right? So this is one of the advantages of creating a date aggregation function. Now, so here again, what we are doing is we are hard coding again and again and again, right? Instead of that, I will simply use my original parameter that I have created. So I will just add dynamic date param, simple, and then click on OK. You can see by default, what was the value? What was the value in the dynamic parameter? If you edit this parameter, you can see the default value is year. If you change it to day, click on OK, automatically the representation is changing to day. Now, let's say you want to give the flexibility to the users to change it on the go. What we can do is use this parameter, just right click and do show parameter. Now your report is ready. Just save it. I will be saving it as date aggregation. And let's say I'm going to create a dashboard here. Simple. Let's say instead of here, I will be adding on the top. Okay. Now you can see, let's say I will add a text. Let's say order sales analysis. Okay, simple. Let's make it as a Tableau bold 36 and something like that. And then I will just change it to this side. Done. Now you can see date, dynamic date parameter. Date, let's keep it as date. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, these are cosmetic changes. You can just select as per your wish. Okay. Now, I don't know. Whatever it is. So here you can see by default, it is showing day. Why? Because if you go to this sheet, if you go to this parameter, the default value is day. Simple. And you can see if you are changing this graph. So here you are giving this flexibility to the users to change it. If the user is changing it as year or week or month or day or quarter, this is how the graph is changing. So for year, you can see from December 2017 till December 2020. For week, it is showing for each and every week, for month, for day, and for quarter. So as per your wish, if you want to keep it, whatever settings you would like to, you can do the changes accordingly. So this is how your date aggregation function looks like, and why these values are like, you can see your Y, W, M, D, Q are capitals, because in your parameter, when you have defined this parameter, you can see you have defined the display as like this. If you change it to, let's say, year, just to test it, year number, and then go to dashboard, you can see year number, right? Of course, this is just a random change which I have done just to show you. So I'll just revert it back. Okay. And dashboard is ready. Now this is what the dashboard looks like. And then you can save it and then publish it and whatever you can do it. So this is one of the applications of a date aggregation. Very simple. The steps are going to be creating a parameter, providing all these values, and then using that parameter as a date trunk object, create another calculated field, use that field instead of the original field. Okay, that's it. And it is flexible. The users have an access. So this is all about data aggregations. And in the next video, we shall be, so these are the steps which I have already done. The first step is going to be creating your parameter, edit parameter options, and then creating a calculated field. You can see the first step, what we did here was, instead of this dynamic parameter, we had given in between the quotes, we had given day, and then we had given week, right? But here we are providing it as a dynamic parameter. And then you are using that parameter on that particular dashboard. So whenever user changes that parameter, that particular parameter value goes into this particular newly created object, newly created calculated field. And accordingly, your calculations are done. And then these are the steps, very simple steps. And the final step is make the data aggregation parameter available to users. So this is all about date aggregations. In the next video, we shall be learning about some generated fields and some various other concepts. Thank you. Hi. In the last class, we studied about date aggregations. And in this video, we shall be learning about generated fields. Now, what exactly is generated field? So it's a simple English term, right? Generated fields. That means those fields that are generated, as simple as that. So in Tableau, there is a concept of generated fields, which basically means that these are some of the fields that are automatically generated by Tableau. It's not created by the users. And these generated fields will also be created in the data window as well. So these things can also be used in some other visualizations. They're automatically created, and we will show you how to create those generated fields. So generated fields are created and can be visible in the date pane in addition to the fields present in the data set. Okay, there are various generated fields like measure names, measure values, longitude, latitude, and lot more things. So I'll quickly be jumping into the Tableau documentation to help you understand more about measure values and measure names. And then once we are clear with this concept, I will also be letting you know about latitude and longitude as well. So the data pane always contains a number of fields that do not come from your original data, two of which are measure values and measure names. Sometimes what happens is if you drag multiple columns, instead of multiple columns, you might have seen a column called as measure names or something called as measure values. So these are nothing but your generated fields. So the measure values field contains all the measures in your data. What are measures? We already know what are measures, right? Let's say sales or salary. Some continuous variable is nothing but your measures. So the measure values field contains all the measures in your data collected into a single field with continuous values. Drag individual measure fields out of the measure values card to remove them from the view. The measure names field contains the names of the measures in your data collected into a single field with discrete values. How can you use them? And this is how the measure values card looks like. You can see in the filter, you are able to see a measure name, and the rows also you are able to see measure name, but that measure name actually does not exist. So we will be seeing how to create measure names and measure values. You can probably go through this particular documentation to know more about measure names and values, but I think this video will be more than enough for you to get started with your learning process. Okay, so we'll quickly jump into the Tableau dashboard. So I'm again using the sample superstore data. And let's say I am dragging my subcategory as my rows and sales as my values. And then apart from sales, I'm also using profit. So you can see I'll just control Z. That means I'll undo it and then redo it. So now what is visible is I'll just do it from scratch. I have just added my subcategory value in my rows. So if you want to add some measures, you can quickly either add it here in this window or else just double click it. If you double click it, by default, the sales will be appended as a text. This is as simple as this. That means now you have the total sales for each subcategory. Let's say you also want to add profit. Make a note of it. Once I double click on profit, automatically you will be able to see measure names and measure values. Double click. Now you can see in the columns you are able to see measure names. Simple. And here you are able to see the measure values. What is the measure value? It's using sum of profit and sum of sales. Do you want to change it? You can change it. Go to this panel and change it to average. Let's say you want average sales, or else let's say you want something else. You want average profit. So all these things are possible. And you can also see a field called as measure names. When you create such things, by default, your measure names and values are created in your data window. Just imagine, I will just name it as sheet 1. I'll create another sheet. You can see by default, you are able to see measure names. Let's say you want to know what these measure names are. No measures, no measure values. And then let's say I will add category. You can see there are no measure values. Okay, subcategory. I will add subcategory, and then I will also be adding measure values. Measure values in my text. Automatically, you can see I am getting so many things. Right? What exactly is this measure value? This is an auto-generated measure values. This is an auto-generated or a, as simple as that. It's an auto-generated field, which basically means that all the parameters, let's say within your data window, how many measures do you have? You have discount, you have profit, you have quantity, you have orders count. So all these parameters are shown. All these are measures. If you double click on this measure values, you can see by default, all the measures are shown. And if you just need profit and sales, simply select or none and then profit and sales, click on apply, and you can see your profit and sales are visible. Simple. And what is visible? Sum of profit and sum of sales. So simply you can either do it this way or you can do it that way. So I'll just repeat once again how I created a new sheet, and here by default you will be able to see measure names and measure values. Let's say I'm adding measure values in the text, measure names in the columns, and I want it category wise. Category. Simple. These are all my measures. I don't need all of them. You can manually delete it from here. Let's say I just want profit and sales. You can manually delete from here. You can see I'm deleting it. But in case you want to delete from here, you can also delete it from here. Let's say you just want profit and sales, click on OK, and now you can see profit and sales. Simple. But if you want to create that by yourself, you can simply use category and then use sales in the text and then profit. Double click it and automatically you can see your measures values and measure names have been created. Okay, you can see sheet 3 and sheet 4 are same. So there are two techniques to create your measure values and measure names, which are by default auto generated. So that's the reason they are called as generated fields, right? Another sheet I will be talking about latitude and longitude. What exactly is latitude and longitude? I think everybody knows about it because back in our school days, we have been taught about geography, right? Latitude and longitude. So let me search for a column where I can find latitude and longitude. In short, where I can find the globe symbol. So this is string ABC. This is an hierarchy. This is a date, string, hierarchy. Let me search. Okay. Automatically latitude and longitude as generated, but I'm going to use some existing columns. I don't see region. Let me just search for region. Okay. Okay. Inside your locations, it is there. Inside your locations, I have region. So you can see when I double click on region, automatically I'm able to see my columns, which has longitude, and rows, which has latitude. And you can see in the brackets, it is seen as brackets generated. So that means they are generated fields, latitude and longitude. How they are generated? Well, there is a huge story about it, but in short, so this is nothing but, I'll show you what exactly is region. So region is nothing but your different types of region: central, east, south, west. And as we can see, an hierarchy is already created. So this region belongs to which country? It belongs to United States. And by default in Tableau, there are United States map is already present by default. So when we are using this region, we are double clicking this, Tableau automatically understands that this is nothing but your different regions. So this is your east region, this is your west region, this is your north region, this is your central, this is your south. I mean, whatever it is. So Tableau understands these things. And that is the reason when I'm double clicking on region, let me just show you once again, double click and automatically everything is created. Simply change it to map and you can see a map has been created, which is using longitude, which is using latitude. Let's say you want to see this longitude and latitude. What exactly are these? Let's say I'll create another sheet. Okay, instead of latitude in my rows and longitude in my rows as well, I will also be showing you region. Region. Okay, you can see that there are so many latitude, longitude, and all these things. So instead of this, let's say I will show you text. Oh, it's not able to show you text. Okay, so we are not able to see this, but anyways, I hope you understood what exactly I'm talking about. So my latitude and longitude is created, and these are your generated fields. Now, just taking some steps ahead so that we just don't close the topic in between. Let's say I want to beautify this particular chart, which is again an off-topic question, but I will just show it. You can see I've added region as a color, and let's say you want to have all the state names as labels. Bam, you can see everything is done. And you can also see for each state, I'm able to see United States. I'm able to see the country, which is kind of bizarre or kind of annoying to your eyes because you're seeing states, might be annoying sometimes. So what I can do is you can see country region, simply click on this, and then that is gone. So using your longitude and latitude and using your region, I'm able to showcase this map. I haven't created longitude and latitude. These are generated fields. So this is all about generated fields. I hope everybody is aware of generated fields right now. If somebody asks you generated fields, I think you have enough topics to talk about. You can talk about measure values, measure names, latitude, longitude, and so on. That's it for generated fields. In the next topic, we will be talking about some concepts like dual axis, combo charts, and all those things. Thank you. Hi. In this video, we'll be talking about the differences between discrete variables and continuous variables, and we'll also show you how these different entities or different discrete and continuous variables work in Tableau. Now, theoretically, let's try to understand these things that dimensions normally contains qualitative data, such as names, dates, or categorical variables. For example, your gender. Now, gender is a purely qualitative data. So dimensions are basically those type of data which are qualitative in nature. For an example, any kind of categorical data, location, gender, all these kind of features. You can use dimensions to categorize, segment, and reveal the details in your data. Dimensions affect the level of detail in the view. What are measures? Simply the numerical columns or the continuous variables like age, tenure, salary, any kind of features like this are basically called as measures. And these are just terminologies in Tableau. In different tools, we treat it as different terminologies, but the concept remains the same. Now, measures contain numeric, quantitative data that you can measure. Measures can be aggregated. By default, when you add a measure to your visualization, it becomes an aggregated value. That's how it has been created. When you drag a measure into the view, Tableau applies an aggregation to that measure, and normally it's a sum aggregation. You can definitely change it. Tableau represents data differently in the view depending on whether the field is discrete, which is in blue color, or continuous variables, which are in green color. Continuous and discrete are mathematical terms. Continuous means forming an unbroken whole without interruption. Discrete means individually separate and distinct entities. Now, we'll move to Tableau for an illustration of the exact differences between discrete and continuous variables, and we'll also try to see how these kind of features act differently in different types of visualization. So I'll be using the same sample superstore data and I'll be showing you some basic features. As you can see in the left panel in the data window panel, before couple of months, I already told in the previous videos as well that it was basically your dimensions and measures. So all your dimensions was under dimensions and all your measures was under measures. But currently with the latest updates, the data window has been separated based on queries. For an example, if you are using 5 different Excel sheets, so you will be having 5 different queries or 5 different tables. On each table, you will be seeing a separation based on a line. Let's say I'm talking about these orders. You can see the variables are separated by a line here. After top customers by profit and before discount, you can see a separation line. So anything above that separation line is basically a dimension, which is in blue color. You can see that it must be perfectly visible on the video as well. These attributes are in blue, and the green attributes, you can see a hash symbol which basically states that these are numbers, these are continuous variables, and hence they are called as measures. Okay, now let's create a simple chart. Now you can see when I'm dragging my subcategory, you can see subcategory is in blue color, so it clearly states that it's a dimension. When I'm dragging it, you can see simply I am able to see the values in a tabular format. And it is the raw, like it is the raw column name subcategory. Now just imagine I will be dragging this sales. Now sales is a measure. We already know this. If I drag it to columns, you can see automatically when I'm dragging it, automatically it is getting converted into sum of sales. You can see it's very hastily visible. And when I'm placing it, automatically it becomes an aggregated function. And this is how measures are meant to be. Automatically they get created to an aggregated value. Okay. And of course, if you want to change it, you can definitely go to this measure and change it to whatever type you want. Let's say you want average or median or count distinct or maximum, minimum, percentile, all these kind of functions which could be possible with a numerical variable are already visible here. You can choose it as per your wish, but by default, it is sum. Now let's try to sort this out. Let's say this is how it looks like. Now I'll just name it as subcategory versus sales. Simple. On the same tab, what I will do is subcategory versus sales. I will use dimension as a color attribute, and I will also create another duplicate. Here I will be using measures. Okay, simple. Here I will be adding some dimension column as a color object. Let's say I'm going to use category into my colors. You can see that there are 3 categories. Furniture is blue, office supplies is orange, and technology is red, right? And we already know that phone is a technology category, machines is a technology category. So based on their categories, the colors are created. This is how your dimensions work, concrete objects. Now, if I move back to the next sheet, and I will try to show you how sum of sales or how any type of measure works as a color. You can see these are concrete values, right? If you just want to see it for a different subcategory type, probably instead of category, I will just make it subcategory. So each and every subcategory becomes a color. Simple. Let's say I want to differentiate based on segment color. You can see this is how the segmentation works. Similarly, we will do the same activity with a measure. Now, going back to the original slides, which is subcategory versus sales. Here, let's say I want to add sales as a color. The moment we do this, you can see automatically a gradient is created. That means from high to low. You can imagine this way, that in your graph, if I don't have the sales, in your graph, if I don't have the sales, you can see the longer the bar graph is, that means the higher the sales value is. Simple. And the sales value is decreasing, like from higher to lower, it is decreasing, decreasing, decreasing. Simple. That is the reason automatically Tableau creates a gradient of color. Instead of having a concrete color for each type of values, it basically creates a gradient. 10,000 high gradient, 5,000 a low gradient, 2,000 even lower gradient. So that is the reason when I'm dragging my sales to the color, you can see the gradient of color is created, and you can see this is the from lowest, which is 3024, to the highest, which is 330K. And this is how your dimensions and measures are created. So let me just save it. We'll be saving in the same folder, which we will be sharing with you. Tableau. Okay. And then I'll name it as continuous versus dimensions versus measures. Okay, I'll just save it as TWBX file so that you can quickly open it on Tableau Public as well. Now, moving on to the second one, how your graph, how your maps differs when you use measures and dimensions as colors. So what I will be doing is, I have my region. You can see a globe symbol. That means if I double click on this, I will be able to generate some fields like longitude and latitude. So I'm not sure if generated fields is covered so far or not. In case it is not covered, you will always find the generated fields section somewhere in this particular course. Go through that, you will be able to understand what exactly is a generated field. Now, if I double click on this, you can see automatically longitude is created and latitude is created. And these are both generated fields. Simple. I'll just change it to map, and this is my map. Now, let's say I want to add my dimension as a color. Dimension. You can see this is how the coloring works. Okay. I will be removing the color, and this is how my dimension works. Similarly, if what I will do is, I will, instead of my state, I will add my sales as color. Right. And you can see, so these are the differences of states, which is a dimension field. That means each state is given a different color. And when it comes to measure as a color object, sum of sales, you can see it's a gradient, right? So the sales for region. Okay, so let me just remove the region. So it has differentiated based on region. So you can see for west region, it is somewhere higher. For central region, it is somewhere lower. South is even lower, and east is high. So it is a gradient, right? So the color codings is changing based on the sum of sales per region, because region is added as a filter, right? And when it comes to this sheet, it basically doesn't care about the region. It has differentiated each color as different states. Now, it all depends upon the scenarios which you are currently working on, but I hope you have understood what are the differences between measures and dimensions. One last thing which I will be showing you is going to be, let's say I'll just name it as maps, dimensions, and maps, measures. One last thing I will be showing you is going to be filters. So I'll be adding the same subcategory as my rows and sales as my columns, and just sort it down. Now you can see how dimensions and measures work as a filter. So let's say I want to add a category as a filter. Upon selection of category, which is a disk, which is a dimension, right? It's a discrete object. You can see I'm able to see three options. But if I drag sales, I will not be able to see options, right? Because sales is a continuous variable. So the pop-up window for a dimension and a measure is completely different. For dimensions, you can see these options. You can also select a wildcard option and a condition or top. Let's say I'm going to select furniture, click apply, okay. And these are just the furnitures which we are using. So dimension as a filter. And similarly, what I will be doing is I'll duplicate this and mention it as measure as a filter. Now, in case of measure as a filter, I will be removing my dimension and I will be adding my measures. The moment I add this, I will not be able to see a window similar to a dimensions case. Now, if I click on this, if I release my button right now, you will be able to see a different options. Do you want a range? Do you want a sum? Do you want the average? How do you want to filter? Let's say I want to filter based on sum, and anywhere the sum which is more than 59,000 and less than these values, apply, okay, and the filter is used. Very simple. So it all depends upon the context which you are currently doing. It all depends upon the scenarios which you are dealing with. Based on that, you will definitely figure out which is going to be used, and is it going to be a dimension or continuous variable. But I hope you understood the basic differences between that. And now it's all about the practice and practical applications. So the more you practice, the more better you will be. That's it for this particular topic. In the next topic, we'll be covering some other things. Thank you. Hi. In this video, we shall be learning about dual axis or how to use multiple measures. And after we learn that, we will also be talking about various charts in Tableau, be it combinational charts, pie charts, heat maps, bar charts. So there are various varieties of charts in Tableau, and we'll be trying to cover the basic charts which we use on a daily basis on Tableau. So let's get started with the dual axis. Now, what exactly is dual axis? As the name suggests, dual axis probably means using two axes on one particular chart. And what exactly is multiple measures? Let's say you want to visualize two different measures, profit and sales, on a single chart. How can we do that? We can do that using your dual axis technique. And in this Tableau tutorial, we'll be learning how to implement that. There are several ways to compare multiple measures, right? In a single view, you can either create individual axes for each measure, or blend two measures to share an axis, add dual axis where there are two different axes layered in the same pane. So how to create a combinational chart? You can see in this particular graph, we have created combinational chart. We are analyzing region with respect to two different measures. In this particular chart, let's try to mimic this. I'll try to open Tableau, and we will be using the same superstore data and subcategory and sales. So let's say I'm adding subcategory in my columns, and I will be adding sales in my rows and profit in my rows. So I'm using two different measures. You can see when I'm using two different measures, I can probably, this is one of the techniques. I can probably use, let's say I'm analyzing cost and expenditure of a particular categories of data. I can have that category as a column so that each column type or each column value will have its own bar chart. And then I'm separating the axes. So the first axis, the top one is going to be sales, and the second one is going to be profit, right? But let's say moving back to this one, let's say I'm using, let's say I was doing on subcategory. I'm doing the same technique, subcategory as my columns, but in this step, instead of adding sales as a row, I will be adding sales as a text, and then I will also add profit as a text. So you can see sales has already been added as a text. If I double click on profit, now I will be creating a generated field. I hope everybody knows about generated field. If not, then probably go ahead to the generated fields video and you will be able to understand that in Tableau, there are many automatic fields that are created in Tableau. For an example, when you create a region like this, you go to region, which is basically giving you a format of a geological map. If you double click, you can see longitude and latitudes are created automatically, right? So longitude and latitude are nothing but your generated fields. Let me just delete it. Similarly, when I will add my profit right now, I will double click. I will be able to see measure values and measure names. You can see. Now let's say I want to convert it into a graph. This is how a graph looks like. Simple. So there are multiple techniques of creating combinational charts. So here, another case, he is showing the combinational chart with respect to region. So I will be just removing everything. I will add profit and then I will add sales. And you can see either you do this or you do this. So this is also one of the combinational charts where you already have your region as columns, central, east, south, west, and then you also have profit and sales. So again, how and what to use, it all depends upon your creativity level. So there are multiple ways to do it, but it's all about you, how to make it look beautiful. And here, if you want to edit some colors for profit, maybe, and for sales, probably give it a neutral color, something like that, and this works, right? So let me just name all these things: combo chart 1, combo chart 2, and combo chart 3. Simple. Moving back to some other graphs, we have geological geographical map. We also have heat maps, scatter plots, pie charts, and bar charts. These are the basic charts which we use in Tableau, or you go to any kind of tool, whether it is Python, where you are plotting using Matplotlib or Seaborn, or else Power BI, or else Tableau. Doesn't matter, but these are the most important charts which we use. So geographic chart, I will not be able to mimic an exact visualization that is shown here, but I'll show you how to create a basic geographic chart. And then we'll move on to the heat map. So let me create a sheet and name it as a geographic chart, geomap. Now, how to create a geomap? It's going to be very simple. You go and find out a particular column or a particular dimension which is having a globe symbol. You can see like this. What is a globe symbol? It is nothing but it's a string object, but it already identifies, Tableau identifies that this is some of the columns which can be represented in a map. Okay, country is there, region is there. Let's say you just want to see. So you can see country is having United States. Simple. And let's say you want to see the region. You can see there are 4 regions: central, east, south, and west. If you want to see the states, central has Illinois, Indiana, all these states. Similarly, if you dig in further, these are the cities within your states, right? But how to create a geographical map? Simply, let's say I want to create a geographical map based on region. I will just double click. Upon double clicking, you can see that I'm able to generate some generated fields. And you can see the name itself is longitude generated and latitude generated. But how is it able to create a United States map? Because Tableau internally has a lot of maps inbuilt. So let's say you create a column, and that column will have states of India, and you will use that as a geographical map. It will automatically create an Indian map. Okay, you can try it out. So here, Similarly, when I'm double clicking on region, it is creating a map. But this map type is not created as a map. You can see in the marks, there will be an option called as map. If you click on this, the beautiful map is created. Simple. Let's say you want to add state as a label or state as a color. You can see state as a label and state as a color. But you can see United States is visible in each and every state. Why? Because United States is automatically added as a text. So just remove this. Now you can see a beautiful map. And let's say you want to add your sales. You want to add your sales. You can see here you go. You're able to see the sales for each state. Instead of state as a color, let's say you want to add sales as a color. You can see this is how sales work. And you can see this is a gradient, right? Sales is a gradient. The more high sales it is, the stronger colors it is having. So California is having the highest sales and the lowest color is probably 920. So somewhere around probably, yeah, it's very difficult to identify, but yeah, I mean, if you want to identify, you can probably use another chart, but this is a geographical map, right? Now let me just move on to the next topic. Before moving on, let me save it. Charts in Tableau, and I will save it as a TWX file, save it. Now the next type of map is heat maps. What is heat map? Well, Tableau heat map is a visualization where marks on the view are represented using color. And as the density of records increases per mark, a more intense color is displayed. Drag order date. So these are the steps to follow, but I will not be following these steps. I will be creating a heat map on the go. So let me create a sheet. I will name it as heat maps. Simple. Let's say I want to create a heat map on two particular dimensions. One is subcategory. So I'm placing subcategory as my rows. And let's say I want to add segment as my columns. Simple. Let me just drag it a little bit so that, yeah, it is a little bit visible properly. Now you can see my rows is having your subcategory values like accessories, appliances, art, blinders. All these subcategories are shown. And in my column, you can see segment is shown. Consumer, corporate, and home office. But what is the value to showcase? We don't have values. That is the reason it is shown as ABC, ABC, ABC. Let's say you want to show your profit. So here you go. You can see the profit numbers right now. Now, how can we convert it into a heat map? Do we have an option here? Well, unfortunately, we don't have an option here. But if you click on Show Me tab, you will be having an option here. This is the tabular format and this is the heat map. If I click on this, automatically my heat map is created. Now, let's say you want to edit the colors. Probably you can go ahead and edit it like this. Okay. So this is basically a heat map. And red numbers are basically your negative values. That means loss. Negative profit basically means loss. And the blue numbers are basically your high profit, right? And just enlarge the graph. And this is how your heat map works. Now, talking about heat maps, I hope everybody must be knowing that when it comes to finding the numerical relationships, we usually create heat maps, right? Now, how can we create similar correlation matrix in Tableau? Is it possible? So just giving an idea that if you don't remember, we used to analyze numerical columns, right? Let's say height versus weight, height and weight. And let's say these are your data points, which basically means when the height is increasing, the weight is also increasing, which means they are positively correlated. And if the height is increasing and weight is decreasing, that means the two variables are negatively correlated. And if the data points are random in nature, you are not able to identify whether when height is increasing, weight is increasing or not. That means they are not correlated. That means no linear relationship between these numerical attributes. Simple. And in Python, we used to call the pandas data frame and call df.core function, which basically gives our correlation matrix. Simple. I hope everybody knows about this thing, pandas core. And you can see this core function is basically showing you the Pearson correlation coefficient, right? And how to plot in heat map Seaborn. And this is how we plot a correlation matrix in Python. That means how your different numerical columns are related to each other. Can we create such thing in Tableau? Well, the answer is going to be yes. For that, I will not do any changes in this Tableau sheet. I will be creating another Tableau sheet where I will show you how to create a correlation matrix. Okay. So I'll be using the same sample Superstore data. I'll go to my data source and I'll double click on orders. What I'll do is I'll create a inner join, self inner join. On what? On customer ID. Done. So orders and orders one. That means these are the same tables, but I'm creating an inner join. And now I'll go to my sheet. I'll create a calculated field. Okay. I will name it as coef function. So there is a method in Tableau called as CORR. What is this? Returns the Pearson coefficient, correlation coefficient of two expressions. Correlation of sales, comma, profit. So let's say I want to find the correlation of two different attributes. So I will be using a LOD function, include customer name, sum of sales, brackets close, include. In case you are not aware of LOD functions, nothing to worry about. There is a separate class for that where I have explained everything in details. And you can probably go ahead and then understand what exactly is LOD functions. So I'm using an LOD expression here. So I'm finding correlation between this attribute and this attribute. Okay, I'm clicking on OK. Here, what I will do is I'll place my subcategories orders and subcategory as my columns. Now I have this look. That means I want the correlation between different subcategories. Okay. I'll simply drag my correlation coefficient and place it here. Now you can see the numbers, which means accessories with accessories is 1. We know that. Appliances with accessories is 0.46. That means they are somehow positively correlated. Now you have the numbers, you have to convert it into a heat map. Done. So this is a beautiful heat map that has been created. And we already know heat map values always lies between, not heat map, correlation coefficient heat map values always lies between -1 to 1. The more closer the value towards -1, that means they are negatively correlated. And the more positive values, that means they are positively correlated. Like if I talk about these orange values, that means accessories and supplies are negatively correlated. And the more blue values, let's say this one, so copiers and supplies are highly positively correlated. Okay, let me just save it as heat maps score. Okay, moving back to the previous Tableau file, and here we will be learning about some other charts. Scatter plots. What are scatter plots? Again, scatter plots are nothing but you usually use your numerical variables to find the relationship between two different numerical variables. We use a scatter plot. Scatter plot is a visualization used to compare two measures. Numerical variables in Tableau is simply measures, right? So how to create a scatter plot? Very simple. Going back to Tableau, I will name it as scatter plots. I will add my profit and I will add my sales. So my profit is added, my sales is added. I will add, let's say I will add subcategory. Now you can see that my subcategory is created. Let me just give some details. So my subcategory is created and this is basically a scatter plot. If you want to differentiate between various data points based on categories, add it as colors. That means orange are your office supplies. And when you're hovering on the data points, you can see their respective profit value and their respective sales value. Okay. If you want, you can convert it into squares. If you want, you can convert it into circles. If you want, you can convert it into shapes. Okay. Whatever you want to do, you can do that. But overall, this is basically a scatter plot. Okay. And remember, scatter plots are used to compare between two numerical data points, two numerical columns. And in Tableau's terminology, two different measures. Okay. Measure 1 and measure 2 in your X and Y axis. Going back to the slides, we'll be talking about pie charts. Now, how to create a pie chart? Again, very simple concept. Let's say I will be creating a pie charts on my subcategory and sales. Go to show me and convert it into pie chart. And here you go, you have a pie chart. Let's say subcategory is a little bit complicated because there are so many values. I'll change it to categories. And you can see pie chart has been created, but the size is very small, right? What we can go do is click on this size, increase this font. Will this work? Well, it will not work because you are in a standard view format. So if you do this, your size will not increase. Instead of that, just go to this particular option and make it entire view. And then you can increase the size as per your wish. Okay. Now this pie chart is created. Let me add more details to it. So let me just add sales value to the label and category to the label as well. Done. Let's say I'll just name it like this. And let's say you want to add some dollar symbol. You can simply create English and make it, where is the United States? United States. Done. So this is a simple pie chart that has been created. Okay. So creating charts in Tableau is super simple. And bar charts. How to create bar charts? I hope everybody knows how to create bar charts because so far we have created a lots and lots of bar charts, right? So similarly, there are so many charts here. You can probably explore. I'll talk about line chart as well quickly. So line chart is basically used for, let's say, time series data. You have year 2018, 19, 20, 21. Let's say like this. That means you are seeing an increasing trend, right? This is how a line chart looks like. And if you do an area chart, this is how an area chart will look like. This will filled up with colors. Simple. Now, creating an area chart, let's try to create. So I want to have my date in my x axis. So I will place it in my rows and I will place my sales in the column. Okay. By mistakenly, I have done order ID. I will add order date. Okay. And then here, I will be changing it to month, and this is how your columns rows. Yeah. So column, you have to add your date parameter in the columns and your measure in the rows. Now you can see these first 5 options are basically your discrete options, and these options are your continuous options. So I'm choosing the continuous month and changed it into a line graph. How to change it to a area graph? Simple. So let's say I want to create a line graph, line chart, and then based on that, I will duplicate it and create an area chart. Okay. So line chart, everything is done. Moving back to area chart, let's say I'll convert it into areas. And here, if you want to add some categories, you can add it. In line chart, if you want to add categories, this is how it looks like. For different categories, you will have different lines. Simple. This is how you create your line charts and area charts. I hope you are self-independent enough to explore other charts. I'll not be able to cover each and every chart in details, right? This is all about charts, and in the next class, we'll be talking about some other topics related to Tableau. So that's it for this particular topic. Thank you. Hi. Welcome to this class on pivot tables, and today we shall be learning what exactly is a pivot table and how do we implement the same concepts in Tableau. In Tableau, we generally call it as crosstab. People call it as pivot tables as well. Let's try to learn what exactly is a crosstab. Now, crosstab in Tableau is a type of chart that is also known as the text table or pivot table. Crosstab includes one or more measures along with the dimensions for the visualization. It also supports calculated fields for dynamic value representation. This is the theoretical concepts. Now, taking you back to Excel, what exactly is a pivot table? I have a sheet where I will be explaining you how to create a pivot table in Excel, and we'll try to create a similar kind of visualization in Tableau as well. Okay. Now you can see this particular CSV file. I have a lot of columns like row number, customer ID, surname, credit score, gender, geography, age, etc., etc. Now, which numerical value I have? I have a value called as estimated salary. Let's say you have sales. You can analyze sales. For an example, in this case, we will be analyzing estimated salary for each gender type. In that case, we are going to create a group by kind of functionality. And we also want to then segregate based on gender and geography. For an example, male and female, and geography, I have Spain, France, and Germany. What is the total amount of estimated salary for males in Germany, for males in Spain, for males in France, and similarly for females in France, females in Germany, and females in Spain? This is a detailed analysis when it comes to the numerical measures, right? So quickly, what I'll do is I'll insert a pivot table and click on OK. So my pivot table sheet is opened in a different sheet, which is sheet 1. Simple. I'll name it as pivot. Now you can see there are so many tables here. Now you can see it's not able to read it properly. So what I will be doing is I will quickly select the entire table because I have selected estimated salary. So in my pivot table, estimated salary is visible. I will select the entire block and then create a pivot table. So now you can see my pivot table is created with so many fields. Simple. Pivot table, as I told, it gives you a detailed analysis or detailed results of particular things. Let's say you are analyzing sales or profit. So how can you analyze with multiple rows, multiple columns, multiple types? How do you, it's basically categorical versus numerical analysis. Okay. Now let's say in this particular case, I will be using geography as my columns. Okay, looks good. Gender as my rows. So I have female and male, and I have my different geography, France, Germany, and Spain. Simple. And you can see in that particular structure, you also have a row level grand total. You also have a column level grand total. But Nothing is visible in this particular area. Why? Because we haven't put anything in the values. What do we want in the values? I will try to recreate this particular concept, particular tabular format in Tableau. Let's try to use Tableau and try to create it on the go. So I'll be using the same file, churn modeling, and here I'll go to my sheet. As you can see in this Excel file, I have columns as geography. So I will add geography to columns and gender to my rows. Simple. You can see it's a similar structure, but I don't have grand totals. I don't have row level totals. I don't have the column level totals. So we will add that. Now let's move on to Excel. Let's say we want to put some values here and we don't have much numerical columns. I will just be using estimated salary as my values. And as estimated salary is a numerical field, automatically when I'm dragging it, you can see there is a symbol called as summation. You can simply make a sum of estimated salary. In case you want to change it to something else, you can quickly visit the value field settings and change it to count, average, max, min, anything. Let's see, we'll perform an average. We'll do average, click on OK. Now you can see that this is my average. Okay, let's say we'll talk about sum, which is the basic concept, and you already know how to change it, right? So I'll do sum, and you can see if I zoom in, I have female in my rows, and columns, I have my geography, and then the values are sum of my total estimated salary. Simple. I will try to mimic this in my Tableau. So in this ABC, I will be putting estimated salary in this block. Automatically, it is done as sum. Again, the way you are changing here, like, sorry, my bad, by mistake. So let's say you are changing something here. You are changing to average. Let's say we'll do average. Here also we can do average. Click on this arrow, go to measure, go to average. Now you can confirm 99564 dot something 99564. Simple. And let's say you want exactly like this to 5 decimal places. You can also do that by going to the formatting option and then adding the decimal places. Well, I forgot how to add the decimal places. Yeah, this one. So let's say I want to add 5 decimal places and then click on OK. You can see now you can verify the numbers. I'll just drag it so that my numbers are perfectly seen. 99564.276. The numbers are same. Now here I have a grand total and here also I have a grand total. Okay, let me just change it to sum so that it eases of the work. Sum, and here I will change it to sum. Okay. Now I will be adding a grand total as column, grand total as rows. Now simply go to analysis, click on totals, show grand totals. Click on analysis, go to totals, show column grand totals. So this is what this basically means. You can see 457032 something something, 457032 something something. Simple. And this is all about your pivot tables, how to create pivot tables in Tableau. If you want to give it a tabular look, you can give it. If you want to keep it the way it is, you can give it. Up to you. Now, I will quickly add another column and see how the things are changing. Let's say I'll search for a categorical feature, number of products. Let's say we'll talk about exited as my rows. Okay. Now you can see within female, you have zeros and ones. So for female, you are able to see the total. For 0 also this and 1 is this. And you can see for 0 and 1, the combination is 2251 something. And this is the total. So you are segregating your gender into exited 0 and 1. Exited has been added as a row. On top of that, you are also doing the sum operation here. You are also doing the sum operation here. And you are also doing a grand total here. Exactly same thing. How to do it in Tableau? I'll just quickly add exited as my rows, and we'll see how the things are changing. Exited as my rows, but you can see exited is my measure. So it will be a little bit difficult to deal with it, but still we'll see how things work. I will put it in rows. Now you can see automatically I'm able to get a bar chart. But instead of that, what I will need is I will add a discrete value. Okay. So instead of sum, I will add a dimension. 1 second. Discrete, no. Attribute, no. Dimension. So here dimension is ready, but I want a discrete. Now you can see I have converted the exited to a discrete object and everything is visible. But here one thing is missing. I can see the grand total for the rows, the total grand total and the total grand total, but I'm not able to see the grand total within your female and male, the way you are seeing here in Excel. This row and this row is not there in my Tableau. How to add it? You can quickly go to analysis, go to totals, and then click on add all subtotals. Now you can see this exactly has been replicated. The way we were dealing with Excel and the way we deal with Tableau is almost similar. Excel creates another pivot table by its own. It has a pivot table functionality, but in Tableau, it's somehow a manual process, but it's going to be super easy to do it. As you can see, everybody has already known how to create a pivot table, and this is how we work with Tableau. And this is all about pivot tables in Tableau. You can also take some other examples and try it out. I will definitely recommend you to try the way I have done it. Try to do it in Excel sheets and then try to replicate that in Tableau. And once you verify some of the numbers, you can come to a conclusion that you are going in the right direction. And once you are through to your, because currently you are in your practice stage, once you are like 6 months 8 months experienced in Tableau, then you can probably do it directly in Tableau, like without looking anywhere else. So that's it. That's all about cross tabs and pivot tables, and we'll be coming up with the next topics in the next videos. Thank you. Hi, welcome to this episode on level of detail expressions, which is otherwise called as LOD expressions. Now, what is level of detail? Level of detail sounds like some sort of detailed analysis. How much level deep are you going to dive? So, LOD, which is nothing but level of detail expressions, allow you to compute values at the data source level and the visualization level. They can be performed at a more granular level. What is granular? Granularity. What is that? Okay, I'll tell you an example. What if you ask one candidate, hey, how was yesterday's match between India and Pakistan? And the child replies that, well, Pakistan won by 10 wickets. Simple. End of sentence. That's basically a summarized report or a summarized analysis. But you ask the same question to another candidate. And when you ask him, hey, can you tell me what happened in yesterday's match between India and Pakistan? He tells, well, India won the toss, chose to bat first. And then the initial wickets were gone in a couple of overs. Then Virat Kohli came and scored like 57 runs. The pitch was dry. This was happening, that was happening. The Pakistani spinners were really good. And India scored around 151. And then Pakistan, did this, did that, and they won the match by 10 wickets. That is a detailed analysis. What does that mean? That means the second candidate is going into very deep. He's going into the granular level. So that is basically a granular level. That means his granularity is very high. Okay. So LOD expressions can be performed at a more granular level, which is called as include, a less granular level, which is called as exclude, or an entirely independent level, which is called as fixed. Now, talking about different types of level of analysis, there are two different concepts. One is going to be high level, one is going to be low level. What is high level? As I told, I was giving the example of candidate 1 and candidate 2. Candidate 1 simply tells that India lost the match, Pakistan won it by 10 wickets. Simple. One line sentence, that's it. So that is a high level analysis or a high level report. So high level, leave out the details. They are summarized data, less granular, and they are more aggregated. That means Pakistan score 159, done. Or total sales of, let's say somebody asks you, can you tell me about the sales analysis of your company? Total sales of India is 10 million. Simple. That's it. But if you ask another candidate, he will tell you that total sales of India is 10 million. But if you look at the north and the south, the north is doing little bit better as compared to south. These areas are good, these areas are bad. So that is a more granular level of analysis. So low level is nothing but including all the details. They have more details, more granular level, less aggregated. That means less aggregation is done. What are the different types of LOD expression? Now, before moving into this one, I will try to open Tableau and show you some basic concepts of granularity. I'm using the same sample superstore dataset. Let's say I want to see the total sales. So the total sales is basically 2297200. If somebody asks you what is the total sales, my total sales is this number, 2297 something something something, right? But if you start adding something, let's say you want to add categories, now you see that the total sales, the sum of sales, is getting divided within the categories. That means when you are using a measure, let's say total sales, when you are not defining anything, that is a very less granular level. When you are defining a category, let's say I will add subcategory, you can see it is going into more granular level. So the total sales of, okay, let's say we'll make it continuous. Instead of continuous, we'll just change it to, okay, simple. So that means the total sum of sales is getting impacted by the filters, is getting impacted by the dimensions, right? But what if you want to show the total sales as a separate column here? How can we do that? Well, if you want to do that, you can implement a LOD expression. Now, moving back to the slides, there are three major LOD expressions. One is going to be fixed. Fixed is nothing but independent of view. Second is going to be include. That means minus from the view. Exclude, add to the view. The syntax is pretty simple. The syntax is going to be type, then dimension list, and then aggregate. Okay, let's try to create some LOD expressions. As I have already explained, the syntax is going to be super simple. It all starts with curly braces, then type, then your dimension list, then colon, and then your operation, let's say your aggregation, and then bracket closed. Simple. So if you want to implement fixed, you simply have to change it to fixed. That's it. That's it. And dimension list is basically you're passing your dimensions. Based on which dimension do you want to perform this fixed operation? If you want to have multiple dimensions, you can simply pass dimension 1, dimension 2, dimension 3. So let's try to implement that. Let's say we want to add a new column called as total sales. So I'll be creating a new calculated field, fixed sales. I will simply, let's say, see, if you you can see that Tableau is so developer friendly. You don't have to memorize the, you know, you don't have to memorize all these things, brackets, then fixed, then this, then that. Simply, you don't remember anything. Start typing in, automatically it is adding the curly braces. Fixed of what? I need the fixed of sales, right? So let's say I'm not passing anything, sum of sales, and then brackets close. Let's say I'm not passing any dimension. I don't want to pass any dimension because I'm doing the total sales irrespective of the dimensions. So I have just passed fixed and then nothing and then colon, then sum of sales. Calculation is valid. If you want to find more about this operation, what exactly is fixed, you can see fixed is nothing but computes and aggregate using only the specified dimensions. Now you click on OK, your fixed of sales is done. You double click it, you can see now. You can see, doesn't really matter if you add category or subcategory, my fixed sales is always fixed. So again, based on your scenarios, you can actually create this LOD expression. Now, the first thing about fixed operation is going to be it does not get affected by the filters or the dimensions or any kind of measures, right? Now, talking about exclude operation. Now, exclude is nothing but if you want to exclude, okay, we'll start talking about it. We'll start talking about exclude function. Now, what exactly is exclude? Let's say I want to show you, I will start writing exclude, let's name it as exclude sales, exclude sales. Okay, so I'll start typing in exclude. Now, exclude is getting impacted by the parameters. Okay, just make a note of it. Let's say I want to exclude category. So I don't care about category. Instead of that, I will add sum of sales, brackets close, simple. That means, okay, there is some error. Why? Because we haven't closed the bracket. Calculation is valid. So you can note it that exclude function. That means I'm excluding category. If you have a category column as a filter, exclude will basically ignore that category and will work as a fixed operation. That's it. So let me add this and then I will show you what are the differences. So you make a note of it. I'm using exclude category. That means I don't care about category. I'm excluding that and I'm doing a sum of sales. I click on OK. Then I already have the exclude sales. Double click it. And then you can see that my fixed sales and my exclude sales are same. Simple. Now there is a catch. Here in the rows, we have category. That is the reason exclude sales is ignoring the categories. Let's say I will add subcategory. Here you can see that the fixed sales will remain same, but the exclude sales will vary. Why? Because exclude sales calculated field only excludes category. It does not exclude the subcategory. So if you do this, now you can see the exclude sales are changing. Now, if you don't want this to change, what can we do? You can simply go to this exclude sales and you want to also exclude subcategory. Click on OK, and then you can see the changes are done. Simple. So this is all about exclude and fixed. Now, I will talk about include. That means how to perform include operation. So let's say here, this book, we will mark it as LOD expressions. Okay. And we'll create another sheet for include. Okay. Include demo. So here, what we can do, let's say we start with the category and we also have sales and then we have region. Okay, something like that. So here we have sales. So let's not add sales, let's add profit. Okay, profit. Okay, this is my profit. Now, keep an eye on it. So what I have done is I have my category, then I have my region, and then I have my profit. I want to know what is my total average profit. So what we can do, I'll simply go to analytics and click on totals. Now I already have the total sum. So I'll go to this sum of profit, go to total using automatic and change it to average. So now my average profit, overall average profit for furniture is 4,613. Let's make a note of it. Why are we making a note of it? Because we will be creating a calculated field using include, and we will verify these numbers are correct or not. So average furniture profit is 4613. Average office supplies profit is basically 30,623. Average technology profit is basically 36364. Simple. So this is what we have created without using my calculated fields. Now I will create calculated field. You can see here, just remember that we have two filters, category and region. In this sheet, I will just add category. Simple. And I will do sales. And here I already have the sales. I will also add the fixed sales. Okay. We are not doing sales, right? We are doing profit. My bad. So we will add profit. Profit is 18,000 something. Okay. Now I will create a calculated field using include. Include region sales FN. And then I will do include region. That means I'm including this filter. Even if region is not a part of this sheet, region is not a part of this worksheet, but still I'm including that region. So if I am going to use this attribute or use this variable, by default region, based on region, we will be able to calculate the sales and we will be able to print it. So here I will do sum of profit, not sales, profit, my bad. Profit and then close. Simple. On top of that, I will be applying my average operation. So I'll do Control X. I will call my average, and inside these brackets, I will do Control V. So I'm cutting it and pasting it here. Click on OK. Now I have created my new column, new calculated field. Double click on this. Now you see the values. 4,600 something, matching. So even if I don't have region in this particular sheet, I'm still able to get the region wise average profit. So these are the three different scenarios or three different use cases where you can start using your include, exclude, and your fixed data. Now in this one, I will just save it. Let's say we'll save it as LOD Expressions, and we will quickly do a small demo. So I'll again create a new sheet. I will mark it as demo. LOD demo. Let's make it as LOD demo. Okay. So in this demo, how we can implement the LOD expressions, we'll quickly do one thing. I have region. Region is nothing but, you can see region is it seems to be a geographical region kind of thing. I'll double click on this. Upon double clicking, you can see I am able to see my generated fields like longitude and latitude. These are my generated fields, right? Quickly, I will do one thing. I will add region to color and I will add state to my label. Simple. And then I will change it to map. Please make a note of it. I'm doing Control Z. I'm undoing it and redoing it. So what I have done is I have double clicked on region. So when I double click on region, my geographical map, something like that, is opened. You can see in the columns and rows, these are my generated fields. I haven't done that manually. These are my generated fields, which Tableau is automatically generating. Simply, it's a United States map. So I'm adding region as color and state as label. Simple, done. And here going to marks, changing from automatic to map. And tantana, this is how the new graph looks like. This is a geographical map. But one thing is that in each and every state, I don't know why my country is also shown. I don't need that. I'll quickly go to this one country and change it to something else. So I don't see countries right now. Now you can see when I'm hovering on multiple states like Montana, it is showing me the country is United States, the region is West, the state is Montana. North Dakota, country is United States, region is Central, and state is North Dakota. And you can see region wise there are colors. This cyan color is for West, blue color is for Central, orange is for East, and South is for red. Simple. Now, somebody asks you, can we do something like, okay, first of all, I hope everybody knows when I'm moving my cursor, I'm able to see something. That something is nothing but my tooltips. You can go to tooltips, country, region, state. Okay. Now, if your manager asks, hey, can you add the country sales and the region sales and the state sales in this? Well, the answer to this is, of course, we can do that, right? But without LOD expressions, it's not possible. It's impossible to do that. So we will be using LOD expressions. So what I will do, I will start creating my LOD expressions. LOD, I will just, for the simplicity, demo country sales. I will name it as demo country sales. And I want to do a fixed country sales, fixed country sales. So I will do fixed. I will add country, do sum of sales, close brackets, as simple as that. Done. Now my sales, demo country sales is done. I will drag it to tooltip. Now you can see demo country sales is appended on my tooltips. Simple, simple activity. Now, let's say you want to add state-wise or region-wise. So region-wise, what we can do is, region-wise, I will use exclude operation. Okay. So demo region sales. See, using your fixed operation also, this is possible. Let's say I will do fixed region and sum of sales, simple, close brackets, done. This is also fine. Region sales. You can see for West region, for Central region, for East region, the demo region sales is correctly done. But I don't want to use fixed operation because we have already used it. So I'm going to use something else. I will use exclude. How can we do that using exclude? Exclude. I don't want to use these dimensions. So I don't want to use country. I don't want to use state. I don't want to use, okay, I want to use region. That's it. Sum sales and brackets close. Why I'm doing country and state? Because you can see how many dimensions do we have here? State, region, and country. So country I don't want, state I don't want, I want region. So I have just ignored country and state. Simple. Clicking on OK, and then you can see same thing. My sum of demo region sales is correctly coming. If you want to validate that, simply go to your region and then go to your sales. You can see these are your numbers, right? You can just validate these numbers on top of your map. So for central, it is 501K. Go to LOD demo, central 501240. It is same. I'm able to validate it, right? Validation step. Done. Now country is done, region is done. How can we do your state level? State. We will do demo state sales. See, without even doing demo state sales, by default, I'm able to get the sales. Okay, if I simply do sales, and if I do it on the tooltip, you can see I'm able to get the sales. You can see when I'm hovering over Montana, I'm able to see the sales, which is 5,589. So I don't need a state level feature, but still, as we are studying LOD expressions, we will be creating it. So I will use include this time, and I want to do it on state sum of sales, done, and then demo sales, done. You can see everything is done. Now everything is done. It's time for beautifying it. So I'll go to tooltips. I don't need this sales because we already have demo state sales. I'm going to remove this demo because it doesn't sound good. When you are presenting these things to your higher management, they will simply get pissed off if you are showing these things. And then here I will add some pointers like this. And here simply I will change the color codings to, let's say I will do it to blue. This also to blue. This also to blue. This also will do it to red. Do it red. Do it red. Done. Click on OK. Now you can see this is how things looks like. You are able to get all the attributes, sales of your state wise, your region wise, your country wise, and everything is possible using LOD expressions. That's the power of level of detail expressions. That's the power of LOD expressions. That's it for the LOD expressions part. Well, last but not the least, maybe we can start creating a dashboard. You can simply create a LOD demo, and if you want to validate that, you can simply add your validation step as well, just in case, you know. Okay, so it's not the right idea to add it as well. It will take a lot of time if we start you know, beautifying this dashboard. So beautifying a dashboard will be a part of a different section, so we'll not waste much time, but with the lowest possible time, let's say I want to beautify it, and then I'll quickly add my validation step, something here. Oh, it doesn't look that great, but it's okay. Okay, and then you can change it. Region wise sales, simple. And then LOD demo also you can change to map view, something like that. Simple. And this is all about your LOD expressions. I hope you understood, and you know, I hope you I hope you got a fair amount of idea about LOD expressions. They're very simple to use, trust me. Once you know the syntax and all those things, it's going to be very simple. So that's it for LOD. In the next class, we'll be learning about few other topics. Till then, bye bye. Hi, welcome to this class on calculated fields. Now, before talking about calculated fields, let me just explain you some scenarios where you will understand what exactly is calculated fields and why do we create it. Just imagine you have data where you have two different columns like first name and last name. Somehow you want to create another column which could be full name, which is nothing but a combination of first name, a space, and a last name. Or else, if you have a column called as age and you want to create bins out of it. For an example, your age is a continuous number and you have 10, 11, 20, 30, some random numbers between probably 1 to 90, and then you want to create some bins out of it. What does that mean? Could be of multiple reasons. We already know that in some of our EDA scenarios or exploration of data scenarios, we might have to derive some metrics out of an existing column. Now, coming back to the example, which is about age, let's say I want to create a age bins. Let's say 0 to 18, one cap, 19 to 32, another cap, 33 to 60, another cap, and 60 plus. So instead of having a continuous numerical variable, if you have four bins, it makes your lives easier to manipulate and interpret the data. There are many such instances, like there could be a scenario where you want to convert your tenure to some bins, or else you have sales and you have profit and you want to convert to a new column, which could be sales minus profit, or else could be multiple scenarios. You can think of any scenarios, which basically means that you want to derive some metrics out of an existing matrix. In these kind of scenarios, what we do is we use calculated fields. Calculated fields are already there in Power BI as well. And in Tableau also, we have so many calculated fields. And in this class, we will be learning about various calculated fields. Internally, calculated fields uses DAX functions, data analysis expression functions. Now, in this particular video, we will try to cover at least 20 or 30 DAX functions. But to be very honest, there are so many DAX functions, and it is nearly impossible for us to go through each one of them. But I will give you some tips and tricks which you can follow to master DAX functions or else calculated fields. So let's get started. I will be using my Tableau. I have already created an Excel sheet. I will be using that as a reference. Let's say I have this file called as random, and you can see the data. I have my first name, my last name, my email address, and my contact details. Simple. Four columns. We will perform some simple operations to get started in the calculated fields. So creating a calculated field is super simple. You just have to go to your sheets and then go to this data window panel, click on this arrow. You will be able to find a lot of options. Create parameter, create calculated field. You will be using create calculated field. Upon you click on create calculated field, in your case, you might see a window like this. So there is an option here like an arrow mark. If you click on this, the window will be expanded and you will be able to see all the functions which are a part of Tableau. Most of these functions are also part of Microsoft Excel and Power BI as well. And be it any BI tool, you will have these functions which acts as a predefined function. You just have to use them to create your column logic. Simple. So you can see, let's say you are not aware of anything. You start typing your function name. Let's say date add. Each and everything is mentioned in Tableau in a very crystalline clear English language. You can see clicking on date add, it shows date add has to be used like this: date part, then interval, and then date. So far looks little bit complicated. Let's try to read the definition of it. Adds an increment to the specified date and returns the new date. That means if you pass a specific date, let's say 1st January 2021, it will return you a new date based on what? Let's say your increment is defined by the interval and the date part. Okay, we are clear with the definition part. Now you can also see there is an example here. So here the first option is date part. That means how much you want to add to your existing date. If you pass month, that means you want to add months. If you pass the interval as 3, and then if you pass 1st Jan 2021, automatically your output will be 1st April 2021. That means I'm just adding 3 months to my values. Okay, so that's it. Now talking about some other columns, you can see each and every column mentioned here has its own definition and also has an example. Everything will be mentioned here. Let's say contains. Returns true if the string contains the substring. How to use it? Contains your full string, comma, what you want to search. And then it will return true if the string is present in the original string, else it will return false, right? So using DAX functions are very easy in terms of Tableau. You just have to search, find an example, or else you already have Google to search it out. But very simple. You don't even need Google when you are using Tableau. Okay, what I will quickly do is I will quickly drag my features like first name and last name and email. Okay, let me just expand it a little bit. Looks fine to me. Now, first thing is, let's say I want to do a split operation. And on my email object, on my email feature, I want to find their domain names. For an example, for the first row, it should be gmail.com. For second one, it should be gmail.com. And for third one, it should be yahoo.com. Simple. This operation, you don't even need a calculated column because you already have an option called as split. Go to transform and go to custom split. Here, use the separator. What is the separator? My separator is at the rate. Split off first, last. I want to split off the last one. Click on OK. Upon clicking on OK, you will be seeing a new column that will be created here. Okay, click on OK. You can see email split one is created. Now let's try to see whether we have done the right job or not. Well, you can see we have done a right job. My email split one is returning me the domain names. Very simple, right? Now, if you want to do it using DAX function without using the right click and transform in this option, what you can do is you can go to this edit option. You can see automatically what it is doing is it is trimming off. It is doing a trim operation and doing a split operation of email with at the rate, taking the -1 location. Okay, let me just reuse it and create another calculated field, split manually. Okay, email split manually. So I want to split email based on at the rate and I want the first location. Let's try to see what exactly is this. If you run this, you can see my first part is my before the at the rate. Simple. You can simply go to this one, change it to 2. So either you do 2 or you do -1. So from beginning, that's how indexes works. If you don't remember, maybe you can go ahead and understand about indexes. In Python, let's say you have a word called as HELLO. If you want to access the first element from beginning, it starts from 0. Second element 1, third element 2, fourth element 3, fifth element 4. If you want to access from back, 0 can be accessed from -1, -2, -3, -4, and -5. Similarly, in Tableau, the first index is always 1. So let me just change it to, okay, my bad. I have just by mistake created a duplicate. And once we change it to 2, I'm able to see the email split. Simple. Let me just delete one of them because I don't want to have repetitive features. Now, my next part is going to be ends with, starts with, or contains. Okay, let's try to do one thing. Let's try to concat my first name and last name. Okay, in terms of Python, we already have a function called as concat or concatenate. But in Tableau, there is no such function called as concat. If you start searching for con, you will not find anything because concatenation function is not present in Tableau. Because it is super simple to create a concatenation function, I will write it as full name. Then I will write it as first name plus last name. Simple. And I click on OK. I have done one minor mistake, but I hope you will be able to spot it. So let me keep it here. You can see my full name is Rajveer Singh. Satyajit, Pattnaik and Shalini Gupta. There is no space because I haven't added space. Let's say you want to add a space here, empty string plus, and then click on OK. You can see my name is now Rajveer Singh, Satyajit Pattnaik, and Shalini Gupta. Simple. This is how you play around with your DAX functions. And to be very honest, as I already told you, there are so many DAX functions. You just have to try and try and try, hit and trial with multiple features, with multiple options, and then you will understand a lot of things. Ends with and starts with. Let's try to learn what is it. Ends with example. Let me just copy it. And then I start writing about ends with. Before writing, I will search what is the formula. Okay, ends with the word and then what you want to try. Okay, let's say ends with, I want to search on my full name. Okay, let's search on my full name. Let's search on full name. I want if the text is ending with ta. Simple, close, and then I will drag it here. Now you can see for this one it is true, for this one it is false, this one false, because Shalini Gupta ends with TA, others don't end with TA. Simple. Similarly, I will create another function, starts with, and I will start searching here, starts with something is true. So we'll have to quickly start with, let's say I want to use my first name. I will use the first name and something which starts with S. I'll click and then I create it here. You can see for Satyajit and for Shalini, it is true and others are false. Similarly, we'll also try with some other functions. What all other functions do we have? Lower, upper and stuff. Let's try to do lower. Let's try to do upper. Okay, upper full name. And then I simply call upper and simply call my full name and done. Then once I add it to my, we'll add it here, somewhere here. And you can see my full name is in capitals. These are some of the simple operations. Let me just save it. And then we will try to see what are the different calculated functions we can create using a date function. Okay, let me just close it and open another instance of Tableau. In this particular exercise, we need a date column. So I will be using the Superstore data because I already have a column called as order date. If you want to see what exactly is order date, you can see the concrete exact date and you can see 1st November, 1st May, something like that. Let me just close it. Let me create a new column based on make date function. Let's say I want to create a new column, or else let's say we'll create today's date. Okay, new date. Now, as we are creating a new column based on today's date, I don't know which function to use. I simply start searching date and then I go through each one of them. And then I understand that, oh, make date. Using make date, we can create a column called as date. Returns a date value constructed from a year, month, and a day of the month. So I'll be using make date. It's asking for year, month, 11, day, 7. Simple. And then I will be using OK. And then my new function is created. So let's say I will start adding my order date and I will start adding my new date. Okay, you can see order dates year is selected. If you want to change it to month, probably instead of month, we will be using continuous date and continuous date. Let's try to use. Okay, let it be. I think everybody is clear about what we are doing. Now, what I will do is I will add a date difference function. Date difference. Now, what is date difference? That means what is the difference in months or years or days between two different dates. Taking an example, let's say I have 1st Jan 2021. Another date, which is 1st March 2021 or 22. Now, in this case, if you are creating datediff function on year, your output will be 1. Datediff function on month, your output will be probably 12 plus 2, 14. And if you are doing a datediff on your day, it will be 365 plus 2 months plus 60, something like that. You can see datediff function returns the difference between two dates where start date is subtracted from the end date. How to use it? This is how you use it. Let's try to create datediff date part. I want differences in month. Okay. And then what is my starting date? Let's say I will start, my starting date is order date and my end date is new date. Okay. Or else let's try to do one thing. Let's try to ignore my okay, exact date, and then just change it to discrete. Okay, this is my exact date. I will also create another column similar to this one. I'll just duplicate it, create new column, new date 2. Okay, and then what I will do is I'll create 2022 December, let it be December 7, simple. And then I will add it here and do the same thing, exact date, and change it to a discrete object. So I have the exact dates here. Here I will be creating a date diff function. That means I want to find the difference between these two dates. Date diff function, date diff, which part I want month, start date. Let's say I will give my start date as new date and end date as new date 2. Simple, new date 2. Okay, and then click on OK. Date diff function, I will add it here. Now you can see, let's say I want a discrete value. You can see the date difference is 13 months. That means December 2022 till November 2021, 13 months, right? Let's say you want to do it in years. Year, 1 year. The difference in years is 1. 2022 minus 2021. In days, 395. Simple. January has, November, December. November has 30 days. So it should be 365 plus 30, which is 395. Correct. Is quarter an option? Honestly speaking, I don't know. I'm just trying it out. Quarter. Yes, quarter is also working. So difference in quarters is 4 quarters. November is in Q4. December is also in Q4. So the differences between Q4 of new year and Q4 of old year is basically 4 quarters. Okay. So this is all about the various date functions. What else do we have? Date add. Let's try to do that. Date add function. Date add adds an increment to the specified date and returns the new date. The increment is defined by the interval and the date part. Simple. Example, date add. Let's say I will add date add. I want to add month. And then how many months? Let's say I want to add 2 months. On which date? I want to add it on my new date 2. New date 2. So if I'm adding 2 months, it should logically be 7th Feb 2023. Okay, close my brackets. Done. Date add function and change it to exact date, change it to discrete. Now you can see my new function, which is my date add function, is doing a great job. 7th December 2022 plus 2 months is basically your 7th Feb 2023. Simple. So let's try to see some other date functions. What else do we have? Date name. Okay, it basically parses. Let's say we'll use it, date name. So this is how you keep trying. That's what I was telling, that there are so many calculated functions. If you spot anything, start trying it out yourself. Nobody can teach you in a video, or nobody can, spoon feed you. It's all about you. You should try hard in trying out multiple functions like this, and you will end up learning a lot more things. So I'll be adding date name function. I'll add date name. How to use it? Pass month and then the date. So I will add month and the date. So I will do it on the newly created date add function. Okay, date add function. Click on OK and then drag it. You can see my date is telling it as February. Simple, because it is February, right? If you want to do it on this column, let's say you want to do it on this column. So instead of this, change it to new date 2. It should be December. You can see that the value has been changed. And similarly, you have to try out all of them. Not all, but at least the basic ones, or else at least some of them which you understand. What is correlation? Correlation returns you a Pearson correlation coefficient of 2 expressions, right? So similarly, date add, date div, date name, date time, date trunk, distance, basically calculates distance between two different points, else if and if. So this is the last thing which I will be explaining, which is going to be else if and if. Do we have an example for that? Any numerical column we can create it. Okay, let's try to create based on sales. Okay, let's try to create based on sales. I'll create a new sheet. I will add my sales instead of okay, I'll create a new column, sales bins. Okay, and then if sales greater than 1000, then greater than 1000, else less than 1000. Close brackets, end. Simple. Calculation is valid. Now, if I start writing this one, you can see for greater than 1000, these are the records that we have. And for less than 1000, these are the records that we have. You can see these are the two different categories. For these two different categories where sales is less than 1000 or greater than 1000, let's say you want to analyze what is the total profit. You can see the profit here is more and profit here is less. And this is how we have created a bin. It's a very simple if else block that we have created. And this is how we create our calculated fields. And calculated fields can be used as filters, can be used as rows, can be used as columns, colors. You can use it as anything as per your wish. Let's say you want to convert it into a chart like this, and you want to use a color, you can use it, up to you. And if you want to add a filter, you can add it. Let's say you have multiple if else blocks, you have multiple categories, you can use it as filters as well. So this is all about calculated fields. I hope you understood, and try implementing more and more calculated fields, and you will have a better understanding on each and every calculated field or each and every DAX function. That's it, all about calculated fields. In the next class, we will be studying about some of the analytics options in Tableau, how to do some analytics, how to do some forecasting and stuff like that. Thank you. Hi. Welcome to this class on formatting in Tableau. In this video, we shall be learning what exactly is formatting and what are the different types of formatting that we do in Tableau. Of course, there are so many formatting options. I might not be able to cover a lot of them, but I will make sure you know the basics of formatting and you know where the options are so that you can explore by yourself. Okay. So formatting is an important part of both your analysis and presentation, right? Because let's say you are using a dashboard and you have a background image and your tiles or your visualizations or your sheets have some color combinations or some fonts which is not matching with the background, then of course you need formatting, right? Formatting is nothing but it's one of the most important steps in Tableau, because analysis part is done. Now your main task is to impress your higher management, impress your customers with your data presentation skills and with your visualization skills, right? So formatting plays a vital role. As it is mentioned here, formatting is an important part of both your analysis and presentation. You can format almost everything you see on a worksheet, including the fonts, shading, alignment, borders, and graph lines. Tableau also allows you to format individual parts of the view as well. For an example, you can format specific fields, resize the cells and the table, and edit individual axes. We'll be seeing multiple formatting options. As you can see, we have multiple formatting options: font formatting, text alignment, shading, borders, lines, highlighters, filter card, parameter control card, and a lot more. So in this exercise, I will be using the same Superstore data. Let me open my Tableau Desktop Professional Edition. Here, I will be using the same Superstore data, and we will be seeing what are the different formatting options. We'll start with a simple graph. Let's say we'll aim to create at least 4 or 5 different worksheets, and then we'll try to add a dashboard out of it. Okay, so overall formatting and dashboarding will be covered in this particular video. Okay, let's try to create some worksheets. I'll quickly create. My favorite thing is subcategory versus sales. So you can see my sales are ready, my subcategory is also ready, and this is how I have formatted. I mean, this is how I have used basically. Now, just imagine that, let me just reduce this a little bit. Okay, everything looks fine. Now, just imagine we are creating a dashboard and I want to add a color to it. Simple. I can simply go to my layout and you can see there are multiple options here: background, none, and stuff. Similarly, in your sheets also, if you right click your sheet, you will find a lot of options here: column self, row self, pages self, parameters, filters. What do you need? When you want to format a certain graph in your sheet, do a right click on that graph and you will get the formatting option. You can see when I'm right clicking anywhere in the graph, not here, within your tile. Within your tile, if you do a right click, you are seeing format. Here it will not be able to view it, right? So here, if I'm doing format, you can see I'm able to open the formatting window. There are multiple options here. Default worksheet. If you want to change the color, you can change it this way. Let's say black, blue. Let's say I will give a bluish theme. So I will be using blue. Or else, if you want, you can also use colors from this particular panel. Up to you. And let's say you want to change the font. You can change it. Tableau bold or else something else. Tableau semi-bold or Tahoma. Up to you. But I personally prefer using Tableau bold most of the times. Now, apart from that, tool tips. You can see when you are hovering your mouse, you are able to see the tool tips, right? Subcategory bookcases, sales, something. Now here, if you want to change the color or the font, you can change it. And let's say you want the tool tip as a green color, probably. So you can see the values are seen in green. Okay. Similarly, if you want to change the title, because title is sheet 1, you can see by default it is Tableau light. So you either double click on your title and then here, let's say I want to add it as subcategory wise sales and I'll copy paste it. Let's say I want to change it to bold and I will keep the color as blue and click on apply. And I'll also make it center orientation, click on apply and done. So similarly, all these things can be done. Apart from sheet, you can see there are multiple other options like rows and columns. What is rows? Just imagine you don't know anything about Tableau. You can trust me, you can actually go through multiple options and keep trying about all these things, and you will figure out what these things are. And this is what I used to do when I started learning with Tableau a couple of years back. Header. What should be the header? You can see when I'm changing the header, these values are changing. The color is changing. Let's say you want to give a bluish color or this color. Simple. And to columns, you want to give a orangey color. You can see orangey color. Simple. Similarly, rows and columns are done. Total panel is also there. Total will not change because we don't have total here. Okay. Similarly, you can see after your font, there is an option of alignment. We'll go to alignment. Let's say we don't know anything. I am also learning along with you. So I'll be going to alignment and header alignment. Oh, I need like this, or I need like this, or I need like this, right? Sometimes you have to do, let's say I am changing the orientation by doing Control W, something like this. Now in this, you can see most of the values are not visible. Machines are not visible. Accessories are not visible. So what I will do is I'll quickly do like this. Oh, it's not working. Good. So I will quickly be doing on rows. Okay. Custom my row. Okay, this is rows, right? This is rows and this is not working. Cool. Something is wrong. Okay, my bad. I may be mistaken. I thought it is basically this one, but let's say I want to change it to like this. So this is also possible. So I thought from this panel window where I was, let's say I'll just undo it. I'll go to format and I'll go to this one. So initially I thought from this format options, if I do an alignment change here, I thought that my phones will be tilted and it will be seen horizontally or vertically, whatever it is. But I was wrong. So let's say you want to make it tilt it and you want to see the entire value. Right click here, go to formatting options, and then you will see an alignment and then change the alignment. To be very honest, Tableau is not that difficult to explore. Everything is easy and everything is, super easy. Trust me. Now, let's say I want to add some background color to it. So you can see there is an option called as shading. Go to shading and then you will be able to pick something. Total, sheet. Let's say you want to change the color of the sheet. Let's say I will give a whitish color. I'll give a grayish color. Okay. Now you can see my color of the sheet has changed. Simple. If I, in my dashboard, if I use them, you can see this is how it looks like, right? See, it's not the best out of it. It's not the best color combinations, but I'm trying to show you the different formatting options. So apart from that, this is a sheet level formatting or the cosmetic changes, to be very honest. Now, what else can we change? We'll talk about some other formatting options. So let's say, okay, we'll go to dashboard. Okay, in dashboard, I will be using an image. So I'll double click and choose an image. Let's say I want to choose any image. I think I had a sales image. I will be doing a fit image. And here I will be changing the orientation to automatic. Now, okay, automatic is done, but still why I am not able to. Okay, let's do it automatic. It's okay. Okay, and then let's say I want to add a sheet in my floating object. Now this is how it looks like. Okay, sometimes when you do a proper formatting on sheet basis, and when you come to a dashboard, you might realize that, oh, the thing which I have done might not be great because I have to align with what my dashboard's background is all about. So either you do two changes, either you change your dashboard. So this particular image is nothing but a Google image. But normally what we do is, when we create some dashboards, we usually create these images on some online websites or some photo tools like canva.com or some sort of snappa.com and stuff like that. Okay, so let's say here we have this, and you want to give a transparent background. Click on this sheet. So there are two options. Either you directly go to the sheet and change it, or else on dashboard itself, you can click on the sheet. Here you will see an format option. Format option is readily available everywhere in Tableau. If you don't know anything, just right click, you will get the format options. Either you go there or you go here and click on shading. Worksheet, make it none. So now you have a transparent background, right? Initially, don't think that when a sheet is created, it is created with a transparent background. By default, it is always white. If you don't believe me, let's try to create another sheet. We'll create another sheet and we will be using region. Once region is done, I will change it to map, and I'll quickly add the sales value in the label. I'll quickly add the state value in the label, and I will quickly add state as the color as well. And I will remove the country from the labelings. This is my final data looks like. Now, this has a white background. You might be thinking it's a transparent background. No. Let's say I want to use this sheet. You can see white background, simple. Okay. So by default, it's always white background. Okay. So let me just go to this particular sheet, and you can actually do a lot of things. You can do formatting. For an example, your numbers which are visible, this is nothing but sum of sales, right? And it is United States. So it makes more sense if you add the currency as well. Like if you're in India and if the numbers are 70,000, if it is 70,000 Indian rupees, it makes more sense, right? Similarly, what I will do is I will try to add the currencies on top of the sum of sales. So I don't know what needs to be done. On which number do I have to use? My dollar symbol, my sum of sales, simple. So I will try to hover my mouse over sum of sales, and then I will try to right click it. As I have told couple of minutes back, Tableau, if you are lost on the formatting part, at least right click, you will get the formatting option. So I will try the same trick, right click. Oh, I'm getting the formatting option. Yes, great. So I'll click on format, and you can see there is a default pane. Numbers are in this format. Let's say you can see there are so many options: number standard, number custom, currency is also there. So I'll go to currency standard. Instead of this, I will start typing United States, and you can see I'm able to get United States. I'll close it, and now you can see I have a dollar symbol here. Simple. Now, alignment is automatic. Font, let's change it to bold, something like that. And let's say you want to change it to bold. So let's say you want to change it to book. Simple. Sales, what else? What else can we do? So everything is hit and trial. If I start talking about all these things, you will just be confused. That's it. Okay, we'll talk about grid lines as well. Not in this particular sheet. Here I will just name it as subcategory wise sales. And here I will name it as region wise sales. Simple. And I will create a dashboard. Sorry, I have already created a dashboard. I'll add that sheet and I will add it here. Tantana, I have it. Now my background is white, I'll do right click. Either you go format here or format here, go to shading, go to work shade and change it to none. Okay. As this is a map, by default, it is coming as white background. Let me see if we are able to change it because, okay. Okay. So for maps, it's not possible to change the background. Anything apart from maps, you will be able to change it. Okay. Let's try to have another visualization, and that I would like to have a time series data, maybe order date wise sales or sales and profit, order date wise sales and profit. Okay. So I'll add my order date in my rows, and I will add my sales in my columns. Okay. And go to show me and go to this one. Here, instead of year, I will name it as month. So I have my sales and I will also add my profit. Okay. They don't have on the same scale. That is the reason it is shown like this. Okay. So what I can do is, instead of that, if I add it here, still I'm getting dual axis. Okay, let's not make complicated things. We'll quickly change it to area chart. Okay, in profit, I don't want profit. I will need sales. Or else, what if I add in here? Okay, you can see everything is visible right now. I have my profit and I have my sales. Profit is in blue and sales is in, but they are in dual axis, different axis. Doesn't make sense if we add profit on. Okay, this makes more sense, right? Now this is my sales and this is my profit. Okay, let's just remove it. Let's keep sales, and here I will keep some information. Let's say I will add category as color. Okay, simple. Now here I want to do some formatting options. I want to change my title, go to format title, or else just double click and just alignment is, just make a little bit of changes, done. Okay, you want to format here, go to format options. Automatically you have the axis, you have the pane. If you want to change the shades or something like that, and let's say like this, just change it and then done. And I will go to my dashboard and I will drag it. Now here, I'll just change it like this. Okay, here I will be changing the background. I'll click on this graph, go to format, go to shading, and here I will change it to none. Okay, and then I will just make few more changes. Okay, so I have done some changes, and if you want, I can add a tile to it. So these are all taught in your transparency topics, but I hope you got a basic understanding on formatting options. So either you can do formatting here, you can go to the font, change the fonts, or else go to alignment, change your alignments, or else go to shading, change your shading options. Multiple options are there here. Text, alignment, shading. Here is your borders. If you want to add some borders to your visualization, if you want to add some grid lines, let's say something like this, you can see before this, there are no grid lines. Now you can see some grid lines. Let's say you want to add grid lines like this, or like this, or like this. Up to you. It's up to people's, presentation skills if they want something like this, right? Doesn't really make sense, but yeah, I mean, I'm just showing you some options. And let's say I want to make it transparent like this, possible, right? So these are the different formatting options. I hope you got an understanding on formatting options and dashboarding as well. But of course, we will be taking some projects, some Tableau projects in couple of, not couple, I think just one more class is left on Tableau dashboards and some analytics. So that's it for this particular video. I hope you understood the basics of formatting, and it's all about practicing. Trust me, just try practicing and you will definitely understand everything about the formatting options. And that's it for this particular video. In case you find any difficulties, probably you can reach out to us. That's it for this particular video. In the next video, we'll be talking about some other topics. Thank you. Hi. In this class, we will be learning about how forecasting works in Tableau. Now, before letting you know how forecasting works in Tableau, let me tell you something about time series. Now, forecasting. What is forecasting? Forecasting means when you are doing some sort of predictions. Let's say you have your city's temperature data from the past 2 years. And what if somebody asks you, hey, can you do a forecasting for the next 2 months or forecasting for the next 1 month and see how the weather is going to be? Well, some sort of predictions on a time series data is basically called as time series forecasting. And forecasting in Tableau is very simple to do. When it is about time series data, what is time series? Of course, this class will only be concerned about how do we perform these activities in Tableau. But if you don't know the basics, this class might not be very helpful for you. So in case you are completely beginner in terms of time series data or time series analysis, I will definitely recommend you to go ahead and learn different concepts of time series and then come back to this video. So time series analysis is basically when you are dealing with time data. Now, if I go back to machine learning, there are concepts like classification and regression, right? Classification means when you are classifying something, churned versus not churned, fraud versus not fraud, diseased versus non-diseased. And regression is basically when you are predicting some numerical attributes. Let's say somebody asks you to predict the price of your flat, given some conditions like your flat is available here, there are 2 bedrooms, the area is this, the different features are this and that. Can you do a prediction on the area? These are your regression problems. But time series problem is something which is related to regression problem, but they are completely different. When you are dealing with a time series data, that means your data has to have time data, or time has to be one of the features, and it should be in equal intervals. Let's say you are capturing your data every day or every hour or every month. These kind of data where from data point 1 to data point 2, the difference is maintained across your data sets. So the time difference, the time intervals are well maintained. That makes a regression problem a time series problem. And we call it as a time series problem because time is one of the most important factors in that problem. And when it comes to time series, there are various time series algorithms. Again, as I told you, it's going to be a lot of concepts, a lot of understanding, which you need to go through this class. But I will give you a brief idea about the different time series algorithms so that you can quickly do a Google search, understand few lines about the algorithm, and then get started with this exercise. So there are various time series algorithms. ARIMA, ARIMA. AR basically means auto-regressive, integrated moving average model. Facebook Profit, LSTMs, long short-term memory, Holtz-Winter linear, Holtz-Winter exponential smoothing, and there are various other algorithms that exist that deal with time series data. Now, when it comes to Power BI, Power BI has its own algorithms, seasonal and non-seasonal algorithms, and that's how it internally does the forecasting. Similarly, in Tableau, we will try to understand what is the technique that is used in Tableau and how does it does the forecasting. And of course, we will also take an example of a practical application of a data set, and we will see how to perform the forecasting. Simple. Now, forecasting in Tableau uses a technique known as exponential smoothing. So Holt's winter exponential smoothing is one of the techniques which uses this statistical concept called as exponential smoothing. I'm pretty much sure if you want to know the back end of it, how the exponential smoothing works, definitely you have to do some reading. Forecast algorithms try to find a regular pattern in measures that can be continued into the future. Now, before talking about time series, I will also talk about the different components of time series. So there are various components of time series: seasonality, trends, cyclic behaviors, irregularity. These are all your components. Now, for example, I'm dealing with a data and you have dates from 1950 till 2020. Let's say one easiest example to talk about is going to be USD to INR conversion. Okay. Now the data is something like this. Let's say something like this. That means in 1950, let's say USD to INR, maybe one USD was 35 rupees. Now it is 75 rupees. I'm just giving some arbitrary numbers. Now you can see from this graph, it is quite seen that there is a trend. That means the values are increasing. So trend is one of the components in time series. Similarly, let's say there is a data like this. Something like this, something like this, something like this, something like this. Now you can see in this data, you can see some spikes after every interval. There could be because of some seasons, right? Because if you see a spike in sales during October, you know that it could be because of Diwali, or else during January, it could be because of your new year. So these are all your seasonal components, right? Seasonality. Similarly, there is another component called as cyclic. That means after a particular cycle, that event happens. And another component of time series is going to be irregularity. That means, let's say there is a data like this. Sorry, my bad. There was some mistake, but you can see there are some drops, there are some spikes at irregular intervals. Those are called as irregularity. So once you understand about the different components, that will help you understand in creating the forecast. Okay. So I'll not go in depth. You can probably search Tableau forecasting. You will definitely get this blog, read about it, and you will have some better understanding on forecasting algorithms. Exponential smoothing and trend. Exponential smoothing models iteratively forecast future values of a regular time series of values from weighted averages of past values of the series. The simplest model is simple exponential smoothing, computes the next level or smoothed value from a weighted average of the last actual value and the last level value. Seasonality, trend, model types, all these are your different topics which you can understand theoretically. If I start talking about it, it will take a lot of time. So quickly jumping into our exercise, we have air passengers data, which looks like this. I have month and I have some passengers data like this. If you want, I can simply create a new connection, edit connection. Let's say I want to reuse it. And then once my connection is done, I'll go back to my sheet and here I will start with my month. Let's say we'll start it from scratch. Let's start from scratch. We'll create a new Tableau workbook and then we'll start. Okay, so here I will start with text file because my air passengers data is a CSV file. So I'll use it. And you can see by default, when I am extracting the data, by default month is used as a string value and passengers is integer. So I'll go to sheet. First thing is, in order to enable your time series forecasting. So let's say I will select my month and air passengers. let's say month in my columns and air passengers in my rows. If I go to show me, you can see that my time series, this particular chart is not enabled. Why? Because this chart is only enabled for time series data, or data where it is understandable that your x-axis is basically a date object. So in order to do that, click on this ABC and change it to date. The moment you change it, by default, your your graph is changed to a line chart. Now, if I'll disable the show me button, and this is how my graph looks like. Okay, now everything is done. I have my data. How can we start forecasting? As I told you, Tableau is one of the BI tools, right? Business intelligence tools that makes your life so easier. So forecasting in Tableau is just few clicks. When it comes to Python, you have to write a big code. Of course, if I start talking about the differences in Python and Tableau, definitely there is a better scope of creating a better forecasting model in Python, because you have the flexibility to write your own code, implement multiple libraries, test your models. But in Tableau, we just have to use the existing algorithms, right? So I'll quickly go to this analytics pane, click on it, and then, okay, my date is ready. So, okay, I'll click on this one. Okay. So this is basically one chart and this is also another chart. So I'll click on this one and then I'll go to analytics. And here I want to use the forecast. So upon double clicking, I will be able to see the forecast. You can see, double click, I'm able to see the forecast. Now, this forecast is on yearly data, right? That means yearly data has been accumulated. I don't need it on the yearly data. I'll simply change it to quarter and month. So I'll change it to month. And on monthly data, you can see this is my forecast. Now, there are multiple things to talk about. If I'm hovering around that forecasted value that looks in a lighter shade, you can see three attributes. Forecast indicator is estimation. Month of month is Feb 1961. And you can see different data points are there. And number of passengers are also, changing from data point to data point. My original data is still November 1960. And you can see I have the forecast till my December 1961. Now, why do we see a lighter shade here? By default, when you are using forecast, it basically tells you that if I zoom it, so if I zoom it, you are able to see that there is a line and there is a lighter shade. That lighter shade is nothing but, let's say, we'll talk about this point. So at May 1961, my forecasted value is 507. But with 95 confidence, we can see that it lies between this range of light shades. Why 95% confidence? This is how the forecasting algorithms are written in Tableau. By default, it takes 95% of confidence. If you want 99% confidence, or if you want to change the confidence, click anywhere on this shade, right click, go to forecast options, and here you will be able to see the forecast options. If your question so far in your mind was, automatically, how can I see 13 months of forecast? Because that's what automatically is done by Tableau. You can definitely change it. Exactly, if you want exactly 12 months, something like that. Exactly 6 months, you can change it. Or until one next year. All these things are configurable. Source data is aggregate by automatic months. Ignore last 1 month. And here there is a prediction interval, 95%. If you want to change it to 90%, that means the size will decrease, right? And if you want to change it to 99%, the width will increase. You can just note down at this particular point. If I change it, the width is increasing, right? So this is all about your forecasting in Tableau. You can definitely try these things in multiple data sets, and definitely it will be helpful. You can also perform, multivariate forecasting. So how can we do that? You can, I'll probably talk about multivariate forecasting in some of my future classes. This is all about the basics of forecasting in Tableau. I hope you had a good session, you understood it. If you want to also check some other analytics options, you can probably go ahead and check it out as well, like average with 95%, all these things, clustering. So clustering basically won't work here, but there are some cases where we'll talk about how to deal with clusterings and all those things. So that's it. That's it about this class. Our next class will be on another topics, and till then, bye bye. Hi. Now in this video, we shall be learning about how to perform some analytical work in Tableau. I hope we are almost in the last phase of this learning. We have understood each and every concepts of Tableau, right? And as our main aim is to become a BI analyst or a data analyst or a business analyst, and that is the reason you are going through this particular course, I'm pretty much sure that you will be desperately waiting to learn how to perform some analytical work in Tableau. Well, Tableau internally provides a lot of analytical options. It provides forecasting, it provides reference lines, average lines, provides clustering techniques as well. So in this video, we shall be seeing some of the analytical functions. I'm pretty much sure you can follow another video which is separately made for forecasting itself. In this video, we will be focusing on the non-forecasting analytical concepts in Tableau. Let's get started. So in this particular example, I'm again using the sample superstore data, and we'll quickly start with some analysis. Okay, let's try to work with clustering. Now, what exactly is clustering? I'm pretty much sure everybody knows your career map, right? When you are learning for a data analyst role, data analytics leads towards data science, right? So now or in future, you will have to learn about different machine learning techniques. Now, there is a famous problem in machine learning. Just giving you a brief overview of machine learning. Machine learning is of three types. One is supervised learning, one is unsupervised learning, and one is reinforcement learning. Supervised learning basically means the type of problems where you are dealing with labeled data. What does that mean? That means as a user, as a data scientist, or as a data analyst, you know what needs to be done. A simple example will be, you have 1 million records. You know that out of them, some records are fraud records and some records are not fraud records. If somebody asks you, can you create a model out of it which will be able to predict whether a new transaction is fraud or not fraud? You know that you are going to do a classification model between fraud and not fraud. And you already know which record is a fraud, which record is a not fraud. This is a clear definition or a clear example of a supervised learning technique. Another example, weather forecasting. You have columns like date, temperature, humidity, precipitation, rainfall. Given different dates, you have the corresponding temperature data. If somebody asks you, based on date and temperature, if I ask you what will be the temperature for the next 5 days, will you be able to predict it? The answer is yes. So here what you are predicting? You are predicting temperature. And date is your independent variable and temperature is your dependent variable. In terms of machine learning, we call temperature as Y because that's the thing which we want to predict. And that is an dependent variable. And temperature depends upon date, depends upon humidity, depends upon precipitation, depends upon rainfall. So date, humidity, precipitation, and rainfall, all these are your X variables or independent variables. So this is a clear example of supervised learning. Anything where you don't have a clarity. For an example, your manager gives you 10,000 customers records and he says, I don't know what these customers are. I just know the entire information about the customers. Can you create some groups so that similar customers will fall in a similar group? The first question is, you don't know how many groups are you going to create, right? You don't know based on what are you going to create that group, because there is no such attribute. So what we usually do in this case is we create some clusters based on some algorithm. There is an algorithm called as elbow method. Based on that, we find the total possible clusters. Once we know that cluster numbers, that we want to form 3 clusters or 4 clusters, based on that, we perform a k-means clustering algorithm and then finally come up with a conclusion that, let's say, I do a k-means clustering and let's say these are my data points. Something like that. So there is an algorithm before your k-means clustering, not an algorithm, but a statistical concept called as WCSS, which is nothing but within the cluster sum of squares. So what we usually do is we try to find the optimum number of clusters. Okay. So I'll be talking about WCSS in depth, but just imagine we find 4 clusters, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which basically means the people, let's say I'll name it as C1, C2, C3, and C4, which basically means customers who are present in your cluster 2 are similar in nature based on their characteristics. All the customers in C1 are similar in nature. Similarly, all of them are similar in nature. All of them are similar in nature. So these kind of problems are called as your unsupervised learning problem. And today in this video, we will be checking clustering technique, how to perform clustering in Tableau. Okay. So when it comes to Python, the non-Tableau approach, there are so many algorithms you can implement. K-means clustering, hierarchical clustering, mean shift clustering, DB scan clustering, and stuffs like that. But in Tableau, we already have a predefined clustering algorithm, and we will be implementing that to find the clustering outputs. So I will randomly populate some columns, let's say sales and profit. And then I have my subcategory value. Okay. So based on my subcategory, let's say my tables subcategory, total profit is in negative, sales is 206. Here also profit is negative. Here also profit is positive and sales is like this. Let's say you want to create some clusters out of your categories. So what you can do is you can see in your data window, there is an option called as analytics. Click on that. Here you will see multiple options: constant line, average line, median with quartiles, box plots. So we will be studying about these things. Let's say, what is box plot? You can see box plot basically tells you what are the 5 different measures, like what is the upper whisker, what is the upper hinge, median, lower whisker, and lower lower hinge, right? So everybody knows about box plot. We'll also be talking about some other lines like average line and stuffs like that. But currently, let's start with the cluster. So here I will just double click on cluster and it asks me which variables are you going to use to create clusters. That means what are the features that you are using. So I'm using my profit and sales. Based on that, I will be creating the clusters. In the number of clusters, by default, it is automatic. Let's try to use the automatic version and see. So automatically it is creating 2 clusters. If I bring my clusters here, it is creating 2 clusters. Cluster 1 are these points and cluster 2 are these points. Just in case you know that you have to do a cluster on, let's say you want to create 3 clusters. I'll click on this, I'll create 3 clusters and click on close. You can now see 3 clusters are created. Cluster 1 is these 4 or these 5, which means kind of positive profit and medium sales. Orange is basically your doesn't matter what your sales is. It could be like low or medium, but profit is definitely not high. Okay. And cluster 3 is high profit and high sales. So phones and chairs are the first target. This is what my cluster analysis is giving me. Okay. Now, on top of this, let's say you want to understand what are the, how these clusters are created, what are the algorithms being used. You can right click and go to describe clusters. In this particular window, you can see that there are multiple options like models, and there is inputs for clustering. This is a summarized data. What are the variables used? Sum of profit and sum of sales. What is the level of detail? Like based on what? Subcategory. Scaling, what type of feature scaling is used? Normalized. These are the summary diagnostic. Number of clusters is 3. Number of points, that means number of data points. Between the group sum of squares, within the group sum of squares. So let me explain you some concept about within the cluster sum of squares. Just imagine this is my data point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Simple. So these are my data points. This is my x-axis and this is my x2. Okay. Let's say, what does elbow method say? Elbow method basically has WCSS in the y-axis and clusters in your x-axis. So let's say I will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As there are 6 data points, there will not be more than 6 clusters, right? So I have 6 K values. This is where the WCSS is very high. Now, it basically tells if I am forming a single cluster, what will be the centroid location? It will be somewhere here, right? Within the cluster sum of squares basically means the distance between the centroid to all the data points and then combining together. Within the circle sum of square, within the cluster sum of squares. Now, if you combine all this distance, the distance will be very high. Simple. Second scenario, I will create 2 clusters, cluster 1 and cluster 2. What will be my centroid locations? Here and here. In this case, what are the distances? Here, 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 and here, here, here. When I am having 2 clusters, definitely my WCSS score will go down. Simple. So normally it is seen when the K value is highest, the K value is lowest, that means one cluster, the WCSS is highest. K value decreases, WCSS value decreases, and it is something like this. You can see this forms an elbow. The point where elbow is formed, elbow is like this, right? Like this. So elbow, the point your elbow is getting formed is basically called as the optimum K value. Let's say in this example, somewhere here or here, let's say we'll assume here the K is being formed, like the elbow is being formed. So my optimum K value will be 3. Does that mean that 3 is the best value? No, 3 is the optimum value. There are chances you will see better visualization results when K is 2 or K is 4 as well. So whenever you get some interpretation like this, never come to a conclusion that K value is 3. K value could be 3, could be plus minus 1 or 2. Okay. This is just a simple example. So I will take plus minus 1. That's it. So either K value is 2, 3 or 4. So similarly, These kind of algorithms are used to find the clusters. I hope everybody understood about clustering. Of course, if you need detailed explanation, you will have to go through various clustering algorithms like k-means clustering, hierarchical clustering, and stuff like that. In that case, you will have to study more on the machine learning side. For Tableau, for data analytics, this is more than enough. We know there is an option called as clustering. We are using it, simple. Okay. Now moving on to the next analytics option. Let's say I will add a sample case like this, and then just like this. Okay, done. Let's say I want to have a constant line. On which value do you want a constant line? Let's say I want a constant line at 200K. Okay. And if I click on OK, you can see there is a constant line here. Constant line is basically a threshold line. So if you want to add a threshold line and then you add it in your dashboard, it's basically seen to the users. If the end users are seeing it, they will be able to understand that this should be something, right? And you can always edit it and name it. Let's say you want to name it something like value is this, constant, label is custom, and let's say you want to label it as threshold, or else sales threshold. Okay, done. Simple. So whenever somebody sees a graph, they will be able to understand, oh, this is a sales threshold. Okay. Similarly, we'll go to analytics and we'll see what is average line. Average line is simple. It will be creating an average line. So the average sales is 135,129. Simple. Similarly, I will have a totals. What is totals? Totals will create another bar having grand totals. If I do this, you can see all these numbers have come down and grand totals is something like that. Okay. I'll do a control Z. And then here, average with 95% CI, median with 95% CI. All these are different analytics options in Tableau. I'm pretty much sure this is very easy to follow, easy to understand as well. The major thing is cluster and forecast. I hope you understood about clustering in this particular video, and you can follow the separate video which I have created for forecasting. I think that should be more than enough for us to get started in the analytics part. Are we forgetting anything? I don't think so. Okay, these are the major things. Yeah, one more thing could be, let's say I think you must have gone through the pivot tables, but just in case you don't remember it, let me just quickly create. Let's say I have, okay, let's say I have category, and let's say I have subcategory. Okay, not subcategory. I'll have segment. And here I will add sales. Okay, so these are my sales value. Now, if you want to add the grand total, just in case that you want the total grand total for furniture, office, and technology. Similarly, you want grand total for consumer, segment, corporate, and home office. This is also possible. You can quickly go to analytics, double click on total. This will by default give you both the totals, or else Control Z, go to analysis, go to totals, show grand totals by rows, analysis totals, show grand totals by columns. Simple. And then again, if you want, let's say you want to add subcategory. You can see subcategory, but now you see a grand total per row and per column, but you don't see the grand total for a furniture subcategory, just furniture subcategory. You don't see, right? Because it is divided. This plus this plus this plus this is basically the furniture's grand total, right? If you want to add that, you can go to analysis, go to totals, add all subtotals. Now you can see for furnitures, the total is 742,000. For consumer and furniture, it is 391,049. So this is also one of the analytics, which many people might not be knowing about it. But I hope with this video, you know the basics of analytics, and you can pretty much do a self practice to understand more about it. That's it for this particular video. Thank you guys. Hi, welcome to this course on Tableau and potentially the last topic of this particular series. And then we'll be going forward and see one of the projects in Tableau. Well, before getting into the projects part, let's try to talk something about dashboarding. In Tableau, I hope everybody knows that there are three major options. One is sheets, one is dashboards, one is stories. We will be talking about dashboards in this particular session. We will also create a very basic dashboard in this session. Dashboard is nothing but combination of multiple visualizations into a dashboard, into a particular framework. There are multiple elements and options, and while creating a dashboard we have to think about the dashboard layouts, we have to think about the company colors, we have to think about sheets, objects, transparency, a lot of things we need to take care. On top of that, we also need to take care about what are your target audience. Are you going to create just one particular view for a generic desktop, or you want to create multiple views for Tableau, for for tablet, for mobile layouts, for general desktop, and so on. So we will be talking about all these things in this video. Let's get started. I have my Tableau open, and our immediate first task is to create some sheets, and then we will be using those sheets and creating a small dashboard. So I'm using the sample superstore data. Let's say first I want to visualize the categories with respect to sales. Now here I want to add sales as, not sales, maybe probably I will add subcategory as colors, and subcategories, yes, subcategories. And I also, no, subcategories as color does not look good. Let's say profit as color, and here I will change the color to an orangey shade. I think it's okay. Let's give, it's okay, we will give this shade, and we will just expand it a little bit, and this is how it looks like. I will also add sales as a label. Now my sales are visible. In case you want to format anything, you can go back to the formatting options and change it here. Let's say you want to give some formatting options to the sheet. Let's say you want to give a background color, something like that, you can do. So let's keep it as it is, and we will change it on the go, because your initial ideas when it comes to dashboarding is to create multiple sheets, and then when you finally create your dashboard, you use an background image. On top of that image, I don't know what type of text will work, what colors will be good looking. So first create your sheets, then create your dashboard, create your background image, embed your sheets into your dashboard, and then change your sheets. That's the entire process. So let me just create few more sheets. Let's say this one is category. Let's say create, I'll have something into order date, and then let's say I will have profit. I will change it to a to a continuous value. Let's say day, looks like this. Fine. Let's say this is profit daily. Okay, let's say we will change it to monthly. Okay, let it be. Daily looks little bit complex, so I will save this as a dashboard. I will create few more graphs. Let's say I want to create a geographical location. Maybe I'll create it on state. The moment I created, you can see I double click on state, I am able to see the generated fields, latitude, longitude as columns and rows. Here I want all the states as different colors, so I will give them different colors. uh, I think this looks fine. Different colors. No, I will give colors based on profit. Okay, so these are my colors. I will also give my label. So you can see there is a gradient. The bluish ones are basically the states which are doing profit. The orangey ones are not doing profit, right? As simple as that. Texas is not doing profit. Illinois is not doing profit. Ohio is not doing profit. I'm sorry if my pronunciation is not correct. Pennsylvania is not doing profit. So this is a geographical map. Let's try to do some formatting options. Okay, let it be. So this is profit versus state. Okay, and let's say we will create our final sheet. Let's say shipping date and sales. I don't know, day. Day looks complicated. Month. Okay, sales versus shipping date, something like that. Now I have created four different sheets. I'm not formatting any of these sheets right now because my immediate step is to create a dashboard. So I will name this dashboard as a home page. Let's say dashboard. We will give dashboard. Okay. Now on top of dashboard, I want to first specify what type of size do I want. Am I going to create it for a generic desktop or something like that? Let's create a generic desktop. And then I will quickly go to my Canva to create a layout. Okay. Now let's say, so I had already created something related to a Power BI project. So here, let's say I will do, what is this one? This is a superstore data, right? So sales analysis. Here I will not give anything. Region. Okay. So let's say, see, when you create a dashboard, logically what you should do is, I cannot show you in pen and paper, but what I logically do is I start creating layouts. Whenever I create a dashboard, I make sure I create it in a website format. Let's say the first one will have some image here. There will be some buttons which will be navigating to these pages. This page will basically have few graphs and few charts, something like that. Let's say here I want to add some slicer. I want to add few charts here. And this is an iterative process. You create designs, you show it to your manager, you show it to your client. If they like it, you finalize the design. Then you create the first version of it using your idea, using your company colors. You create it again, take feedbacks. So creating a dashboard is a skill. You cannot, because ultimately we are not creating dashboards for ourselves. We are creating dashboards for our client, for our customer, right? So so I usually do this on pen and paper. I create layouts, and then using those ideas I start creating my dashboard. So let's say I start creating my dashboard here. So let's say I'm planning to give a slicer here. So probably I will give region, region. Let's say I will give this one, looks a better. Let's try to give like this. And here I will give a slicer. Let's see if I'm thinking something in my head right now. Now everything is good. I will just check the color. This is this color. I will just download it. I will name it as sales PG background. Download it. Okay, make sure you download, you resize it to your specific configuration. 1366 cross 768. Copy and resize, and here is your ultimate image. Just download it. Done. Once your download is complete, now I'm going to the dashboard. Now on top of my dashboard, you can see here there are two options. One is tiled and one is floating. Now the difference between tiled and floating is very simple. If you use tiled, and let's say I'm dragging the sheet, you can see it is taking the entire page. Now if you drag another sheet, it is asking, do you want it in this style or that style or this style or that style? Let's say you want to use this style. This one, do you want this style, this style, this style, this style? Where do you want? Let's say you want this style, you can add it. Or else let's say you want to add it in this style, you can add it. Now this is nothing but your tiled format. Now how to work on floating object? Floating object is the easiest to work with. You just convert it into floating and then pass it. So you can basically restructure based on your needs. That's the advantage of floating. As I'm going to use a background image, so background image will be a tiled object. On top of that, I'm going to use this sheets as floating object. Okay, so let's try to click on tiled, double click on image, and then I will check my cells, fit image. Okay, this is how my image looks like. Here I will convert it into floating and then I will start dragging this region. I don't need this hide title. Okay, I don't need this also. This looks fine. And yes, looks good. I will just do few things right now. I will just close it and I will right click it, format it, go to the format shading part, worksheet, none. Here you can see almost everything is done, but the text is not proper. So I will just go to my text and change it to white color. So now it is white. Now it looks good, but again one issue is the color of the bars. So what I will go to the sheet, change the color to, let's say I will make it red. I don't know how it will look like. Doesn't look good. Let's say I will change it to blue. No, I want to change it to red gold. Doesn't look good. Blue. hmm, Looks okay. Looks okay. Green gold. It's okay. Looks fine. Let's make it orangey. Do we have orange? I think looks fine. Okay. But you can see that these category, these numbers are in white, right? But if you go to the sheet, nothing is visible. You can see the numbers are not visible. Why? Because the background is transparent. So it is better the color that we got from here, the color was hashtag 01 something something. It is always better to go to your sheets and give that color as a background. So let's say I will just change it to worksheet color. Sorry, here I will change it to more colors and here I will give my hue. And now you can see looks good, right? Okay, looks good. Similarly, do the same thing for rest of the features. Let's say this one. Now this is nothing but your profit. Again, you have to reshape it, put it in your box, and then go ahead and change your background images, like the background formatting options. And this is how you create your final dashboard. This is done. This is done. Let's say I will close this. I'll go to the sheet. Here I want region as a parameter. Okay, then I will go here, check out here, edit format, and this I will take it here. and again right click, format, and then just randomly create one more visualization, and just that's it. So as simple as that, this is how you create your multiple, use multiple charts. Let me just quickly format it, else I don't need somebody to tell that we have not formatted it. I just have to change to white. Done. Change it to white. Done. This one cannot be formatted. I mean, it's not that simple and straightforward. So it will be difficult to do. But yeah, that's how it is. So in case you want to get this one this side, and probably make a larger. Okay, this is possible. Now if you select central, east, south, and you want to make changes to all the graphs, you have to use region in all the graphs as well. Okay, so that's quite simple. This is nothing but a slicer, and as simple as that, this is how you create your dashboards. So everything is clear. Again, I will repeat. First step is to create the sheets. Second step is to create the background image of the dashboard. Third one is to create your dashboard, embed your background image as a tiled object. And then fifth one is going to get all the sheets as a floating object and then format it based on your needs. That's all about the dashboarding part. Probably in the next video we shall be talking about one of the live projects, and that's it. Thank you. Hi, welcome to this series on Tableau. In this video we shall be talking about the different features of Tableau. In the previous video, we talked about Tableau. What exactly is Tableau? What is the importance of Tableau, right? In this video, we will be discussing more about the features. What makes Tableau unique as compared to other BI tools? Now, the most significant features are as follows. The first thing is easy implementation. Now, especially in this particular slide, I'm not comparing Tableau to anyone. I'm just talking Tableau in general. Well, I do have a comparison video as well where we will be comparing Power BI and Tableau, and I will also tell you which tool is best. So stay tuned for that. But for the time being, let's learn what are the different features. Tableau is very easy to implement. Honestly speaking, if you go through this entire Tableau series, by the end of this course, you will definitely understand that it is very easy to use. Plug and play, drag and drop, and then you keep practicing more and more things and you keep learning. Quality customer support. Yes, Tableau has a very good, tremendous customer support, which means the community of Tableau is super strong and the support is super strong as well. And Tableau is a very old tool. If I am not wrong, probably Tableau was introduced way back in 2003. I might be wrong 1 or 2 years here and there, but in short, Tableau is a very old product, and that is one of the reasons it has so many users. And as you have more users, better community, better support. Amazing data visualization. No doubt Tableau is a visualization tool, so it has to do amazing data visualization as well. Data source integration. That means, let's say you are building a dashboard. On top of what you are building? You are building on top of an existing data set. It could be a SQL data server, it could be an Excel data sheet, it could be a JSON file, whatever it is, based on a data source, you are working on Tableau. So data source integration is also available in Tableau. Mobile support, yes, Tableau is mobile friendly. Well, there is a concept in the future in this particular series on device manager. So in the device manager, I will also be talking about how it is mobile friendly, because Tableau gives us a feature of creating a dashboard in whichever format you want to build it. Let's say your website's aspect ratio is 16 is to 9. Yes, you can create a dashboard, completely okay. If you want to show the same dashboard in a 9 is to 16 format, that is also possible. You just have to convert it into a mobile layout and publish it. And definitely, as I told, that the community is super strong because Tableau is not new to the market. It's a very old BI tool. So feature wise, it's very, having a rich online community. Why Tableau? Yes, flexibility, intuitive platform, interactive visuals, and quick prediction time are some of the features why do we use Tableau. So that's all about the basics of Tableau. I'll not try to bore you with my theoretical lectures. In the next video, we shall be talking about the differences between Power BI and Tableau, which is one of the most important questions being asked in interviews as well. So I'll give you a brief idea on the differences, and I will also give you some brief ideas on how to showcase this particular answer if you are being asked that Power BI versus Tableau, what's your stake on that? We will be covering that in the next video. See you.